Chapter 1. The Immortal Returns. On Mount Kunlun, immortals gathered in droves. A young man with messy hair, a face covered in stubble, and lifeless eyes was chained by the pipa bone with black iron shackles, kneeling on the mountain peak. Look at him. What use is being the number one in the three realms? He couldn't even protect his wife and daughter. In the end, he's fallen to the point of being thrown into the nether prison. The nether prison has no spiritual energy. One day in heaven is a year in the mortal realm, and the nether prison lasts for 10,000 years. In just 10 days, our first immortal venerable will become a cripple. Bayou. How pitiful, how lamentable, how laughable. Above the clouds, the immortals observed Bayou kneeling on the mountain peak, whispering among themselves. Suddenly, a golden light shone down from the 36th heaven. By imperial decree of the heavenly emperor, the immortal venerable Luo Yun, Bayou, due to personal grudges, has slaughtered 3,600 immortals and annihilated 7,200 Buddhas, committing heinous sins. According to heavenly law, Bayou shall be punished, eternally imprisoned in the nether prison, with no hope of redemption. The punishment is about to descend. All immortals, disperse. Boom. Mount Kunlun cracked open, and Bayou plummeted into the nether prison. Master, master. A hoarse voice entered Bayou's ears, awakening him from his slumber. Bayou slowly opened his eyes and saw an old man with white hair and an excellent demeanor standing before him. He realized he had once again dreamt of the time he was imprisoned in the nether prison. He shook his head and smiled gently at the old man. Fenger, you're here. Master, you had another nightmare. Bai Feng said softly, taking out a handkerchief and tenderly wiping away the blood flowing from Bayou's pipa bone. 10,000 years in the nether prison, and the bleeding had never stopped. So many years have passed. Can you still not let it go? How can I let it go? Bayou sighed. When I close my eyes, I see the faces of Ah-Wan and Little Ya. But alas, I was useless. I couldn't protect them. It's not your fault, master. It's the gods who are afraid of you. Bai Feng said earnestly. Bayou smiled and shook his head, pushing these things to the back of his mind. He asked Bai Feng, enough about me. How have you been lately? Everything's fine at home. The descendants are all ambitious. The family assets have surpassed 10 trillion. Last year, we entered the chip industry, preparing to go to war with America in that field. Bai Feng kept on talking, while Bayou listened with a smile, as he always did. In the 10,000 years of the nether prison, only Bai Feng would come to visit him once every 10,000 years. But each time, Bai Feng would be a year older. Oh right, master, your magical artifact, the Karma Fire Lotus, has also been recovered. I already have 2 pieces now. I'm amazing, right? As Bai Feng spoke, Bayou chuckled and listened, as always. Also, master, Yu Chong, the good friend you made while you were experiencing the mortal world, sent you a letter. As he said this, Bai Feng seemed to remember something and immediately took out a letter from his clothes and handed it to Bayou. Yu Chong, he still remembers me. Bayou smiled warmly at the thought of his old friend and took the letter to read. Ah Yu, it's me, Ah Chong. It's been 10 years since we last saw each other, right? Your phone is disconnected, and I can't reach you. I can only resort to this old method of writing letters. It's very sudden to write to you like this, but there's some news I have to tell you. There's news about Little Ya, the girl who was abducted. Crack. The moment he saw the last line on the letter, the black iron chains binding Bayou shattered instantly. His heart, which had been dormant for 10,000 years, finally stirred. And master? Bai Feng stared at Bayou in shock as he shattered the black iron chains, his mind completely blank. Bayou stood up and walked to the barrier sealing him, smiling faintly. Fenger, I'm going out. Bang! Bayou punched out, shattering the nether prison barrier, and the 3 realms trembled. In that moment, all the immortals in the immortal realm looked toward Kunlun in terror. Bayou is out? Jiang City. Bayou landed on a street, looking at the dense crowd before him. His heart was filled with complex emotions. He had thought he would no longer have any attachment to the mortal realm, yet he never expected that a mere letter would rekindle his hopes. Back then, He had sealed his memories and experienced the mortal world to temper himself. Suddenly, a great demon, the nine-headed serpent, appeared, killing his wife and abducting his daughter. In extreme grief, he had awakened his memories. To find his daughter and to seek revenge against the great demon, he had not hesitated to turn against the immortal realm, slaughtering throughout the three realms, only to end up with nothing. If he had not been disheartened and willingly allowed himself to be bound, using it as a way to torture himself, no one in the world could have imprisoned him in the nether prison. "Ayu, over here." Just as Baiyu was reminiscing about the past, a clear voice entered his ears. Baiyu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man with a buzz cut, wearing a white shirt, waving at him. The man was his high school roommate, Yu Chong. Yu Chong quickly walked in front of Baiyu and punched him hard on the chest, laughing, "You're something, kid. 10 years have passed. We've all turned into middle-aged uncles, but your appearance hasn't changed at all. Still so handsome. How do you maintain it?" Upon seeing Yu Chong, Baiyu couldn't suppress his excitement and immediately asked, "Ah Chong, where's my daughter?" Yu Chong paused, then stuttered, "WL about that?" Seeing the change in Yu Chong's expression, Baiyu frowned slightly. "Didn't you say you had news about my daughter? Are you lying to me?" Yu Chong quickly said, "How could I possibly lie to you? It's just that the situation is a bit complex, and it can't be explained in just a few words. I've arranged a dinner for us. We can talk while we eat." Although Baiyu was anxious, he knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He sighed slightly and apologized to Yu Chong. "Sorry, we're brothers. I understand how you feel. Don't take it to heart." Yu Chong patted Baiyu on the shoulder, then pointed to the Mercedes-Benz behind him. "Let's go to the restaurant and talk." Baiyu said, "Okay." After a few brief exchanges, Yu Chong drove Baiyu to Jiangzhou restaurant. Standing in front of the restaurant, Yu Chong boasted proudly to Baiyu, "Ayu, this is one of the top restaurants in Jiang City, averaging 5,000 per person. Ordinary people can't come here." Baiyu raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "You've become rich?" 10 years ago, when he had sealed his memories and started a business with Yu Chong, they had eaten instant noodles every meal and didn't even dare to go to small eateries. Yu Chong hesitated slightly, not wanting to answer the question. He immediately changed the subject. "Let's go inside. They're probably getting impatient waiting." Baiyu asked, "Who else is there?" Yu Chong urged Baiyu inside. "You'll know when you get in." Seeing Yu Chong acting mysteriously, Baiyu didn't ask any more questions and followed Yu Chong into the private dining room. But when Baiyu saw Jiang Shang in the private room, dressed in an expensive suit and smoking a cigar, he was stunned. He looked at Yu Chong in surprise. Yu Chong lowered his voice to Baiyu with an apologetic tone. Jiang Shang is my boss now. He has news about your daughter. Just bear with it." Hearing Yu Chong's words, Baiyu couldn't lose his temper and could only pull out a chair and sit down. Jiang Shang was a famous rich second generation in Jiang City, as well as the school bully and Baiyu's love rival back in high school. As a result, he often sought trouble with Baiyu. Although the Baiyu who had awakened his memories no longer cared about past grudges, he still had no liking for this Jiang Shang, who had always bullied others using his power. Jiang Shang crossed his legs, sizing up Baiyu with a superior demeanor, and laughed. "Baiyu, I didn't expect that after all these years, you'd still be in this pathetic state. You know, if Shawan had followed me back then, she wouldn't have." Baiyu interrupted. "Where is my daughter?" Yu Chong quickly urged Baiyu. Talk to Mr. Jiang nicely. We're all classmates. Don't make the atmosphere so awkward right away." Not annoyed by Baiyu interrupting him, Jiang Shang laughed. "Your daughter's matter isn't urgent. Let's eat first. This Jiangzhou restaurant is a top-tier restaurant in Jiang City. Baiyu, you've probably never eaten here, right? Today, I'll let you see for yourself." "Oh right, Xiaoyu, go get my wine." Yu Chong quickly nodded and bowed. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll go right now." With that, Yu Chong immediately got up from his seat, leaving the private room to get the wine without pausing for even a second. Baiyu looked at the once high-spirited youth, now with his edges smoothed out by life, and felt a mix of emotion, tinged with guilt. If he had not dropped out halfway, causing the business venture to fail, Yu Chong wouldn't have had to grovel before others for a living today. "This time when I come back, I'll repay what I owe him," Baiyu thought to himself. After directing Yu Chong to leave, Jiang Shang continued to speak to Bai Yu. Bai Yu, I can tell you about your daughter, but I need you to do something for me. Bai Yu returned to his senses and looked at Jiang Shang. Say it. It's simple. Jiang Shang grinned, revealing his teeth yellowed by smoke. I need you to fight a match for me. Chapter 2. Jiang Shang's condition. Fight. Bai Yu was taken aback. That's right. Fight in underground matches. Jiang Shang chuckled. I know you were a tough fighter back in high school. I even sent over a dozen thugs after you, and they couldn't take you down. If you've kept up with your training, you should be pretty good now, right? Bai Yu gave a light laugh. I could twist your head off and stuff it in a toilet. Jiang Shang was momentarily stunned by Bai Yu's retort, but quickly recovered, laughing heartily. Haha, that's the spirit I'm looking for. Don't worry, brother. As long as you help me with this fight, I promise I'll find your daughter. Just then, Yu Chong, wearing white gloves, carefully entered the private room carrying a bottle of wine. He addressed Jiang Shang. Mr. Jiang, your wine is here. Oh, you're finally back. Seeing Yu Chong return, Jiang Shang immediately said to Bai Yu with a smile, Bai Yu, today you're in for a real treat. Romani Conti. I bet you've never had it before. Yu Chong gently placed the bottle on the table, whispering to Bai Yu, this bottle of red wine costs more than my little Benz. Mr. Jiang is really going all out this time. He really values you. Bai Yu didn't even glance at the wine. Instead, he asked Jiang Shang, time and place. Jiang Shang answered with a smile, you're in such a hurry. The time isn't set yet. The location is at the D-Yuan boxing gym. I'll have Yu Chong notify you when the time comes. Yu Chong's expression changed slightly, shocked. D-Yuan boxing gym? Isn't that where so many people have been beaten to death? What are you going there for? Jiang Shang laughed. What else would we go there for? Of course, for Bai Yu to fight. Yu Chong finally realized what Jiang Shang wanted Bai Yu for and quickly explained to Bai Yu. I'm sorry, Yu. I didn't know Jiang Shang wanted you to fight in underground matches. You can't agree to this. You're basically signing your death warrant if you go there. Jiang Shang's face darkened with displeasure. He immediately rebuked, Yu Chong, don't forget your place. Yu Chong shuddered at Jiang Shang's reprimand, not daring to say anything more. However, his eyes were full of guilt as he looked at Bai Yu. If he had known the situation was like this, he would have never agreed to set up this meeting with Bai Yu for Jiang Shang. Bai Yu, however, didn't seem to care much. He stood up and said, I'll be there on time, but don't forget your promise. In this world, no one can bear the consequences of breaking a promise with me. Jiang Shang didn't seem to mind Bai Yu's harsh words, raising an eyebrow and chuckling, You're not going to drink the wine? This wine. Bai Yu picked up the Romani Conti and chuckled lightly. It's too astringent even for mouthwash. Might as well throw it out. As he finished speaking, Bai Yu tossed the wine in the air. The bottle made a perfect arc, landing precisely in the trash can. The bottle shattered. The smile on Jiang Shang's face instantly froze. I'll be waiting for your message, Mr. Jiang. Bai Yu waved at Jiang Shang and then left the private room without looking back. Bai Yu. Jiang Shang regained his composure. Looking at Bai Yu's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly and he gritted his teeth. But quickly, he masked his emotions and instructed the stunned Yu Chong beside him, Go see our boxing king out. Also, next time don't run your mouth so much. Think about who gave you everything you have now. Yes, yes. Yu Chong didn't dare challenge Jiang Shang. He nodded subserviently before hurrying after Bai Yu. Outside the Jiangzhou restaurant, Yu Chong called out to Bai Yu. I really didn't know Jiang Shang wanted you to fight in underground matches. You can't go there. That place is? Bai Yu smiled at Yu Chong. It's just a fight. There's no need to be so worried. Yu Chong continued to persuade him. You have no idea how terrifying the D-Yuan boxing gym is. I've heard that several boxing champions have been beaten to death there. Even if you're good, how can you beat a champion? Trust me, don't go there. Bai Yu looked directly into Yu Chong's eyes and said softly, A Chong, you should know me. Hearing Bai Yu's answer, Yu Chong was stunned. He already knew that back then, Bai Yu was willing to do anything to find his daughter. Knowing that he couldn't persuade Bai Yu, Yu Chong let out a heavy sigh and said to Bai Yu, Okay, I know I can't convince you. You don't have a place to stay in Jiang City yet, do you? Why don't you stay at my place for now? Bai shook his head. No, you have a wife and kids. It's not convenient for me to intrude. I'll find a place myself. Yu Cheng, I'm sorry, Bai patted Yu Cheng's shoulder, comforting him. I should be the one saying sorry. If it wasn't for me back then, you wouldn't be working under Jiang Sheng. I owe you too much. You still resent me, don't you? Yu Cheng was slightly shaken, and he was silent for a moment. Then he smiled at Bai Yu and said, We're brothers. Let's not talk about the past. Since we can't eat Jiang Sheng's food, let's grab a bite at a restaurant, just the two of us. It's been 10 years, we should catch up. Although Yu Cheng acted like he didn't care, Bai Yu could see from Yu Cheng's eyes that he still held some resentment for what had happened back then. Thinking about these things, Bai Yu felt a pang of pain in his heart. Back then, Yu Cheng had sold everything to invest in his business, but he had abandoned everything halfway because of his wife and daughter, causing their thriving company to collapse. Although Yu Cheng didn't say anything, Bai Yu knew clearly in his heart. Some things, time can't erase. Bai Yu looked at Yu Cheng's smile and smiled back. All right, let's get drunk tonight. Bai Yu and Yu Cheng drank until midnight. After sending the drunk Yu Cheng home, Bai Yu slowly went downstairs. Downstairs at Yu Cheng's building, Bai Feng, in a suit, was standing in front of a Rolls-Royce, waiting for Bai Yu. If anyone from the wealthy circles of the capital were here, they would be astonished. They wouldn't understand why the head of the Bai family, one of the top 10 families in China, would be willing to be a driver for someone. Bai Feng bowed respectfully to Bai Yu and said with a smile, Master, welcome back. Bai Yu wasn't surprised by Bai Feng's appearance. He walked up and instructed him, investigate Jiang Sheng's background and who he's been in contact with recently. Bai Feng replied, Understood, Master. Anything else? Bai Yu, take me to the West Suburbs Cemetery. Bai Feng was shocked, immediately understanding what Bai Yu meant. He replied again, Your disciple understands. On the way to the West Suburbs Cemetery, Bai Yu sat in the back, gazing out the window. Bai Feng was talking incessantly, telling Bai Yu about the changes in the world over the past 10 years. He held nothing back from Bai Yu. Although Bai Feng visited Bai Yu in Kunlun every year, he had never been as excited as he was today. His master was finally out. By the way, Master, your magical artifacts are stored in the safest place in the capital. You can retrieve them at any time. Your divine weapon is in your disciples' hands. These years have really made it hard for me to sleep. Bai Feng looked at Bai Yu in the rearview mirror, his heart filled with endless emotion. 70 years ago, when he was picked up by Bai Yu, he was a homeless orphan. Bai Yu had given him everything he had now. He also regarded Bai Yu as a father figure. His greatest wish was to get Bai Yu out of the Kunlun prison. After listening to Bai Feng for a long time, Bai Yu asked, Is Xiaowen's grave okay? Bai Yu's sudden question made Bai Feng pause. After a moment of silence, Bai Feng answered with a slightly hoarse voice, I visit and clean her grave every year. But it's been so many years, Master. You still haven't forgotten her? She was just a mortal, and you are? Fenger, Bai Yu interrupted Bai Feng. I don't want to hear such comments again. I'm sorry, Master. I overstepped my boundaries. Bai Feng shuddered, immediately swallowing back his words and driving in silence. Bai Yu looked out the window again, his mind filled with the faces of his wife, Lu Wan, and daughter, Bai Xiaoya. His fists clenched tightly. Xiaowan, don't worry. No matter where our daughter is, I will find her. This time, the three realms will not stop me. Chapter 3. The Invitation. At the West Suburbs Cemetery, before an inconspicuous tombstone, Bai Feng stood behind Bai Yu, respectfully saying, Master, as you instructed, Mistress's grave is located in the most inconspicuous place. Over the years, few have come to disturb her. Did you bring the wine? Bai Yu gazed fondly at the words Bai Yu's wife on the tombstone, asking in a low voice. Yes, I did. Bai Feng carefully put on white gloves, opened the suitcase he had been carrying behind his back, and took out a jade wine bottle. Master, this is the millennium-old brew you've treasured. You used a third at your wedding banquet, a third at your daughter's full-month celebration, and the remaining third is here. Bai Feng took the wine bottle, using his spiritual power to warm the wine. then poured all of it in front of Lu Wen's tomb. The rich aroma of the wine instantly filled the entire cemetery, and the withered flowers before the tomb bloomed anew. Master Yu. Seeing that Bai Yu had poured out all of the millennium brew, Bai Feng's pupils constricted, his heart aching. Even a single drop of this celestial wine in the jade bottle was worth an unimaginable fortune. Now that Bai Yu had poured it all out, it was like directly throwing away a Fortune 500 company. Bai Yu, however, didn't even blink, saying softly, Shaowen liked drinking warm wine. This celestial brew is my apology for being 10 years late. Haha, good wine. Whose celestial wine is this? At that moment, a hearty laugh drifted on the wind. Bai Feng looked up to see a barefoot wandering monk wearing a tattered kasaya, leaning on an iron staff, hurrying towards them. The barefoot wandering monk moved like the wind, taking 10 meters with every step, unlike any ordinary person. Upon seeing this, Bai Feng immediately stepped forward to block the wandering monk, saying, Please stop, this is a private area. The barefoot wandering monk glanced at the celestial wine poured before the tomb. A look of heartache immediately surfaced in his eyes as he clicked his tongue. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity, what a pity. A millennium brew wasted on a dead person like this, a complete waste. Hearing the barefoot wandering monk's words, anger surged in Bai Feng's heart. He sent a palm strike toward the monk. You bald donkey, how dare you speak so disrespectfully? You're asking for a beating. However, the smiling barefoot wandering monk easily deflected Bai Feng's palm strike. Seeing that the barefoot wandering monk had easily neutralized his palm strike, Bai Feng's heart was thrown into turmoil. As Bai Yu's disciple, although his talent was mediocre, he could still unleash his inner force, possessing the power of a martial arts grandmaster. But he never expected that this barefoot wandering monk, who appeared out of nowhere, was far more powerful than him. The barefoot wandering monk smiled at Bai Feng. Young man, your attack is so ruthless. Has your master not taught you to respect your elders? Bai Feng was enraged again. You! He was almost 80 years old, who was calling him a young man. Fenger, step back. You're no match for him. Just as Bai Feng was about to attack the barefoot wandering monk again, Bai Yu suddenly stopped him. Bai Feng immediately withdrew, turning to look at Bai Yu. Master, do you know that bald donkey? Bai Yu said, he is the evil monk who betrayed the Western Heaven 1,000 years ago and entered the demonic path, Wrathful Duta. His iron staff is stained with the blood of at least 100 Vajra Arhats, making both the immortal and Buddhist realms fear him. He's not someone you can fight. Hearing Bai Yu's introduction, Bai Feng's body trembled, taking 2 steps back, as if he had seen the boundless karmic fire behind Wrathful Duta. How could such a demon be here? Wrathful Duta said with a smile, Haha, Bai Master, you overpraise me. Those are insignificant events of my past. Now I am merely a barefoot wandering monk, just scraping by. Whoosh! As soon as Wrathful Duta finished speaking, a shard of jade flew past his cheek, instantly freezing the smile on his face. Bai Yu played with the jade shard in his hand, saying calmly, Bald donkey, you've insulted my deceased wife. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, I'll collect your life for the Western Heaven today. Sweat beaded on Wrathful Duta's forehead. He tremblingly wiped the blood from his cheek, pursed his lips, and finally apologized to Bai Yu. I'm sorry. Pardon my rudeness. I came here to deliver a message from the Demon Lord. Speak. The Demon Lord heard of your return and wishes to invite you to collaborate on a great endeavor, a counterattack on the Immortal realm. If successful, you and the Demon Lord will jointly rule the 3 realms. Although I have lost my immortal status, I still do not stoop to aligning myself with demons. Wrathful Duta continued, the Demon Lord also said that a remnant of your deceased wife's soul remains, and he knows the whereabouts of the great demon from back then. Boom. As soon as Wrathful Duta uttered these words, Bai Yu suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, sending Wrathful Duta flying backwards. Wrathful Duta didn't dare linger. He immediately burned a talisman and turned into a gust of wind, flying into the distance while yelling at Bai Yu. The demon lord said he awaits your visit at any time. Wrathful Duta's voice echoed as he disappeared over the horizon. Bai Feng watched Wrathful Duta retreat, then looked at Bai Yu with a complex expression and asked, Master, what do you think? Bai Yu dropped the jade shard in his hand, stood up and said, This isn't something you should get involved in. I'm tired, let's go back for now. Yes, master. Also, arrange things so that you can secretly support Yu Chong, and remember, make sure he doesn't find out. He doesn't like receiving favors. Yes. Bai Feng bowed respectfully to Bai Yu and left the cemetery. Bai Yu stood alone before the tombstone, looking at the desolate grave and whispered, So, we can still meet, but the cost is truly. Whoosh. At that moment, a cold wind howled, and Bai Yu's voice merged with the wind, scattering into the sky. Jiang City, in a certain alley, Wrathful Duta looked behind him as he ran forward. Damn it! Bai Yu was suppressed in the hellish prison for 100,000 years, yet he's still so strong. He scared me to death. I almost lost my life back there. No, I need to hurry back and report to the Demon Lord. Bai Yu's return is a major change to the situation in the Three Realms. We can't let it ruin the Demon Lord's plans, ugh. Wrathful Duta muttered to himself when suddenly a sweetness rose in his throat, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. His legs immediately went weak, and he knelt down in the alley. Ugh! Wrathful Duta vomited another large pool of blood, and his entire body began to cough violently. Cough, cough. What's happening? He stared at the large pool of blood on the ground, a look of panic surfacing in his eyes as he couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, he noticed that the part of his face that had been grazed by the jade shard had turned a purplish black. Bai Yu's karmic flames, no, Bai Yu, you can't kill me. I haven't had my revenge yet, no. Wrathful Duta roared toward the sky, but his mouth was soon filled with his own blood. His body slumped into the pool of blood in despair, and he was no more. The cold alley suddenly became silent. A black cat, which had been watching everything from the wall, gracefully jumped down. It walked to Wrathful Duta's corpse, sat down, licked its paw, and then started to lick the blood on the ground. Several rats scurried into their holes in fear. The cold moonlight shone down, and Wrathful Duta's corpse slowly turned into a pool of blood under the moon's gaze. Chapter 4. Fight at 8 tonight. The next morning, Jiang City's West Market, Antique Street. An inconspicuous antique shop. An old man with a drunken air and a pair of handlebar mustaches was lying in a Grand Master's chair, basking in the sun in front of the shop. Behind him, several shop assistants were cleaning the shop. Bai Yu entered the antique street and followed his memory to the antique shop. The old man, with his eyes closed, knew Bai Yu was approaching and said lazily, Young man, the shop opens at 10. You're here too early. Bai Yu said calmly, Rat 3, I'm here to buy information. Hearing Bai Yu's voice, Rat 3's eyes flew open. He immediately jumped up from the Grand Master's chair and darted back into his antique shop. Bai Yu grabbed Rat 3's clothes and threw him back onto the Grand Master's chair. Why are you running? Who are you, daring to touch our master? The shop assistants inside the shop saw Bai Yu suddenly lay his hands on Rat 3, and all dropped their tools, about to rush out and beat up Bai Yu. Rat 3 quickly shouted, Back off! He's an honored guest. After stopping the impetuous shop assistants, Rat 3 then looked at Bai Yu in front of him, forcing a smile onto his face. Master Bai, it's been a long time. Yesterday, the word spread around that you've left the hellish prison. I, Rat 3, was so happy I drank 30 bottles of baijiu to celebrate. Bai Yu chuckled, but your move to dodge me just now was quite skilled. Rat 3 quickly argued. How could that be? I was just thinking that I hadn't brought in the laundry at home and was thinking about going back to get it. Definitely not trying to dodge. Bai Yu interrupted him. That's enough. We both know you were trying to avoid me. No need to explain. I'm not here to dredge up old grudges today. You're the most famous information broker in the circle. You should know why I'm here. Rat 3 pretended to be ignorant. I'm just a small fry. How could I possibly guess Master Bai's thoughts? Don't give me that lip. Bai placed a foot on Rat 3's chest, bent over, and leaned down, staring at Rat 3. You should have heard about Wrathful Duta looking for me last night, right? Rat 3 felt the immense pressure coming from his chest. The smile on his face immediately stiffened. He trembled and replied, I heard. Bai's eyes narrowed, threateningly. Then you should also know what happened to him. Hearing the threat in Bai's words, Rat 3 almost burst into tears. He quickly said, Master Bai, all I know is a big shot came to Jiang City and set up a trap for you at the Diyuan boxing gym. I really don't know anything more than that. Master Bai, I'm just a small character running a small business to make ends meet. Please be merciful and let me go. Bai withdrew his foot and continued, Do you know who possesses my wife Lu Wen's remnant soul? Rat 3 was stunned. Master Bai, what are you talking about? Didn't she dissipate 10 years ago? Bai saw Rat 3's bewildered look, understanding that he truly didn't know about this. So, he helped Rat 3 tidy his messy clothes and said, Wrathful Duta said the nine-headed serpent is still alive. Help me find his whereabouts. Rat 3 looked troubled and replied, Master Bai, you turned the 3 realms upside down trying to find that great demon before and you couldn't. How can you ask a rat demon like me to find it? Bai said, If you find him, I still have a peach left over from the last peach festival. Hearing this, Rat 3's mouth began to water, his eyes shining. He nodded repeatedly. Master Bai, don't worry, I'll arrange for it immediately. I guarantee I'll find him. Legend says that eating a peach that ripens every 3,000 years will allow one to become an immortal, while eating the best peach, which ripens every 9,000 years, grants one immortality. Although the legend is likely exaggerated, its effects are no less potent than Monk Tang's flesh. Rat 3 was just a small rat demon in the city. How could he possibly resist such temptation? That's the spirit. Then I'll wait for your news. Don't disappoint me. Bai smiled and patted Rat 3's shoulder before turning and leaving. The shop assistants in the shop gathered around Rat 3 after Bai left, curiously asking, Master, who was that guy? Our rat gang has a big reputation in the demon realm. Why are you so afraid of him? Rat 3 immediately put on a stern face and began to berate the shop assistants. You're all idiots. Did you just eat all the things I taught you and then excrete them all out? That was the immortal venerable Luoyun, Bai, the monster who nearly flipped the 3 realms 10 years ago. How could you not know him? Do you know that Wrathful Duta, the one that gave the Western Heaven such a headache, was killed by Bai last night? You little brats dared to try to do something to him earlier? Are you trying to kill me? That was the immortal venerable Luoyun? Oh my god. Hearing Rat 3's scolding, the shop assistants' jaws dropped. They all looked in the direction where Bai had left, their legs going weak, almost wetting their pants in fear. This Bai, he was a legend in the 3 realms. After venting, Rat 3 sighed and instructed his shop assistants, Now, the Demon Lord is trying to recruit Bai. Both Bai and the Demon Lord are people we can't afford to offend. If you don't want to die, it's best that you forget about what just happened. One of the assistants asked, Then, the thing that Master just promised to immortal venerable Luoyun. Rat 3 glared at the assistant. This isn't something that many people should know. I'll personally handle it. The assistants all trembled. You understood. Noon, Jiang City Center, a music cafe. Bai walked into the cafe, saw Yu Chong sitting by a window, and walked over to greet him. Chong, what do you need me for? When Yu Chong saw Bai coming over, he immediately took out a file from his briefcase. Yu, here is the information I compiled about the Diyuan boxing gym and the opponents you might face. Take a look. Bai took the file with a smile and asked Yu Chong, You asked me out just for this? This is not a small matter. Yu Chong's eyes widened. After I went back yesterday, I thought about it for a long time, and I still think it's too dangerous for you to fight in underground matches. If necessary, let's just run away. Bai smiled at Yu Chong as he looked through the information he had compiled. If Jiang Sheng knew you were still trying to persuade me, he wouldn't fire you, would he? Yu Chong said angrily, Don't mention that bastard. If it wasn't to make a living, who the hell would want to work under him? Trust me, If I had known Jiang Sheng wanted you to fight in underground matches, I would have quit my job before agreeing to contact you. Chong, you can't say that. You put down the information. You have a wife and children. If you quit, what would they do? Yu Chong, but hold it right there. You raised his hand to stop Yu Chong. We're brothers. No matter what you do, I won't blame you. Moreover, this time, I really appreciate the letter you sent me. If it wasn't for Yu Chong's letter allowing him to break free from the hellish prison, he wouldn't have known that Xiaowen might still be alive, and he wouldn't have had the hope of finding his daughter. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Yu Chong's nose started to sting. You, I don't know what to say. We're brothers forever. Let's go get a drink. Bai Yu shook his head and laughed. Still drinking? Didn't you drink enough last night? How could that little bit of alcohol be enough? Wei Bin and Nan Shan also seem to be in Jiang City. I'll call them up and we'll fight 300 rounds. Ding ding ding. Yu Chong was in the middle of making bold claims when he was suddenly interrupted by his cell phone ringing. Who is it? Yu Chong impatiently took out his phone, but his expression changed when he saw the caller ID. Bai Yu saw Yu Chong's expression and frowned. Jiang Sheng? Yeah. Yu Chong nodded heavily. He took a deep breath, answered the call, and carefully asked, Mr. Jiang? What's the matter? Jiang Sheng's arrogant voice came from the other end of the line. Little Yu, you go tell Bai Yu to be at the Diyuan boxing gym tonight at 8. Chapter 5, Master, please come upstairs. Jiang Sheng's sudden phone call disrupted Yu Chong's composure. Yu Chong said anxiously, Mr. Jiang, tonight? Is that? Jiang Sheng interrupted impatiently. Why do you have so much useless talk? Just say what I told you, or get lost. Jiang Sheng hung up the phone immediately after scolding him, making Yu Chong's face look even worse. He didn't even dare to look at Bai Yu in the eyes. Bai Yu saw Yu Chong's embarrassed expression and asked with a smile, That guy wants me to go tonight? Yu Chong didn't expect that Bai Yu had already heard it, and he felt even more embarrassed and guilty. You heard? Bai Yu pointed to his ears and chuckled. You know, my ears have always been pretty sharp. Jiang Sheng's croaking voice is unpleasant, so it's hard for me not to hear it. Yu Chong saw that Bai Yu still had the heart to joke and felt even more guilty. He stood up immediately. No, Jiang Sheng clearly wants to play you. I'm going to resign now. You absolutely can't go fight in underground matches tonight. Bai Yu pulled Yu Chong back down. Chong, there's one thing you need to understand. No one in this world can coerce me into making a decision. Going to the Diyuan boxing gym is my own choice. Yu Chong looked anxious, staring at Bai Yu and saying in a low voice, Yu, do you even know what kind of place that is? That's not some street fight. You've seen the information I gave you, and there are even world-class boxing champions there. Those are world-class boxing champions. You'll be beaten to death. Bai Yu looked at Yu Chong's eyes and chuckled. Chong, you should be worried about whether they will be beaten to death by me. Yu Chong, who was initially anxious, suddenly froze upon hearing Bai Yu's words. Huh. He suddenly wondered if he had misheard. Beep, beep. At that moment, Bai Yu's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the message, then stood up and patted Yu Chong's shoulder with a smile. Chong, I have some urgent business to take care of later. Wait for me at the Diyuan boxing gym tonight. Yu Chong looked worried. You're really going? Don't worry. See you tonight. Bai Yu punched Yu Chong in the chest with his fist before turning and walking out of the cafe, dialing Bai Feng's number. Bai Feng's low voice came from the other end of the phone. Master, Jiang Sheng's background has been investigated. Bai Yu glanced at the skyscraper across the street from the cafe and asked, Where are you right now? Bai Feng replied, I'm at the company here in Jiang City, organizing the information. Bai Yu chuckled. I happen to be near your group's building. Let's meet and chat. Bai Feng said happily, Master is nearby? I'll come down to pick you up right away. Bai Yu glanced at the dense crowd across the street and said, All right. Bai Yu hung up the phone, turned back to smile at Yu Chong, who was still standing there in a daze, and then crossed the street to walk into the Bai Group building. The Bai family, being one of the top 10 families in China, owned numerous corporate groups, involved in nearly every industry, and had managed to reach the top in almost all of them, accumulating vast assets. And this Bai Group building, which cost billions, was a well-known landmark in Jiang City, but it was just an insignificant asset under the Bai family's name. As soon as Bai Yu reached the entrance of the building, he saw a large group of people gathered in the lobby. Looking around, everyone was dressed elegantly, and it was clear they were members of society with certain status and influence. Although Bai Feng had only arrived in Jiang City last night, the news that the head of the Bai family was visiting Jiang City had spread throughout the city that morning. The leak of Bai Feng's arrival in Jiang City had led many celebrities who wanted to curry favor with the Bai family to rush to the Bai Group building with gifts, hoping to see Bai Feng and cooperate with the Bai family. After all, given the Bai family's size, as long as the Bai family released even a few projects, it would be enough to fill many people's pockets. Bai Yu walked into the lobby and saw 2 security guards walking toward him. Bai Yu also habitually opened his arms, allowing the 2 security guards to check him. Although Bai Yu was an immortal, he had been in the mortal world for a long time. With a disciple like Bai Feng, he was very accustomed to the security systems of large companies. After confirming that Bai Yu was not carrying dangerous items like knives, the slightly older guard saw that Bai Yu was young and said jokingly, "Young man, are you also here to visit old Mr. Bai?" Bai Yu replied, "Yes, I'm here to see him about something." The younger security guard poured cold water on him. "Then you probably won't have any luck. Look at the people standing in the lobby. All are big shots in Jiang City. Now, they can only stand here obediently in the lobby and can't even see old Mr. Bai." The older security guard also advised, "Yeah, young man, you should just go back. Old Mr. Bai won't be coming down. You're just wasting your time here. You might as well go back and find something else to do that is more grounded." The shortcut with the Bai family isn't easy to take. Facing the 2 security guards' advice, Bai Yu smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind reminders." With that, Bai Yu walked directly into the lobby. The younger guard saw that Bai Yu was still determined to go ahead and said unhappily, "Humph. I told you you wouldn't get to see him, and you wouldn't believe us. You deserve to waste your time." The older security guard also sighed, shaking his head. "Well, people always have to hit a wall before they turn back. It's not our place to interfere. Let's just do our jobs." He had seen too many people like Bai Yu today. All the people in the lobby today would leave without any results. However, just after the 2 security guards finished speaking, a commotion broke out in the lobby. More than a dozen burly bodyguards in suits ran out of the elevator, cutting through the crowd and separating the people in the lobby. Bai Feng, wearing a Tang suit, walked out of the elevator, causing the people around him to become incredibly excited. "Old Mr. Bai, I am Yang Feng, the head of the Yang family of Jiang City. I visited your grandson in the capital 3 years ago." "Old Mr. Bai, I'm the chairman of Qing Tong Construction Company. I'd like to discuss the West District project with you." "Old Mr. Bai, this is a celadone vase I bought back from overseas at great expense. Please take a look." As Bai Feng walked out of the elevator, the crowd became excited. If it weren't for the bodyguards holding them back, Bai Feng would likely have been crushed. The older security guard, seeing that Bai Feng had actually come downstairs, couldn't help but sigh, "Oh, that young man is quite lucky. He actually did get to see old Mr. Bai." The younger security guard didn't care, saying, "So what? Do you see old Mr. Bai paying attention to those guys? They don't even know their place. What kind of person is old Mr. Bai? They're still trying to get in his good graces like that." If it wasn't because old Mr. Bai ordered us to pay attention to the company's image, every single one of those guys would have been kicked out. Hearing the younger guard's words, the older guard just shook his head with a smile. However, he also agreed with the younger guard. The gap between these celebrities in Jiang City and old Mr. Bai was too great. They were not people from the same world. However, just as the 2 security guards were chatting, thinking that Bai Feng would leave soon, Bai Feng walked straight through the crowd, stopped in front of Bai Yu in front of everyone and bowed, "Master, please come upstairs." With Bai Feng's bow to Bai Yu, the entire lobby fell into absolute silence. Chapter 6. Conspiracy Behind the Scenes. At the top floor of the skyscraper, in Bai Feng's office, Bai Yu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the dense crowd below. He said to Bai Feng, "70 years have passed by in a flash. I remember back then you were just a kid who was amazed by a white steamed bun. Now, you're a well-known old Mr. Bai. Fenger, I'm truly happy for you that you've achieved so much in this lifetime. Bai Feng smiled and replied, compared to Master, my accomplishments are nothing. As he spoke, Bai Feng suddenly became melancholic. It's a pity that my time is running out. I'm afraid it won't be long before I can no longer serve Master. If I could also cultivate, I could stay by Master's side longer. Bai Yu turned to Bai Feng and said, Fenger, I've told you many times, cultivation depends on a karmic connection. Some things cannot be forced. Bai Feng clenched his teeth, looked directly into Bai Yu's eyes, and asked hoarsely, Master, can I really not cultivate? Bai Yu shook his head. When I found you, your foundation was already damaged, cutting off your path to immortality. Although I used good medicine to repair your foundation, it was only enough to allow you to practice mortal martial arts. Grandmaster of martial arts is your end. Crack, crack. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Feng's fists clenched subconsciously, making his bones crack. Although he understood the logic, how could he possibly be willing? Even with great wealth that could rival countries and influence over the pugilistic world. So what? Without being able to cultivate immortality, he would just return to dust after he dies. He couldn't take any of it with him. He had clearly taken an immortal as his master, yet he didn't even have a chance to embark on the path of cultivation. He was worse off than a young Taoist priest practicing in a remote mountain temple. Every time he thought of these things late at night, he felt a piercing pain, as if a drill was in his heart. Seeing Bai Feng clenching his fists, Bai Yu sighed slightly and repeated, Fenger, your obsession is too deep. If you learn to act on your own like your master, you might fall into the demonic path. Bai Feng regained his senses, bowing respectfully to Bai Yu. Your disciple will remember Master's teachings. Ah. Bai Yu sighed lightly again, knowing that he was not qualified to teach Bai Feng about eliminating obsessions. He stopped giving excessive advice and changed the subject. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about Xianxia. Yes. Bai Feng responded, quickly regaining his composure. He opened the projector, which he had prepared earlier, and began explaining to Bai Yu. Master, please look at the screen. All the information about Xianxia and his recent movements has been organized. The Jiang family, to which Xianxia belongs, is just a second-tier family in Jiang City with a total assets of only about 10 billion. But recently, over 1 billion in cash was suddenly transferred to the Jiang family's account from overseas. 10 billion in cash? Bai Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. That's no small sum. Didn't the China Banking Regulatory Commission investigate? Bai Feng replied, they did, of course. From the surface, there's nothing wrong with the source of the Jiang family's assets, but I sent people to investigate more carefully. It turns out that this money, which seems to have been transferred from overseas, was actually transferred from within China. The company overseas was just a front. Bai Yu said with amusement, interesting. This elaborate money laundering scheme is not something a small family like the Jiang family could do. Bai Feng continued, Master, you and I thought the same thing. That's why I focused on investigating the origins of the money and discovered something even more surprising. You'll never guess, but the one who actually transferred the money to the Jiang family was Qingqiu Capital, the company behind the D-Yuan boxing gym. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. D-Yuan boxing gym? Isn't that where Xianxia wants me to fight? Hearing Bai Feng's answer, Bai Yu suddenly recalled what Rat 3 had said this morning, that a big shot had come to the D-Yuan boxing gym and set up a trap for him. It seemed that Xianxia was just a pawn being manipulated. Bai Feng said solemnly, Master, judging from these signs, it looks like someone in the circle has set up a trap for you, deliberately luring you out. This Qingqiu Capital, which controls the D-Yuan boxing gym, it's probably not that simple. A glint flashed in Bai Yu's eyes, and he smiled. Interesting. 10 years ago, a great demon, with no grudge against me, suddenly attacked my wife and daughter. Now, 10 years later, someone is using news of my daughter to force me to come out. What exactly are they trying to do? Bai Feng said worriedly, Master, they may be using false information to lure you out. The D-Yuan boxing gym is clearly a trap. Are you sure you want to go? Go. Why wouldn't I go? Bai Yu said without hesitation. Now that I'm all alone, if they want to make a move, they can only come at me. I'm worried about not being able to find my enemies. It suits me just fine that they're rushing to show themselves. Bai Feng smiled. All right then, I'll mobilize the men and support you tonight, master. No need. Bai Yu shook his head, rejecting Bai Feng's proposal. If there are really people from the circle at the Diyuan boxing gym tonight, your people won't be able to help. You should focus on investigating Xianxia Capital's background. Also, you can start the acquisition of the Jiang family business and get Yu Cheng out of there. After tonight, the Jiang family doesn't need to exist. Yes, disciple will make the arrangements now. Bai Feng bowed respectfully and immediately set about making the arrangements that Bai Yu had assigned him. After giving Bai Feng his instructions, Bai Yu didn't stay any longer in Bai Feng's office and left in a gust of wind. After Bai Yu left, Bai Feng sat back down at his desk. He opened a drawer and looked at a black medicine bottle lying inside. His eyes filled with conflict, and his fists clenched tightly. Master, your disciple is truly unwilling. Ascending to immortality and being immortal, who wouldn't want that? Bai Feng tremblingly picked up the medicine bottle. He struggled for a long time, then slapped himself hard, put the medicine bottle back into the drawer, and returned to his work. 8 p.m. In front of the Diyuan boxing gym, the plaza was full of parked luxury cars. Word that the Diyuan boxing gym was hosting a heavyweight match tonight had attracted numerous wealthy and elite people to come and watch, including spectators who had come from neighboring cities. Yu Cheng stood guard at the entrance, watching the people going in and out, his heart in turmoil. After learning that Bai Yu was going to fight at the Diyuan boxing gym, he had gathered all the information he could on the boxers there. In the time he had spent waiting at the entrance, he had already seen several fighters on the underground boxing list enter. Seeing those boxers with their muscular bodies and fierce appearances, Yu Cheng became increasingly worried about Bai Yu's safety, and he was even secretly praying in his heart that Bai Yu wouldn't come. At that moment, Zhang Shang came out of the boxing gym with 2 bodyguards, asking Yu Cheng impatiently, Yu Cheng, what is going on? It's already 8 o'clock. Why hasn't Bai Yu arrived yet? Did you even tell him clearly? Yu Cheng smiled apologetically at Zhang Shang. Mr. Zhang, I've told Bai Yu. He might have been delayed by something. Slap. Zhang Shang slapped Yu Cheng hard across the face. Useless. You can't even handle this simple task. What use am I for you? Don't you know how to call Bai Yu? If my plans are delayed, can you take responsibility? Yu Cheng covered his stinging face, but didn't dare to resist. He could only nod and bow to Zhang Shang. Mr. Zhang, you're right. I will call Bai Yu right away. Zhang Shang said coldly, let me tell you, if Bai Yu doesn't come today, forget about your job. I'll make sure that you and your entire family won't be able to survive in Jiang City. Yu Cheng's heart tightened. He immediately bowed to Zhang Shang, apologizing, Mr. Zhang, please calm down. I will definitely handle this well. Don't forget who gave you this job. You should know what to do. Zhang Shang coldly scanned Yu Cheng again, then walked into the boxing gym with his 2 bodyguards. After Zhang Shang went inside, Yu Cheng finally stood up and sighed deeply. He touched his stinging face and took out his phone, saying bitterly, Yu, I don't want you to come, but I have a wife and children, a mortgage and a car loan. What should I do? Chong, I'm here. At that moment, Bai Yu's voice came from behind Yu Cheng, making Yu Cheng shudder. Chapter 7. An opponent, a former classmate? Yu Cheng turned around stiffly, seeing Bai Yu with a smile on his face. His emotions were a chaotic mess. He didn't want Bai Yu to come, but the pressures of his daily life made him feel a hint of happiness and relief when he saw that Bai Yu had arrived. Bai Yu saw the mix of joy and worry in Yu Cheng's eyes and instantly understood Yu Cheng's inner conflict. Without pointing it out, Bai Yu smiled and patted Yu Cheng's shoulder. Chong, Zhang Shang must be getting impatient, right? Let's go in together. Yu Cheng was stunned. All the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. In the end, he could only nod in silence and lead the way for Bai Yu. Perhaps to protect the privacy of their guests, the lighting inside the Diyuan boxing gym was dim, making it nearly impossible to see anyone's face clearly. The entire venue was a mix of expensive perfume and cigar smoke. The people who passed by were all dressed in suits and elegant dresses, which made Bai Yu, who was wearing casual clothing, seem out of place. However, Everyone who came here was here to watch the fights and place bets, so nobody cared about Bayu's attire. Bayu wasn't interested in the mortals at the venue either. After entering the venue, he could sense a thick, demonic aura permeating the area and a strong, musky, fox-like scent that even the expensive perfumes couldn't cover. Bayu sensed the demonic energy, lowered his eyes, and muttered to himself, Xianxia capital. Could it be those guys from Xianxia Mountain? Yuchong, who was leading the way, turned back and asked, What did you just say? Bayu chuckled. Nothing, I was just talking to myself. Lead the way. Okay. Yuchong didn't suspect anything. While leading Bayu toward the fighter's rest area, he warned Bayu, there are many boxing champions here for this fight, and some of them even have a few kills under their belts. Keep a close eye on the situation, and if you see anything wrong, just surrender immediately. Don't try to put on a brave face for the sake of your ego. Generally, the other fighter won't aim to kill after the referee calls it off here. Bayu responded, Yuchong added, also, if Jiangshang has any more twisted requests for you later, don't agree to them. You only agreed to come and fight, but not about winning or losing. You also didn't agree to any other conditions. Remember that, okay? Bayu, Yuchong continued to give Bayu warnings, and soon, they arrived at the entrance to the rest area. Jiangshang was already waiting there. And beside Jiangshang were two other familiar faces. Two of Bayu's former roommates from high school, Wei Bin and Nan Shan. Yuchong saw Wei Bin and Nan Shan standing next to Jiangshang and froze on the spot, asking Jiangshang, Mr. Jiang, how did Wei Bin and Nan Shan get here? Jiangshang took a puff of his cigar and blew smoke towards Yuchong's face. Of course they're here as fighters I recruited. Cough, cough. Wei Bin and Nan Shan are also here to fight. Yuchong choked on the smoke, unable to process it. Unlike Bayu, who had shown a talent for fighting back in high school, Wei Bin was just an ordinary guy, barely passing his physical education class, and had nothing to do with boxing. Nan Shan, on the other hand, was weak and sickly since childhood, and couldn't even beat the girls in their class back in high school. For these two guys to come and fight at the Diyuan boxing gym was practically suicide. Thinking about this, Yuchong immediately became anxious and questioned Wei Bin and Nan Shan. Are you two crazy? What are you doing here? Did Jiangsheng force you? One Bayu fighting was already pushing Yuchong to the edge of a breakdown. Now, Jiangsheng had brought Wei Bin and Nan Shan as well. Yuchong had reached his limit. However, Wei Bin and Nan Shan didn't answer Yuchong. Instead, Jiangsheng said with a smile, Yuchong, your two brothers are like Bayu. They came here to fight of their own free will. They're my cash cows. You better be nice to them. Yuchong was stunned. Cash cows? What do you mean? Nan Shan adjusted his round-framed glasses and said to Yuchong, Yuchong, Mr. Jiang is right. Wei Bin and I are here voluntarily. We can make money by following Mr. Jiang, so don't get in our way. Wei Bin added, That's right, Yuchong. We've been here for a while. We can make tens of thousands of dollars per match. You've been eating well and enjoying the life following Mr. Jiang all these years. Don't block our path to making money. Yuchong looked at Wei Bin and Nan Shan in disbelief, taking 2 steps back. He never expected to hear them say such things. An unnamed anger suddenly built up in his chest, and he wanted to unleash it. However, the thought that he was also relying on Jiangsheng to make a living caused the nameless fire in his chest to die down. What right did he have to be angry? Wei Bin then looked at Bayu and asked with a smile, Bayu, it's been over 10 years since we last met, right? Are you also here to get rich following Mr. Jiang? Bayu replied, I'm here to find my daughter. To find your daughter. It's been so many years, and you still haven't found her? Wei Bin sighed. I can't help you with that, but if we meet on the stage, I'll let you win. Bayu chuckled. Thanks, bro. At this time, Ninshan asked Bayu, did you come here to try and win the boxing champion title? There's $1 million prize for the champion today. Bayu, no. That's good. Ninshan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Otherwise, I was worried that I might accidentally beat you to death. Hearing these words, Yuchong was angry again. He yelled at Nanshan, Nanshan, what are you talking about? We're all brothers. Why are you talking about killing anyone? Jiangsheng immediately tried to smooth things over. Okay, Okay, everyone's classmates, don't make the atmosphere too tense. The fight is about to start. Bayu's matches later. Yuchong, take Bayu inside to rest first. With Jiangshang's words, Yuchong could only suppress his anger. He glared fiercely at Nanshan before pulling Bayu into the rest area. When Bayu brushed past Wei Bin and Nanshan, he noticed that their arms had dense needle marks and their skin looked somewhat purplish-black, which was very abnormal. However, the lighting in the boxing gym was dim, and Yuchong didn't notice this. Seeing this, Bayu didn't say anything. He only noted it silently and followed Yuchong into the rest area. The rest area was different from the outside. It was brightly lit, without the expensive perfume and cigar smoke, but it smelled strongly of sweat and cheap cigarettes. Compared to the luxurious environment outside, this place was like a messy slum. Bayu could see at a glance that there were many shirtless, muscular boxers in the rest area. However, they were all just ordinary people, at most, a couple of second-rate martial artists who had barely cultivated their inner energy. None of them were a match for him. After observing the fighters in the rest area, Bayu instantly lost interest. Yuchong led Bayu to a seat. He was still upset and asked Bayu, "Ayu, how do you think Nanshan and Weibin suddenly became like this? I feel like I don't even recognize them anymore. I was chatting with them on the phone just fine earlier." Bayu replied, "Maybe they're short on money? Although Jiangshang is a scumbag, he sure has a lot of money. Yuchong, no matter how short they are on money, they shouldn't be playing with their lives. All the people who fight in the underground boxing matches here are ruthless people. With their body types, wouldn't they be beaten to death in a single punch?" As Yuchong spoke, a deafening cheer suddenly rang out from outside the rest area. The broadcast TV in the rest area turned on, instantly attracting Yuchong and Bayu's attention. The first person to enter the ring was an old classmate of theirs, the weak and sickly Nanshan. And Nanshan's opponent was a giant, over 2 meters tall, with a ripped 8-pack. Seeing Nanshan's opponent, Yuchong said in surprise, "Damn, how did Nanshan end up against a monster like that? That guy's fist is almost bigger than Nanshan's head." However, Bayu's gaze was fixed on Nanshan. At this time, Nanshan's pupils contracted and became thin. The veins on his neck bulged, and the fingernails on his hands were sharper than before. Noticing these changes, Bayu frowned slightly and muttered, "He actually injected demon blood serum. It shortens a human's lifespan to inject that stuff." Ding ding. As soon as Bayu finished speaking, the bell rang, and the match began. The giant grinned, and threw his massive fist towards Nanshan's head. However, Nanshan, with lightning speed, landed a powerful punch on the giant's face, instantly knocking the giant unconscious. An instant knockout. The venue immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. Yuchong in the rest area was completely stunned. That is Nanshan? Chapter 8. Brothers Turned Foes. In the following few matches, Nanshan and Wei Bin took turns going up, but without exception, their opponents were all instantly defeated with a single punch. 2 of them were even seriously injured, their lives hanging in the balance, and they were taken away by ambulances. The atmosphere at the Diyuan boxing gym also gradually heated up with the bloody spectacle that Nanshan and Wei Bin presented. The entire venue was shouting Nanshan and Wei Bin's names. The primal human desire for violence was completely unleashed in that moment. In the rest area, Yuchong listened to the roar of the crowd from outside, unable to hold back his sigh. My God, Nanshan and Wei Bin are so strong? Ayu, if you were to fight them, could you win? Bayu chuckled, Yuchong was stunned. What does mean? Can you win or not? Bayu only shook his head and smiled, not directly answering Yuchong's question. The demon blood serum could only give humans a portion of a demon's power, thereby granting them enhancement. Bayu himself couldn't even remember how many demons he had killed. Not to mention Nanshan and Wei Bin, who had injected demon blood serum. Even if the fox that had contributed the serum came in person, Bayu would kill them without hesitation. Haha, Bayu, what do you think of my 2 fighters? At that moment, Jiangshang's grating laughter came from outside the rest area. Bayu and Yuchong both looked up and saw the smug Jiangshang walking into the rest area with a few bodyguards. Before Jiangshang could speak, Bayu asked, "Is it my turn?" Jiang Sheng laughed. Smart. This next fight is the main event I arranged for tonight. You need to perform well. Don't let me down. Bai Yu reminded him. You still remember the conditions you promised me, right? Jiang Sheng chuckled. I remember. Of course, I remember. Don't worry, we're all old classmates. I won't screw you over. As long as you finish this fight, I will help you find your daughter. Good that you remember. I hope you won't disappoint me then, Bai Yu said softly. As he was getting up, Yu Chong grabbed his arm and reminded him again in a low voice. You, remember what I told you before? Don't worry, I'll be fine. Bai Yu signaled Yu Chong to relax, and then followed a staff member towards the ring. Jiang Sheng looked at Bai Yu's departing figure with a sneer and yelled out, Best of luck to you, my old classmate. As soon as Bai Yu stepped onto the ring, blinding lights shone on him. Ladies and gentlemen, the person coming up now is Bai Yu. Bai Yu is a newcomer who has never participated in any competitions, but the opponent he is facing is unprecedentedly powerful. This could be a thrilling fight, or maybe a one-sided slaughter. Please, stay tuned. As Bai Yu went up onto the stage, the host introduced Bai Yu's status as a newcomer, which immediately drew hisses from the crowd. Some people even threw trash at Bai Yu on the stage, telling him to get off. The Dyuan boxing gym didn't welcome the weak. However, Bai Yu just stood calmly on the stage, ignoring the boos from the crowd, quietly waiting for his opponent to arrive. His only goal for this trip was his daughter. As for anything else, it was all inconsequential to him. In the rest area, Yu Chong heard the boos and couldn't help clenching his fists, gritting his teeth. Those arrogant bastards. Just you wait and see. Bai Yu will smack you all in the face soon. Jiang Sheng suddenly chuckled. Haha, I'm afraid Bai Yu won't get the chance. Yu Chong was immediately stunned. What do you mean? Jiang Sheng smiled at Yu Chong. Because Bai Yu's next opponents are Nan Shan and Wei Bin? What did you say? Yu Chong suddenly stood up, grabbing Jiang Sheng by the collar. Bai Yu is going to fight Nan Shan and Wei Bin both? You planned this from the beginning? He had just witnessed how powerful Nan Shan and Wei Bin were. Now, Jiang Sheng had arranged for Bai Yu to fight both of them. Wasn't this sending Bai Yu to his death? Impudent. Slap. Jiang Sheng slapped Yu Chong backhanded, and then two bodyguards rushed forward to pin Yu Chong to the ground, not letting him move. Jiang Sheng stepped on Yu Chong's face and said with a sneer, Yu Chong, don't forget who you are. You're just a dog that I keep. If I didn't throw you a few bones, you would have starved to death on the side of the road. Yu Chong glared at Jiang Sheng hatefully. Jiang Sheng, if I've offended you, you should come at me. Why do you need to scheme against Bai Yu? Come at you? A mocking look surfaced in Jiang Sheng's eyes. What are you? Do you think you're worthy of my attention? But honestly, I don't know what that person is thinking. I have 100 ways to kill Bai Yu, but they had to make him fight this match. Yu Chong roared, Jiang Sheng, you dog bastard. If you have the guts, let me get up. Let's settle this one-on-one. Based on what? Jiang Sheng's eyes were filled with ridicule as he used his shoe to grind Yu Chong's face into the ground. After today, you and Bai Yu will both be gone forever. Jiang Sheng, I'll kill you. Yu Chong's shrill cry echoed in the rest area, but his angry roar was drowned out by the noise of the crowd at the boxing gym. After Nan Shan and Wei Bin entered the ring together, the entire venue erupted in earth-shattering cheers. The audience had never imagined that an unknown newcomer would fight two boxing champions, Nan Shan and Wei Bin, at the same time. Although everyone didn't think Bai Yu could win, seeing a person being beaten to death by two beasts could still stimulate the audience's bloodthirsty genes. Wei Bin stepped onto the stage and said to Bai Yu with a smile, Yu, you were the best fighter back in high school. I never thought that now you would be fighting the two of us at the same time. You really are confident. Nan Shan adjusted his glasses and said to Bai Yu, you said you didn't want the boxing champion title. Now that we've met, you should just give up and surrender. This way you can at least save your life. Bai Yu scanned the needle marks on their arms, sighed slightly, and said, you shouldn't inject the demon blood serum anymore. It shortens your lifespans. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wei Bin and Nan Shan's expressions both changed. They immediately blocked the needle marks on their arms. Wei Bin's face darkened. Bai Yu, what we do is our own business. You standing on the stage right now is blocking our path to making money. There's a saying that cutting off a person's means of making money is like killing their parents. I won't be considering our old friendship and will show you no mercy. Nanshan said similarly, By you, I'm warning you for the last time. If you don't step down now, I will really beat you to death. Looking at what his two old classmates had become, Bayu sighed slightly, feeling immensely sorrowful. Their minds were being eroded by the violent aura contained in the demon blood, and they were deeply corrupted by the demonic path. There was no saving them. Without saying more to dissuade them, Bayu said calmly to Wei Bin and Nanshan, You two should come at me together. For the sake of our years of being classmates, I will try my best to save your lives. Arrogant. As soon as Bayu said this, Wei Bin and Nanshan's pupils shrank. Not waiting for the referee to blow his whistle, they charged at Bayu from the left and right. A thunderous cheer erupted in the boxing gym as the entire venue went into a frenzy. Bayu, you asked for this. Wei Bin was the first to approach, the veins on his right arm popping out. His fist was like a heavy cannon, slamming towards Bayu's head, showing no mercy. If an ordinary person took this punch, they would probably be killed instantly. However, Bayu's expression remained calm. He tilted his head slightly, easily dodging Wei Bin's heavy blow, and then transformed his palm into a blade, accurately chopping at the top of Wei Bin's spine. Wei Bin violently spat out a mouthful of black blood, then fell straight down. At the same time, Nanshan attacked, kicking towards Bayu with even greater speed. However, Bayu swiftly swayed sideways, striking precisely at the back of Nanshan's neck, causing Nanshan to spit out a mouthful of black blood as well, before passing out. It all took place in less than 3 seconds. Both were on the ground, the referee was stunned, and the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's eyes were wide as they stared blankly at Bayu on the stage, their faces full of disbelief. Was it over? Chapter 9. Suqing. After a brief moment of silence, the boxing gym erupted in a thunderous cheer. The entire audience was filled with excitement, shouting Bayu's name at the top of their lungs. In the rest area, Jiang Sheng was also stunned. He stared blankly at the TV screen, incredulously saying, This is impossible. Bayu is so strong? Yu Chong, who was still pinned to the ground, spat out a tooth and said to Jiang Sheng, You dog bastard. My brother is strong, right? You just wait. No, impossible. This is over. At that moment, Jiang Sheng's face was full of panic. He didn't even bother with Yu Chong anymore, and he rushed out of the rest area as if something urgent had come up. On the stage, after watching the paramedics carry Nanshan and Wei Bin away, Bayu ignored the cheers from the audience. He raised his eyes and scanned the audience seats, finally focusing on a VIP box on the second floor. There, behind the floor-to-ceiling window, a stunningly beautiful woman, draped in a fox fur coat, was smiling at him. The beauty made eye contact with Bayu for a moment, and then turned and left, disappearing from his sight. Brother, well done. At this moment, Yu Chong's voice came from below the stage. Bayu turned to see that the bruised and battered Yu Chong was giving him a thumbs up. A Chong? Seeing Yu Chong's condition, Bayu's expression changed slightly. He immediately flipped off the stage and asked Yu Chong, What happened to you? Yu Chong laughed. It's nothing. I just accidentally tripped. You're really amazing. You took care of Nanshan and Wei Bin so easily. When they went on stage, I almost died of fright. Bayu's expression remained serious. Staring into Yu Chong's eyes, he asked, Jiang Sheng did this? Yu Chong hesitated. Bayu, no need to say it, I understand. Yu Chong quickly grabbed Bayu, reminding him, don't be reckless. The Jiang family is powerful. We can't afford to offend them. Bayu smiled and patted Yu Chong's shoulder. Don't worry. I'm just going to ask him where my daughter is. You go to the hospital. I'll come to see you after I finish. Then I'll go with you. Yu Chong wanted to continue speaking, but Bayu interrupted him. Chong, don't forget, there are 2 people waiting for you at home. Yu Chong was stunned. A look of hesitation surfaced in his eyes. Even though Bayu didn't say it, he knew in his heart that Bayu would definitely go and make trouble for Jiang Sheng. As Bayu's brother, If he backed down at this time, wouldn't that be betraying his loyalty? Seeing that Yu Chong was still hesitant, Bai shook his head again and smiled. Chong, just go home and rest easy. You saw my fighting just now. Are you sure that you staying here is helping me? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Yu Chong finally realized that he would only be dragging Bai Yu down. His eyes became determined as he said to Bai Yu, "All right, I'll go to the hospital first, but you must promise me that you'll come to my house for dinner after everything is over. I'll have your sister-in-law make a feast." Bai Yu chuckled. Okay. After watching Yu Chong leave the boxing gym, Bai Yu glanced at the VIP room on the second floor again, a slight smile forming on the corners of his mouth, and walked towards it. Inside the VIP box on the second floor of the boxing gym, the beautiful woman, draped in a fox fur coat, was sitting on the sofa. A handsome man was massaging her shoulders while another handsome man was kneeling beside her, massaging her legs. This beauty was the owner behind the scenes of the Diyuan boxing gym, the actual controller of Qingqiu capital, Su Qing. At that moment, Jiang Shang was standing in front of Su Qing. He glanced at her white, long legs, pursed his lips, suppressed the wicked thought in his heart, and lowered his head respectfully. SMS, Su, I didn't expect that Bai Yu would be so strong. Please let me off this time, considering all the things I've done for you. This time I bet all my assets. Su Qing said in a melodious voice, Mr. Jiang, this bet was something you personally agreed to. The serum I gave you was guaranteed to be high quality. You also saw the fights earlier. You bet on Nanshan and Wei Bin to win yourself. I didn't force you to bet. Thump. Jiang Sheng knelt down directly, crawling towards Su Qing and grabbing her feet, crying, Ms. Su, that 1 billion in cash is the lifeblood of my Jiang family. If you take it all away, my Jiang family will be finished. Earlier, he had made a bet with Su Qing, betting all his assets on Nanshan and Wei Bin. He had thought that this was an easy opportunity to get rich, but he never expected Bai Yu to be so powerful, instantly causing him to lose all his wealth. Su Qing kicked Jiang Sheng away impatiently. Mr. Jiang, you need to accept your losses. I also took out 1 billion to bet against you. Be fair, if Bai Yu had lost, would you have been willing to give that 1 billion back to me? Jiang Sheng kowtowed to Su Qing and cried, Ms. Su, please let me off this time. Even if you just leave me with 100 million, please give the Jiang family a chance to survive since I worked so hard for you. If the capital chain breaks, my Jiang family will be done for. What does your Jiang family being done have to do with me? Su Qing was busy polishing her nails. I have an important guest coming soon. You can leave now. Guest? Jiang Sheng was stunned. Before he could react, he heard the sound of the box door being pushed open. Jiang Sheng turned around to see Bai Yu walking in. Jiang Sheng's pupils contracted. Be Bai Yu? Su Qing's face instantly changed. She immediately stood up to welcome him. Su Qing welcomes Master Bai. Master Bai, you're still as handsome as before. Master Bai? Hearing Su Qing's address for Bai Yu, Jiang Sheng's head buzzed. He was instantly dumbfounded. Who was Su Qing? She was the actual controller of Qingqiu capital, with assets exceeding 10 billion, who was incredibly influential in eastern China. She was the queen of capitalists. And this person was calling Bai Yu Master Bai? Just what was Bai Yu's identity? Jiang Sheng was completely lost. Bai Yu glanced at Jiang Sheng, who was kneeling on the ground, and said to Su Qing, So, you set up a trap to have Jiang Sheng lure me out of the mountains? Su Qing covered her mouth with a hand and chuckled. Who told you to be so hard to reach, Master Bai? You've been in the hellish prison for 10 years. The rumors say a year outside is equal to 10,000 years in that prison. Master Bai, you're really good at enduring solitude. If you had imprisoned me, I'm afraid I would have gone crazy in one day. Bai Yu said calmly, So, where is my daughter now? Su Qing said again, Master Bai, aren't you mistaken? I never said that I knew where your daughter was. Why would you ask as soon as you come in? That's right. I shouldn't have been looking for you. Bai Yu sighed slightly, walked in front of Jiang Sheng, and asked calmly, The fight I agreed to is over. Where is my daughter? Feeling Bai Yu's powerful aura, Jiang Sheng's whole body trembled. He was crying and begging with snot running down his face. I don't know. It's all what Miss Su told me to say. Bai looked at Su Qing again. Ms. Su, an explanation? Su Qing shrugged and said nonchalantly, he's just a mortal talking nonsense. Master Bai, did you really believe his words? Bai's eyes turned slightly cold. Indeed. I was just trying my luck. I didn't expect that Xianxia would be able to give me any useful information anyway. However, Miss Su, what did you bring me here for with such a huge detour? Let me warn you first, I am no longer an immortal official. My temper isn't good either, and I also know where Xianxia Mountain is. As soon as Bai said these words, the smile on Su Qing's face instantly froze. Chapter 10. By Xiaoya. The atmosphere in the private room instantly turned serious. Su Qing looked into Bai's eyes and once again felt a pang of fear. However, this time was different. Bai was no longer the immortal venerable Luo Yun, controlled by the heavenly palace. Instead, he had fallen into the demonic path, now a fiend known as the scourge of the three realms. If Bai said he was going to slaughter Xianxia, he genuinely would, and he possessed the power to do so. In that moment, Su Qing backed down. But soon, Su Qing rallied herself, composed her emotions, and smiled at Bai. Master Bai, whether one is a mortal or an immortal, there's no need to be so violent, is there? This humble servant was merely playing a little joke. This humble servant truly does have news about your daughter, and I not only know of your daughter's existence, but also her whereabouts. Boom. Bai suddenly released a powerful aura. He took a step forward, excitedly asking Su Qing, you truly know where Xiaoya is? Feeling Bai's terrifying presence, Su Qing instinctively took 2 steps back, then gathering her courage, said, Master Bai, please don't be so agitated. Though this humble servant knows where your daughter is, I cannot simply give you this information for free. If you truly force me, this secret will go to the grave with me. Bai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and asked Su Qing, what are your conditions? Su Qing replied, this humble servant desires your demon refining pot. The demon refining pot? Bai frowned. That is a divine pot specifically for suppressing evil demons. Only immortals can wield it. What would a mere fox demon do with it? Su Qing responded, Master Bai, you need not concern yourself with what I will do with it. Will you exchange your demon refining pot for your daughter's whereabouts or not? Without hesitation, Bai said, the demon refining pot is but an external object to me. I am willing to give it to you. However, that divine pot was lost to a foreign land 10 years ago and is not on my person. If you trust me, once I retrieve the demon refining pot, I will personally deliver it to Xianxia. Su Qing smiled. This humble servant certainly trusts Master Bai. As long as Master Bai promises to give the demon refining pot to this humble servant, that will suffice. Bai, very well, Bai. Make this vow today. Where is my daughter? Su Qing covered her mouth and chuckled. Master Bai, you really are blinded by anxiety. Your daughter has always been in Jiang City. Bai's pupils sharply contracted. What did you say? Jiang City First High School was a renowned public high school in Jiang City and even the East River Province. Every year, around 10 of its students were admitted into Jinghua University. Bai arrived at the school gate, watching the students leave for the day, his heart filled with excitement and complex emotions. He learned from the fox demon, Su Qing, that after the great demon had abducted Xiaoya, he was injured by the protective divine curse within her body. Ultimately, the demon had to casually drop Xiaoya in Jiang City and flee in panic. And Xiaoya, precisely because she had lost the protection of the divine curse and was also tainted by demonic energy, had her destiny altered, her appearance ruined, and her memories erased. This was the reason why Bai was unable to find her despite using every method possible. How truly foolish I was. If I had realized earlier that Xiaoya might be in Jiang City, how could I have allowed her to suffer these 10 years? Crack, crack. Bai's heart was heavy with guilt. He was afraid to face his daughter, yet his gaze searched eagerly at the school gate, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. According to Su Qing, Bai Xiaoya had been adopted by an ordinary family in Jiang City and was now called Chu Yunyun, a first-year student at Jiang City First High School. Bai waited at the school gate for about 20 minutes when he saw a short-haired girl wearing a school uniform and a mask walking out of the school. Though the girl was wearing a mask, the instant Bai saw her, he knew with certainty that she was Bai Xiaoya. The resonance of their bloodline could not deceive him. Xiaoya. Bai was overjoyed. He was about to go forward and acknowledge her, but he froze after taking only 2 steps. Xiaoya now lived with an ordinary family and would not recognize him. If he were to approach her directly, he would likely be mistaken for a pervert, scaring Xiaoya. Bai did not want his first impression with his daughter to be that of a pervert. He suppressed his excitement and decided to first follow Xiaoya home secretly. He would then try to connect with Xiaoya's adoptive parents and find an opportunity to acknowledge her. Bai Xiaoya was unaware that Bai was following behind. She walked quickly on the street, occasionally glancing around as if she were trying to avoid something. Soon, 3 oddly dressed female delinquents with multicolored hair suddenly emerged from a nearby alley and blocked Bai Xiaoya's path. Bai Xiaoya clearly recognized the 3 delinquents. Fear flickered in her eyes. She turned to flee, but the 3 grabbed her and dragged her into the alley. The students passing by, seeing the 3 delinquents, reacted as if encountering a plague. Not daring to interfere, they quickly walked away. Bai Xiaoya looked at the 3 delinquents surrounding her, trembling as she spoke. I already gave you my breakfast money for the week. I really don't have any more. One of the delinquents, with green hair, lightly patted Bai Xiaoya's face, chewing gum as she said, "Ugly duckling. We were told that you went to the bookstore to buy books today." Bai Xiaoya's expression shifted slightly, her eyes filled with panic. That was money given to me by my family to buy supplementary materials. It's all gone. I really have nothing left. Who the hell believes your lies? The green-haired delinquent yelled angrily and roughly pulled off Bai Xiaoya's mask, revealing her disfigured face. Then, she showed a look of disgust, cursing, "Damn, you're ugly. Girls, let's get some cash." The other 2 delinquents immediately began rummaging through Bai Xiaoya's back. No, please. I beg you. I really don't have any more money. Bai Xiaoya cried, holding onto her backpack tightly. You ugly thing. You dare to resist? The green-haired delinquent became impatient and raised her hand, about to slap Bai Xiaoya's face. Just then, the green-haired delinquent's wrist was suddenly grabbed by a strong, powerful hand. Who the hell dares to stop me? The green-haired delinquent turned to look and saw Bai, his face covered with a frosty expression, standing beside her, holding her wrist in a single hand. The green-haired delinquent was shocked by the real killing intent in Bai's eyes. Her legs went weak, and she trembled as she asked, "What do you want?" Crack. Bai said nothing, directly crushing the green-haired delinquent's wrist. Then, he kicked her into the depths of the alley, scaring the other 2 delinquents stiff. Bai glared coldly at the 2 delinquents, coldly shouting, "Get lost." The 2 delinquents instantly wet themselves with fear. They immediately scrambled away, supporting the unconscious green-haired delinquent as they escaped from the other end of the alley. Bai Xiaoya, having been rescued, sat down on the ground, tightly holding her torn backpack, burying her head in it, and sobbing quietly. Her frail figure made her appear pitiful and helpless. Bai looked at the pathetic Bai Xiaoya, and he suddenly felt short of breath, a suffocating feeling in his chest. His fists clenched tightly. Why is this happening? Xiaoya, why did you have to suffer such things? The surrounding air pressure dropped, and the sky suddenly turned gloomy. Dark clouds gathered. The people on the street hurried home, not noticing the 2 people in the alley. Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly exploded, lighting up the 2 in the alley in this dim world. Chapter 11. A Friend. In the alley, only Bai Xiaoya's soft sobs could be heard. Bai composed his turbulent emotions and gently crouched in front of Bai Xiaoya. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her, his voice soft. "You, wipe your tears." Thank you." Bai Xiaoya used her backpack to cover her face, looking at Bai timidly. Her eyes were red from crying, but she didn't dare reach out to take the handkerchief. She was afraid of dirtying the beautiful handkerchief. Looking at Bai Xiaoya's timid demeanor, Bai felt his heart ache even more. He took the initiative to wipe away her tears, asking softly, "Do they bully you often?" Perhaps it was because she felt a strange sense of affinity with Baiyu. Bai Xiaoya gradually lowered her guard, nodding slightly. The classmates all say I'm an ugly freak. No one wants to play with me. They see that I'm alone and easy to bully, so? At this point, Bai Xiaoya started to cry again, lowering her head once more. No one likes me. Everyone bullies me. Was my birth a mistake? Hearing Bai Xiaoya's cries, Baiyu's heart was bleeding, and his hands trembled slightly. In his 10,000 years of imprisonment in the Nether prison, he had never felt such pain as he did now. But as a father, Baiyu didn't want to show his vulnerability in front of Bai Xiaoya. He composed his emotions and comforted Bai Xiaoya. How could your birth be a mistake? You must have parents who love you very much, and you will have good friends in the future. Most importantly, I think you're very beautiful. Bai Xiaoya was startled, looking up at Baiyu, incredulous. You think I'm beautiful? Aren't you afraid of me? From a young age, the people around her had avoided her as if she were a plague. Everyone was afraid of her face. Apart from her parents, she had never heard anyone say she was beautiful. Of course. Baiyu pointed at his own eyes. My eyes are special. They can see through a person's essence. You are definitely a great beauty. Hearing Baiyu's words, Bai Xiaoya smiled through her tears. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and said to Baiyu, "Though I know you're just comforting me, thank you anyway. I feel much better." As she spoke, Bai Xiaoya took out a new mask from her backpack and put it on. Then she stood up and asked Baiyu, "My name is Chuyinya. Can I ask your name?" Baiyu. Bai Xiaoya. Then, can we be friends? Baiyu. Of course. I'll be your first friend. Bai Xiaoya. Thank you. Baiyu. We're friends. You don't need to say thank you. Bai Xiaoya. But I really don't know what to say. What do friends do? Baiyu. Things like walking to and from school together. Let me take you home first. Bai Xiaoya. Really? Baiyu. Why not? Bai Xiaoya. Thank you. Baiyu. We're friends. You don't need to thank me. Bai Xiaoya. Oh, sorry. I'll try to stop doing that. Baiyu. You don't need to apologize either. Bai Xiaoya. Oh, okay. In her interactions with Baiyu, Bai Xiaoya seemed awkward and nervous, completely unsure how to behave around him. However, with Baiyu's guidance, Bai Xiaoya quickly relaxed and talked much more as they walked along. As the sun set, Baiyu escorted Bai Xiaoya to the entrance of her apartment complex. Bai Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage to ask Baiyu, "Would you like to come up to my place for a little while?" Baiyu smiled and asked, "We just met today. Aren't you afraid that I might be a bad person?" "No, I'm not." Bai Xiaoya pointed to her eyes seriously. "My eyes are like yours. I can tell that you're a good person." Seeing Bai Xiaoya's earnest expression, Baiyu's smile brightened. "Haha, since you trust me, I can't let you down. Thank you for the invitation." Bai Xiaoya. Didn't you say friends don't say thank you? Baiyu. Sorry. Bai Xiaoya. You don't need to say sorry either. Baiyu. Oh, okay. Their conversation grew increasingly harmonious. Baiyu could clearly see that Bai Xiaoya's eyes had curved into crescent moons, just like her mother. Baiyu thought to himself, looking around the apartment complex. The apartment buildings in the complex were built in the 1990s. Many parts were old, with clothes hanging to dry everywhere and a number of children playing in the yard. However, without exception, the residents of this complex, adults and children alike, all avoided Bai Xiaoya as if she were the plague. Bai Xiaoya seemed to have long grown accustomed to it. She quickly walked to a building, sniffed the air, and then her eyes lit up. She ran quickly into the building and turned to wave at Baiyu. "Come on, my mom made braised pork today. You have to try it. It's a Jiang City specialty." After entering the building, Bai Xiaoya was like she was in her own territory. She completely changed. Baiyu saw Bai Xiaoya's light steps and the genuine anticipation in her eyes. He felt a surge of comfort. At least, Xiaoya's adoptive parents treated her well. Baiyu followed Bai Xiaoya upstairs, arriving at a dilapidated iron door. On either side of the door were last year's spring festival couplets. The enticing aroma of food wafted from inside, making even Bai Yu, who had tasted every delicacy, feel hungry. Bai Xiaoya skillfully retrieved the key from under a flower pot by the door and opened it, calling out to the house, "Mom, I'm home." "Oh, our little darling is home. What happened today that made you so happy?" A kind voice came from the kitchen. Then, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron walked out of the kitchen. But when she saw Bai Yu at the door, her expression changed slightly, and she asked Bai Xiaoya, "This is?" Bai Yu looked at the middle-aged woman intently and introduced himself. "My name is Bai Yu." Bai Yu? The middle-aged woman's body visibly trembled, appearing quite flustered. Seeing that the middle-aged woman was acting a little strange, Bai Xiaoya asked, "Mom, do you know my new friend?" Friend? The middle-aged woman snapped out of it, shaking her head repeatedly and smiling. How could I know him? It's just that I'm too happy hearing that our Xiaoya has a friend." Bai Xiaoya took off her mask and walked into the house. Hee, I'm happy too." As she spoke, Bai Xiaoya looked around the house and asked the middle-aged woman, "Mom, where's Dad?" At that point, the middle-aged woman was still staring at Bai Yu. After Bai Xiaoya called out 2 more times, she finally came to her senses and said to Bai Xiaoya, "Why, your dad is working overtime today. Let's eat first." Bai Xiaoya asked again, "Mom, can Bai Yu eat with us?" Bai Yu? The middle-aged woman glanced at Bai Yu again, her forehead already covered with visible beads of sweat. But she quickly recovered and smiled at Bai Yu. "Of course you can. Bai Yu, come in and sit down. I made a lot today. Let's eat together." "Okay." Bai Yu smiled as he entered the house and asked the middle-aged woman, "What should I call you?" The middle-aged woman stammered, Just call me Annie Nyo." Bai Xiaoya looked at Annie Nyo in confusion and asked, "Mom, are you sick? I feel like you're acting a little strange." Really?" Annie Nyo asked back. Bai Xiaoya nodded seriously. "Of course." Annie Nyo wiped the sweat from her forehead and said to Bai Xiaoya, "Maybe I'm just a little tired today. I'll be fine after a rest." "Then, Mom, you should rest. I'll help you with the cooking." As she spoke, Bai Xiaoya happily skipped into the kitchen to help with the cooking. As Bai Xiaoya went into the kitchen, Auntie Nyo's eyes filled with reverence and fear. She forcefully wiped her hands on her apron and bowed to Bai Yu, asking, "Hey, this Immortal, has the little demon done anything wrong?" Chapter 12. Danger. Bai Yu released a gentle breeze of power, lightly lifting Auntie Nyo to her feet. At the same time, he put his index finger to his lips, signaling for her to keep quiet. Auntie Nyo quickly understood Bai Yu's meaning, nodding repeatedly. She then acted as if nothing had happened, leading Bai Yu into the house. The 3 of them had a pleasant dinner together. After the meal, Bai Yu excused himself, saying he didn't want to interrupt Bai Xiaoya while she did her homework. Auntie Nyo then used the excuse of taking out the trash to leave the house. On the rooftop, Bai Yu and Auntie Nyo stood facing each other. However, Auntie Nyo was looking down, her hands trembling, appearing incredibly nervous. Before Bai Yu could speak, Auntie Nyo suddenly looked up, frantically pleading with Bai Yu, "Immortal, I know it's wrong, but Lao Chu and I are truly in love. Please, spare us both." Bai Yu asked, surprised, "What are you talking about?" Auntie Nyo continued to confess, "I know that love between a human and a demon is forbidden, but I haven't revealed my identity all these years, and I haven't done anything against the heavens. I beg you, Immortal, to turn a blind eye. Please don't report me. I only wish to stay with Lao Chu for the rest of his life, and after he passes, I will certainly turn myself in." Hearing Auntie Nyo's words, Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "I thought you, little snake demon, had committed some great crime. It turns out to be just a minor issue like love between a human and a demon. Don't worry, I didn't come here today to break up any lovers." Auntie Nyo was stunned. "Immortal, you're not here to make me surrender?" The moment she saw Bai Yu, she had sensed the powerful immortal energy within him. She had thought Bai Yu was a deity sent by the heavenly palace to capture her. This thought made her incredibly anxious during dinner, constantly thinking of her predecessors who were forever imprisoned under Leifeng Pagoda. Hearing Bai Yu's reply now made her whole body relax. However, after a moment of relaxation, she quickly grew nervous again, asking Bai Yu, "Since you didn't come about me and Lao Chu, Then what did you come for? Bai Yu stated directly, your Chu Yunyun is my daughter. Thump. Upon hearing this, Auntie Nyo immediately knelt down, even more panicked. Immortal, please spare me. I never meant to take your daughter away. I just saw Yunyun unconscious in an alley, and when I saw how pitiful she was, I don't blame you. Bai Yu immediately helped Auntie Nyo up. On the contrary, I am very grateful to you for taking care of Xiaoya for me. Auntie Nyo was still somewhat bewildered. Oh, really? Bai Yu smiled. Of course, but I am curious. How did you decide to adopt my daughter? Auntie Nyo answered honestly, Immortal. You also know that it isn't easy for humans and demons to have children. I really wanted to have a child with Lao Chu. After I brought Yunyun back, I found that she had lost all her memories. She also treated me as her mother, so I thought, I understand. Bai Yu nodded slightly. Regardless, thank you for taking care of Xiaoya for so many years. I want to repay your kindness. Whatever your wish is, I can help you achieve it. Auntie Nyo said, Immortal, I don't dare to ask for anything. I only wish to spend this life safely with my husband. Bai Yu laughed. How difficult is that? In the future, if any divine official comes knocking on your door, just give them my name, Immortal Luo Yun. Auntie Nyo's whole body trembled. Her face was filled with disbelief. Why you are the legendary Immortal Luo Yun? Although she was just a nameless, insignificant little demon, she had heard a thing or two about that earth-shattering event that had happened 10 years ago, shaking the three realms. She had never imagined that the child she had adopted out of a moment of kindness was actually the root of the chaos that had occurred years ago, and the fiend that caused such havoc was actually right in front of her. Thinking of this, Auntie Nyo's mind went blank, and she couldn't process what had happened for a long time. Bai Yu continued, Xiaoya probably won't be able to accept the truth for a while, so I'll have to trouble you to continue taking care of her for a period of time. Once she's ready, I'll acknowledge her. Auntie Nyo snapped back to reality. In no trouble at all. I've always treated Yunyun as my own daughter. Bai Yu smiled. I can see that. Yunyun seems very happy at your house. Auntie Nyo said, Immortal, you flatter me. This little demon will certainly continue to do my best. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, an urgent ringing phone interrupted their conversation. Sorry, Immortal. It's my husband calling. Auntie Nyo gave Bai Yu an apologetic look, then took her phone out of her pocket and answered, Hello, Lao Chu. Before Auntie Nyo could finish speaking, a frantic voice came from the other end of the line. Xiaofeng, you must take Yunyun and flee. Don't stay at home under any circumstance. Hearing Lao Chu's words, Auntie Nyo's expression changed drastically. She cried out in alarm, Lao Chu, what on earth is happening? Please explain. Run. Lao Chu screamed with all his might. Then, there were shouts from others on the other end of the line, before the call was cut off. Seeing the sudden turn of events, Bai Yu frowned and asked, What happened? Auntie Nyo looked at Bai Yu, tears in her eyes, and said, with a sob in her voice, I am immortal. Something happened to Lao Chu. At the same time, back at Auntie Nyo's apartment, Bai Xiaoya was diligently doing her homework when there was a sudden, rapid knocking at the door. Who is it? Yunyun. It's me, Uncle Li. Oh, I'm coming to open the door right away. Hearing the reply from outside, Bai Xiaoya didn't suspect anything. She got up, put on her mask, and went to open the door. Uncle Li, or Li Chong, was Lao Chu's colleague. He had eaten at their house twice, so Bai Xiaoya knew him quite well. However, as soon as Bai Xiaoya opened the door, it was violently pushed open. Several strong men rushed inside, knocking Bai Xiaoya to the ground and rummaging through the house. Bai Xiaoya looked at the thugs who were wreaking havoc in her house in horror. She asked Li Chong, who was standing at the door, What are you doing? I'm calling the police. Li Chong entered the house and closed the door, asking Bai Xiaoya, Where's your mother? Bai Xiaoya stepped back, her eyes full of terror. I don't know. What do you want? You still dare to talk back to me? Seeing that Bai Xiaoya wasn't cooperating, Li Chong grabbed her by the hair, raising his hand to slap her in the face. How dare you? Just then, an angry shout came from the doorway. Then, the massive iron door was kicked open. Bai Yu and Auntie Nyo, their faces filled with icy rage, appeared at the entrance, giving Li Chang a huge shock. Li Chang was still shaken, but when he saw Auntie Nyo, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He shouted, "Brothers, grab them!" At Li Chang's command, several burly men immediately charged out, rushing toward Auntie Nyo, courting death. Bai Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He grabbed the head of the first thug who charged at him, slamming it into the ground. Bang! The floor shattered, and the other thugs were sent flying by the impact, while the thug Bai Yu was holding had his head smashed right into the ground. Silence filled the room. Chapter 13. Demon Transformation. Li Chang stared at his subordinate, whose head was now buried in the floor, his jaw practically dropping to the ground. What kind of monstrous strength was that? Why you? What kind of monster are you? Li Chang was terrified. He forgot all about holding Xiaoya hostage, retreating in fear as if he had witnessed something beyond his understanding. The other thugs were clearly also stunned by Bai Yu's actions. Their legs went weak, and they couldn't manage to stand. Auntie Nyo quickly went into the house and held the terrified Bai Xiaoya tightly, comforting her softly. "Yun Yun, Mommy is here. It's okay. Mom, I'm scared." Bai Xiaoya cried, clinging to Auntie Nyo. Hearing Bai Xiaoya's cries, Bai Yu's face was like ice as he slowly walked toward Li Chang. Thump, thump, thump. Bai Yu's footsteps were heavy. With every step he took forward, the pressure on Li Chang increased tenfold. "Why you? Don't come any closer." Li Chang watched Bai Yu approach, his eyes filled with absolute dread. He retreated frantically, accidentally stepping on a fallen bottle and crashing to the ground with a thud, landing hard on his rear. The sheer terror was so intense that Li Chang couldn't even feel the pain. He scurried backward, warning Bai Yu, "Boy, I'm warning you. This is Master Long's business. If you meddle, you're dead." Bai Yu reached Li Chang and stepped on his groin, his voice chilling. "Who is Master Long?" The intense pressure in his groin caused Li Chang to break out in a cold sweat. His eyes were filled with even greater fear. He cried out, "What are you going to do?" Bai Yu pressed down harder, asking, "I'm asking you, who is Master Long?" Li Chang, sensing his manhood was about to explode, became increasingly panicked and begged for mercy. "Be big brother. I'm going to explode. Please, have mercy on me. I'll tell you everything. Master Long is Long San of the Shirha New District. He's the one who sent me here to find evidence of illegal activities." Bai Yu, "What kind of evidence?" Li Chang, Long San cut corners on a bridge he was building in the Shirha New District. Lao Chu couldn't stand it and secretly gathered evidence to report Long San, and then, at this point, Li Chang's gaze became shifty and he didn't dare to continue. Bai Yu's eyes grew colder. And then what? Li Chang could feel the intense pain coming from his groin. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer and quickly said, "Then Long San sent people after Lao Chu. He's probably dead by now." Boom. As soon as Li Chang said those words, Auntie Nyo's eyes flared with murderous intent. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Qing Thursurline appeared on the surface of her skin, and her pupils became serpentine. Bai Xiaoya's eyes rolled back, and she immediately lost consciousness. Demon transformation? Bai Yu sensed the intense demonic energy and immediately looked at Auntie Nyo. He saw that her legs had turned into a snake's tail, which quickly wrapped around Li Chang's neck, dragging him away from under Bai Yu's foot and hoisting him up in the air. Auntie Nyo stared at Li Chang, her face full of hatred, demanding, "What did you say happened to Lao Chu?" "M-monster." Li Chang screamed upon seeing Auntie Nyo's half-human, half-demon form. He immediately fainted from fright. However, Auntie Nyo was clearly pushed over the edge by the death of Lao Chu. She didn't notice that Li Chang had already fainted, tightening her snake tail, about to break Li Chang's neck. "Enough." Bai Yu spoke abruptly, pulling Li Chang away from Auntie Nyo's tail, stopping her from killing him. Auntie Nyo, seeing that Bai Yu had actually saved Li Chang, glared at Bai Yu with bloodshot eyes, her voice low. "Are you going to stop me from getting my revenge?" Bai Yu said calmly, "It's forbidden for demons to kill humans, and you don't have the strength to evade the heavenly eye. As soon as you break Li Chang's neck, You'll be hunted down by demon hunters. Auntie Nyo said angrily, I don't care. Even if I die, I will tear this scum to pieces and avenge Lao Chu. Seeing that Auntie Nyo had completely lost her mind, Baiyu sighed, trying to reason with her, Don't worry, he's only alive for the time being, and he's not the mastermind. There's no point in throwing your life away to kill him. Leave this to me. Lao Chu is Xiaoya's adoptive father. I'll definitely get him justice. Auntie Nyo was startled. She then asked, I want to know, what will you do, Immortal? Baiyu, I am no longer an immortal. Of course, those who deserve punishment will be punished, and those who deserve to die will be killed. Hearing Baiyu's answer, Auntie Nyo suddenly calmed down. She quickly retracted her snake tail, returning to human form and bowed respectfully to Baiyu. This little demon trusts your judgment, Immortal. I'll leave everything to you. I'll take care of Xiaoya. Don't worry, nothing has necessarily happened to Lao Chu yet. Baiyu indicated that Auntie Nyo should not worry, then grabbed the unconscious Li Chong. He said, I'm going to go find Long Sen first. You can deal with the others inside the house. Just be careful with how you do it. Yes. Auntie Nyo heard Baiyu's reminder, bowed to Baiyu again. Then her gaze toward the other thugs in the house became icily cold. Baiyu was right. She didn't need to do it herself. It was forbidden for demons to kill humans, but not for animals. She had many sisters in her snake cave who had yet to become demons. Baiyu did not care what Auntie Nyo would do to those people. After he took Li Chong to the entrance of a village in Shihanu district and dumped him there, he called Bai Feng, instructing, Fenger, investigate Long San of Shihanu district. Please wait a moment, master. Bai Feng replied quickly. Then, the sound of keyboard clicking could be heard from the phone. Soon, Bai Feng reported back to Baiyu, Master, it's clear. Long San is a local kingpin in the Shihanu district. His family's business involves construction, bridge building, and the sand and gravel industry. They're quite well known in Jiang City and even have dealings with our Bai family. In addition, the core of their family's power is in Long Village in the northern part of the Shihanu district. They have a history going back more than 200 years. So it's a family clan. Baiyu lowered his eyes and muttered softly. He then asked, Any other information? Bai Feng, Long San is just a small fry. This is all the information we have collected so far. Why? Did he offend you, master? Do you want me to send someone to teach him a lesson? Baiyu, no need. I'll handle this myself. I have another important task for you. Bai Feng, please tell me, master. Baiyu, help me acquire as much resting flour as possible on the international market. Buy as much as you can. Resting flour? Bai Feng was surprised. Master, that's an ingredient for making beauty-enhancing pills. You have eternal youth, and our Bai family doesn't need to rely on beauty-enhancing pills to accumulate wealth. What do you need it for? Baiyu, I have my reasons. Just prepare the resting flour. Quantity is not an issue. The higher the quality, the better. Seeing that Baiyu wasn't saying anything more, Bai Feng didn't ask any further questions, replying respectfully, Yes, I'll start preparing immediately. Okay, that's all. Go on and get to it. I'm going to hang up now. Baiyu hung up the phone and then kicked the unconscious Li Chong awake, saying calmly, Take me to Long San. After Li Chong woke up, he realized that he was already at the entrance of Long Village. He shuddered all over, and just as he was about to call for help, he suddenly recalled Auntie Nyo's half-snake, half-demon form. His face instantly turned pale, abandoning all thoughts of calling for aid. He looked stiffly at Baiyu, trembling as he said, Be big brother. You really want to go into the village to see Long San? This is Long San's territory. The village is full of thugs. No outsiders go in and come out. If you go inside, big brother, what if? Baiyu remained cold. Lead the way. Why yes, I will take you inside right now. Feeling the immense pressure Baiyu exerted, Li Chong dared not waste any more words and reluctantly began to head into the village. Chapter 14. Caged Beast. Li Chong was a familiar face in Long Village, so when he led Baiyu in, none of the villagers stopped or questioned them. On the contrary, many people greeted Li Chong warmly, and by extension, even greeted Baiyu. Li Chong desperately wanted to find an opportunity to inform Long San, but with Baiyu following him closely, he couldn't find any chance. He could only force a smile, hardening his resolve and walking in front. As Bai Yu followed Li Chong, he observed Long Village. On the surface, it seemed like any other urban village, but it was obvious that there were eyes everywhere. Many of the old men and women who seemed to be sunbathing were actually hiding knives behind their backs. This is truly a village with a tough and fierce culture. No wonder Long San is so arrogant, Bai Yu murmured. After he had a basic understanding of the village, he asked Li Chong, "Where does Long San live?" Li Chong jumped, immediately pointing to a villa across the small river. It's almost there. Long San's house is right ahead, just across the river. Seeing Long San's villa, Bai Yu patted Li Chong's shoulder. "You can go." Li Chong thought he had misheard. He looked at Bai Yu in surprise. "Big brother, you don't need me to introduce you?" Bai Yu smiled, his eyes narrowing, and said meaningfully, "You don't have much time left." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Li Chong thought it was some kind of threat. His expression changed slightly, and he said quickly, Yes, I'll be leaving." With that, Li Chong ran off without looking back, intending to hide somewhere and call Long San to report. After all, if Long San knew that he had brought an outsider into the village, he would certainly not survive. However, just as Li Chong found an empty alley, took out his phone, and was about to call Long San, he suddenly found himself unable to breathe. What's happening? Thump. Li Chong fell to his knees, gasping for air. But no matter how hard he tried, the air wouldn't enter his lungs. So difficult. Help! Li Chong's eyes began to fill with blood, his fingers digging 10 bloody grooves into the ground. His consciousness grew blurry. Within a few minutes, Li Chong fell heavily to the ground, staring blankly at the phone that had fallen in front of him. The number on the screen had no opportunity to be dialed. Bai Yu calmly walked across the bridge, arriving at the extremely luxurious villa. He stood in front of the camera and pressed the doorbell. At that moment, a cold voice came from the intercom on the iron gate. "Who are you?" "Bai Yu, I'm here to see Long San." The cold voice asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Bai Yu said calmly, "It's about Lao Chu." Click, click. As soon as Bai Yu said those words, the large iron gate at the front of the villa opened automatically. At the same time, the cold voice from the intercom said, "Come in. Master Long is waiting for you." Without changing his expression, Bai Yu calmly walked into the courtyard. 2 black-clad bodyguards immediately came out of the villa, bowing respectfully to Bai Yu and saying, "Sir, please cooperate with a pat-down." Bai Yu did not refuse. He even actively raised his hands, allowing the 2 bodyguards to pat him down. Having found no weapons on Bai Yu, the 2 bodyguards stepped aside, bowing, "Thank you for your cooperation, sir. Please, come in." At that moment, the villa door was opened by a petite and adorable maid. Bai Yu walked inside, and the maid bowed slightly to Bai Yu, saying respectfully, "Sir, please come this way." Bai Yu glanced at the maid in front of him. Although she looked petite and cute, there was a pistol strapped to the outside of her black silk-clad thigh, hidden under her pleated skirt. If an ordinary person were to come here, they would likely never imagine that the maid in the villa was also a killer employed by Long San. After roughly surveying the situation in the villa, Bai Yu was led by the maid into the main hall. There, he saw a man with a large belly and a scar on his lip sitting on the sofa, picking his teeth with a toothpick. There were also 5 other armed bodyguards in the room. The security was extremely tight. It was obvious that the man sitting on the sofa was Bai Yu's target, Long San. Long San picked at his teeth with the toothpick and asked Bai Yu, "Little brother, you're a new face. Where's Li Chong?" Bai Yu didn't answer Long San's question, but instead asked directly, "Where's Lao Chu?" "You're looking for Lao Chu?" Long San flicked the toothpick onto the carpet, saying casually, "I just fed him to the dogs. If you go to the backyard now, you should still be able to find a couple of bones." Hearing Long San's answer, Bai Yu's expression didn't change. He took a deep breath and said to Long San calmly, "I understand." Long San was stunned. "You understand what?" Bai Yu didn't speak, slowly walking toward Long San. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding black-clad bodyguards all drew their guns. However, Long San raised his hand slightly, signaling for the bodyguards to lower their guns. He narrowed his eyes at Bai Yu and asked, "Who are you? Where is Li Chong?" Bai Yu didn't answer, his eyes as calm as still water. He walked slowly in front of Long San and said, "Are you going to go yourself, or do I have to take you?" Long San sneered, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Before Long San could finish his sentence, Bai Yu placed a gun directly to Long San's forehead, stopping Long San's ridicule in its tracks. The maid next to Long San saw this. Her pupils shrank immediately, and she quickly reached under her skirt, only to find that the pistol in her holster had disappeared. "When did he take my gun?" A storm raged in the maid's heart, but she didn't have time to think about it. She immediately warned Bai Yu, "If you dare to fire that gun, you will never leave this villa alive." "Is that so?" Bai Yu glanced at the maid, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He pulled the trigger, firing a shot towards Long San's groin. Bang! Aya! The gunshot rang out. Blood splattered on the sofa, and Long San clutched his groin, screaming in agony. His expression twisted beyond recognition. He roared at Bai Yu, "You bastard! I will kill you!" He had not yet produced any descendants. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded, unable to react for a long time. How dare this person? This was Long Village, after all. It was Long San's base camp. The entire village was full of Long San's people. Long San was the emperor here, completely dominating everything, manipulating the situation as he wished. He was an all-powerful emperor. Yet such an overbearing emperor had declared his own infertility in his own room? Everyone in the room's minds went blank. The maid reacted first, immediately ordering the surrounding bodyguards, "Kill him!" Hearing the maid's order, the bodyguards finally reacted and all raised their guns. But before they could pull the triggers, their arms were twisted into knots by an unseen force, shattering their bones. A series of screams filled the villa. Seeing such a bizarre scene, the maid's face paled in fright. She retreated, fear filling her eyes, and asked Bai Yu, "Who are you?" Bai Yu ignored the maid's question. He dragged the screaming Long San to the backyard, where he saw a group of vicious dogs in a cage, devouring a mutilated corpse. Seeing the dogs in the cage, Long San forgot about his ravaged nether regions, asking Bai Yu in horror, "What are you going to do?" Bai Yu didn't answer. He dragged Long San to the front of the iron cage. Long San realized what Bai Yu intended. His eyes filled with even greater fear. He begged for mercy. "Be big brother. Have mercy. I was wrong. Please. I don't want to die." Bai Yu threw Long San to the ground. He used the gun to break the lock on the iron cage. He then went inside and took out the bones of the corpse. The vicious dogs in the cage, which usually bit anyone who came near, were all huddled in the corner of the cage, their eyes filled with terror. Lying on the ground, Long San saw this scene, his heart growing more and more terrified. He endured the pain and crawled desperately toward the villa, screaming, "Xiao Ning, save me!" But Xiao Ning, the maid in the villa, was just standing there blankly. Her expression was dull, unable to respond to Long San's plea. Everything that was happening exceeded her imagination. After taking the bones out, Bai Yu grabbed Long San's foot again, throwing him into the cage and closing the door. Long San scrambled up, frantically beating on the cage, begging Bai Yu, "Big brother, have mercy. I was wrong. The one in the cage wasn't Lao Chu. Lao Chu isn't dead. Please, let me out." The dogs in the cage, having smelled the blood on Long San, were already salivating, but they seemed to fear Bai Yu. One by one, they surrounded Long San, not daring to bite him. Bai Yu ignored Long San's cries, calmly placing the bones of the corpse on the ground, and said calmly, "Time for dinner." Upon hearing these words, the caged dogs could no longer restrain their desires. They all opened their bloody mouths and bit at Long San. "Aya!" A heart-wrenching scream once again echoed throughout the backyard. Chapter 15. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Ning watched in horror as Long San was torn to pieces by the vicious dogs in the cage, her legs shaking uncontrollably. Even though she had undergone extremely rigorous training and had the blood of many on her hands, She still felt a fear that came from deep within her upon seeing Bayu's calmness and ruthlessness. That young man in white was the true fiend who treated human life like grass. Bayu watched as the dogs in the cage bit through Long San's throat, and then he turned to Xiaoning and asked, "Where is Lao Chu?" Xiaoning, upon meeting Bayu's deep, abyss-like eyes, swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, He's locked in the basement. Bayu, bring him out." "Yes." Xiaoning didn't dare disobey Bayu's orders. She turned stiffly and walked into the basement. Bayu didn't follow Xiaoning into the basement. Instead, he leaned against the iron cage and tapped his heel on the ground. "Land spirit, come out." Soon, green smoke rose from the earth. Then, a short, human-faced creature with an animal body crawled out, trembling as he bowed to Bayu. "Be-bye, Master Bai. What are your instructions for this little deity?" Bayu said, "I won't hold it against you for accepting the Long family's incense these past years, but from now on, I don't want to see Long Village exist." The land spirit wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his face twisted with misery. "Master Bai, you've truly wronged this little deity. This Long Village is not under this little deity's protection. Their arrogance has nothing to do with me." Bayu raised an eyebrow. "This land is under your jurisdiction. If you didn't want it, could Long Village have developed to this scale?" The land spirit cried, "Master Bai, you don't know the whole story. This Long Village used to be an ordinary village. But 20 years ago, a snake demon with 1,000 years of cultivation came here, and this Long family has been under the snake demon's protection ever since. That's why their power quickly expanded. This little deity is no match for that snake demon. Even if I wanted to control this Long Village, I couldn't." "Snake demon?" A hint of surprise flashed in Bayu's eyes. He hadn't expected the Long family to be entangled with a demon. The land spirit, afraid of being misunderstood, continued to explain, "Master Bai, that snake demon's cultivation is very advanced. For the past 20 years, it has often been by the side of the Long family patriarch, doing all sorts of evil. This little deity hates it to the bone, but my strength is insufficient, and I can only swallow my anger. It's truly—" "All right, I understand." Bayu interrupted the land spirit, waving his hand. "You can go. I'll handle that demon." The land spirit was overjoyed. He immediately knelt down, kowtowing to Bayu to show his gratitude. "Thank you for saving this little deity, Master Bai. This little deity is eternally grateful. This little deity will take his leave." With that, the land spirit transformed into a wisp of smoke and disappeared back into the ground. At that moment, Xiaoning led a skinny man out of the basement. He was covered in cuts and bruises and looked dazed. She said to Bayu, "He's Lao Chu." Bayu observed Lao Chu, then walked towards him. But Lao Chu was so scared that he fell to the ground, covering his head with his hands and begging, Don't hit me." Looking at the fear on Lao Chu's face, Bayu sighed softly, his gaze growing even colder. He said to Xiaoning calmly, "You can leave now." Xiaoning was stunned. She hadn't expected Bayu to let her go. She couldn't help but ask, "Why you're not going to kill me?" "Bayu, I want you to take a message to your patriarch. Before midnight tonight, if he wants this village to continue existing, he should go kneel outside the Chu family's door, waiting for my judgment." Xiaoning trembled. She didn't dare to say anything else, only responding, "I understand." With that, Xiaoning dared not stay any longer and fled, along with the other bodyguards from the villa. After Xiaoning left, Bayu said to the trembling Lao Chu, "Don't be afraid. Your wife sent me to save you." Hearing Bayu's words, the fear in Lao Chu's eyes lessened. He looked at Bayu, his voice shaking. "Did Xiaofang send you to save me? Are she and Yunyun okay?" Bayu chuckled and helped Lao Chu up. "They're fine. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go home first." Lao Chu's face lit up with joy. He said quickly, "Okay. Thank you, benefactor." Not long after, Bayu left Long Village with Lao Chu. Inside the ancestral hall of Long Village, an old man in a traditional Tang suit was offering incense to the Long family's ancestral tablets. Behind the old man, Xiaoning was kneeling on the cold floor, incredibly nervous. So, a young man, whom no one's ever heard of, not only killed my son right before your eyes, but now he wants me to go to the Chu family and beg for forgiveness? The old man in the tang suit spoke calmly, his voice filled with authority. Xianxia said nervously, Patriarch, that guy has the same mysterious power as Mr. Xiao. He didn't even attack, and our people's arms were twisted. We really were useless. The old man in the tang suit shouted angrily, rudely interrupting Xiaoning's explanation. Xiaoning was so frightened that she kowtowed to the old man, begging for mercy. Patriarch, please spare me. Long Shuo, how many years have we known each other, and your temper is still so volatile? At this moment, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit walked into the ancestral hall, saying with a smile. When Long Shuo saw the middle-aged man enter, his expression instantly changed. His face filled with a smile, and he quickly bowed to the middle-aged man and said with a smile, Mr. Xiao, you're being too kind. The younger generation in my family is just too disappointing. They allowed an outsider to step all over us. I really can't stand it. Mr. Xiao waved his hand and smiled. I've heard about what happened in the village. An ordinary family wouldn't be able to afford a master. The one who killed Long San is probably a young exorcist with some skills who couldn't bear to see injustice. It's normal for the younger generation in your family to be no match. Long Shuo immediately asked, Then, Mr. Xiao, do you have a solution? A small-time exorcist is nothing to me. Mr. Xiao chuckled. Then, he looked over Xiaoning's figure, licked his lips, and said to Long Shuo with a smile, Send this girl to my room. After I'm finished with her, I'll personally take a trip to take care of things. As soon as Mr. Xiao said those words, despair immediately appeared in Xiaoning's eyes, her face ashen. No woman who entered Mr. Zhao's room had ever come out alive. Long Shuo, on the other hand, was overjoyed and immediately bowed and said, I will send her over right away. With Mr. Xiao taking action, I can relax. Mr. Xiao laughed loudly. Haha, it's nothing. In Bai Xiaoya's bedroom at the Chu's residence. After fixing the door, Auntie Nyo sat by the bed, taking care of the unconscious Bai Xiaoya, her face full of worry. After learning that something had happened to Lao Chu, she had been restless. If it hadn't been for Bai Yu's warning, she would probably have forgotten all the taboos and gone straight to Long Village to avenge Lao Chu. I wonder how the Immortal is doing. Auntie Nyo sighed. Just as she was thinking about Bai Yu, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. She immediately went to open it and saw Bai Yu and Lao Chu standing in front of her. Lao Chu? Seeing that Lao Chu was still alive, Auntie Nyo was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes filled with tears, and she threw herself into Lao Chu's arms, crying, I'm so glad you're okay. Lao Chu never expected to survive this ordeal. He hugged Auntie Nyo tightly, filled with guilt. I'm okay. I'm sorry. I dragged you into this. Auntie Nyo cried, You bastard. What would I do if something happened to you? Lao Chu comforted her. It's okay. I'm fine, aren't I? Looking at the embracing Lao Chu and Auntie Nyo, Bai Yu laughed. I'm still standing here. I'm about to be stuffed full of dog food. Hearing Bai Yu's teasing, Auntie Nyo finally reacted. She immediately separated from Lao Chu and said to Bai Yu, I'm sorry, Immortal. Mr. Bai, I was just too emotional. Thank you for saving us. Bai Yu shook his head and smiled. It's okay. It's good to see you like this. Honestly, I'm a little envious of you. Auntie Nyo said in fear. Mr. Bai, you're joking. How can a couple like us make you envious? Lao Chu said similarly, Yes, we are greatly indebted to you. Please accept our gratitude. With that, Lao Chu was about to kneel down in front of Bai Yu with Auntie Nyo. Bai Yu immediately helped Lao Chu up, saying, You don't need to do that. On the contrary, I owe you a favor. Lao Chu was stunned. This? Auntie Nyo explained with a smile. Lao Chu, you don't know yet, do you? This Mr. Bai is Xiaoya's biological father. He's been looking for our Yun all this time. You're Xiaoya's biological father? Lao Chu looked at Bai Yu in shock, his pupils trembling. He never imagined that the child they had picked up from outside would have a day when she would meet her biological father. Bai Yu reached out his hand to Lao Chu, introducing himself. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Bai Yu. Your adoptive daughter, Chu Yunyun, is my daughter, Bai Xiaoya. Thank you for taking care of her all these years. Lao Chu's mind was still buzzing. He subconsciously shook Bai Yu's hand, replying, no need to thank us. This was what we should do. The information was overwhelming, causing him to become dazed again. Bai Yu continued, Lao Chu, the matter with Long San isn't over yet. It's not safe here anymore. I'll have my apprentice buy a new house for you in Tangwei. It's very close to Jiang City First High School. You should move there first. Tangwei. Lao Chu was completely dumbfounded, his jaw almost dropping to the floor. That was one of the most expensive residential areas in Jiang City. A random house there would cost tens of millions, and some even cost hundreds of millions. Were houses like that something that could be purchased so easily? And they were being purchased under their names? Lao Chu recovered. Just as he was about to refuse, Bai Yu said, This is from the bottom of my heart. Moreover, Xiaoya has to go to school tomorrow. You don't want Xiaoya to be in danger tonight, do you?
But
Lao Chu looked hesitant. He was just an honest, ordinary man. How could he possibly accept a property worth millions from Bai Yu so suddenly? On the other hand, Auntie Nyo knew that a house in Tangwei was nothing to Bai Yu. She said to Lao Chu immediately, Lao Chu, even if it's for Yunyun's sake, you should agree first. Otherwise, we'll all be in danger when the Long family comes looking for us. Hearing Auntie Nyo's reminder, Lao Chu was silent for a moment before he said, Okay, I'll take Yunyun to live there first, but we will definitely not accept that house. Bai Yu chuckled. It doesn't matter, as long as you live there. After saying that, Bai Yu had Bai Feng arrange for a car to take the Chu couple and Bai Xiaoya to Tangwei. As for himself, he was alone at the Chu's house, quietly waiting for his guests to arrive. Tonight, at midnight, under the clear moonlight, a major event was about to occur. Chapter 16. Hospitality. In Lao Chu's home, Bai Yu brewed a pot of tea, watching the cartoon playing on the television as he waited for his guests to arrive. For Bai Yu, the special effects in ordinary movies were not enough to satisfy his needs. Only the destructive power displayed in cartoons could barely reach his basic standards, enough to catch his eye. Time flowed by, drop by drop. When the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand on the wall clock all moved to the 12 o'clock position, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped, and the television screen began to flicker. Pop! The chandelier short-circuited, and the living room went black, with only the moonlight streaming in from outside. They're here. Bai Yu poured tea into an empty teacup and asked, The Long family's people haven't come? There's no need for them to come. I will take care of this for them. Mr. Xiao stepped out of the darkness and smiled at Bai Yu. My name is Xiaojin. May I ask your name? Bai Yu didn't answer Xiaojin. Instead, he said, It seems the Long family doesn't want the opportunity one offered him. Oh well, have a cup first. Not many in this world can have the honor of drinking tea I personally brew. It's your privilege. You certainly have a big mouth. A hint of mockery flashed in Xiao Jin's eyes. Could it be that the world is too peaceful and no great demons are born, that you, such a second-rate exorcist, have become so confident? You should know that I've killed quite a few exorcists, even from your grandfather's generation. Bai Yu chuckled. It's quite a coincidence. I've refined quite a few demons from your grandfather's generation as well. Xiao Jin laughed. Haha, how interesting. I've been in seclusion for so many years. It's been so long since I've encountered a little punk as arrogant as you. I really want to cherish you. I get excited just thinking about the look of pain on your face. Xiao Jin laughed, striding toward Bai Yu. He sat on the sofa opposite Bai Yu, picked up a teacup, and downed the tea in one gulp. As the tea entered his mouth, a sweet taste assaulted him, directly stimulating Xiao Jin's taste buds, causing his pupils to contract slightly. Good tea. I, Xiao Jin, believe I've tasted many fine teas, but I never expected that the tea brewed by a little exorcist like you could be of such high quality. I'm becoming more and more curious about your identity. As he spoke, Xiao Jin looked at Bai Yu through the moonlight. But when he saw Bai Yu's face, the smile on his face completely froze. He said in horror, Why you? Xiao Jin stared at Bai Yu incredulously, blinking hard, desperately hoping that he was mistaken. Bai poured more tea for Xiao, chuckling, "This tea is not bad, is it? After all, it's the Cloud Peak Immortal tea that the Queen Mother used to entertain the immortals. A demon of your level is unlikely to ever get a sip, even from your master. Your name is Xiao, right? Try my new tea. There might not be another chance later." Xiao lips twitched, but he didn't dare to retort to Bai. He picked up the teacup, trembling. Half the tea spilled out of the cup. At this moment, Xiao was filled with regret. If he had known that the exorcist here was the immortal Luo Yun who had wreaked havoc in the Three Realms 10 years ago, he would not have come here to cause trouble, even if it meant death. Bai watched Xiao with a smile, urging, "What are you still spacing out for? Drink it." "Why, yes," Xiao shuddered, quickly drinking the tea in one gulp. Although the Cloud Peak Immortal tea was sweet on the tongue, it tasted extremely bitter to Xiao at this moment. Bai asked, "Is it good?" Xiao nodded, replying stiffly, "Gee, good. It's good. If it's good, then that's fine." Bai smiled slightly, placing the teapot in front of Xiao. "Drinking from a small cup isn't very fun. Here, just use the pot." Xiao looked at the teapot placed in front of him, completely restless. He took a deep breath and said to Bai, "Master Bai, please don't tease me anymore. This Cloud Peak Immortal tea is so precious. How can it be wasted on me?" "It's not a waste." Bai smiled and waved his hand. He leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs and said, "As long as you drink all the tea in the pot, I'll spare your life today. How about that?" Xiao face immediately brightened. "Master Bai, is that true?" Bai chuckled, "Of course, but you have to drink it all in one gulp." "How difficult is that?" Xiao glanced at the palm-sized teapot. He immediately made a bold statement, lifting the teapot and pouring it into his mouth. But what Xiao didn't expect was that the tea poured into the cup was clearly warm, but the tea pouring directly into his mouth from the spout was scalding hot. Almost instantly, Xiao mouth and throat were scalded by the tea, the intense pain stimulating his nerves. However, Xiao forced himself to endure the pain, continuing to pour the tea into his stomach. But to Xiao horror, his stomach was getting bigger and bigger, but the tea from the tiny teapot seemed like it would never end. Xiao stomach bulged like a large balloon, and the scalding hot tea scalded his internal organs, making him suffer excruciating pain. Soon, Xiao could no longer maintain his human form. His lower body turned back into a snake body, and the tea that continued to pour into his stomach made his body increasingly bloated and likely to burst at any moment. "Master Bai, I can't do it anymore. Please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again." Xiao realized that the tea in the teapot was never going to end. He began to beg Bai for mercy, pleading with Bai to let him go. Bai chuckled. "But we made an agreement. You would drink all the water in the teapot, and I would spare your life. Now you've only drunk about 1/10 of the tea. How can you give up?" 1/10? Hearing Bai's reply, the fear in Xiao eyes grew stronger. How could he ever finish it? Just 1/10 of the tea was about to make his body burst. If he drank all the tea in the teapot, he would surely die. This Bai wanted him dead. Realizing this, the fear in Xiao eyes gradually turned into madness. Since he was going to die anyway, why not fight back? It was said that Bai had been imprisoned in the Nether Prison for 10,000 years, and his strength should have greatly diminished. He was just intimidated by Bai's reputation. He was not necessarily Bai's opponent. He'll fight. Thinking this, Xiao steeled his heart. He threw the teapot directly at Bai and turned into a ferocious giant python, opening his bloody mouth to bite Bai. "Bai, you forced me to do this. Die!" Bai easily caught the teapot that Xiao had thrown. Looking at the giant python attacking him, he shook his head and chuckled, "Oh dear, I offered you an opportunity, but it was useless. Since that's the case, then I will not stand on ceremony." With that, Bai's expression suddenly turned cold. He stood up and stepped on the python's jaw, using one hand to lift the python's upper jaw, tearing the python's mouth open, and then threw the teapot into the python's stomach. Bang! The teapot exploded in the python's stomach, tearing the python's body into 2 sections. Scarlet blood splattered all over the room. Bayu casually threw the python's head on the ground, then reached out and took out the python's gallbladder. It's over. Bayu tossed the gallbladder in his hand. He was just about to stomp on the python's head when a shout came from outside the window. Friend, please wait. Chapter 17. Bayu's Identity. A gentle breeze blew in through the window, and a Taoist priest in white robes appeared in the room, standing in front of Xiao Jin's snake head. He said to Bayu, Friend, this beast is a pet of my esteemed master. He escaped his cave dwelling 20 years ago, and I have been searching for him in the outside world for 20 years. Please, friend, spare his life and let me take him back for judgment. Bayu sized up the Taoist priest in white and asked with a smile, I'd like to know, who was your master? How could you not know that your own pet escaped for 20 years? The Taoist priest in white cupped his fist in a salute to Bayu. My esteemed master lives on an overseas immortal mountain. He falls into a slumber for 3,000 years. It is understandable that he did not know about his pet escaping. Bayu suddenly shouted, I asked you, who is your master? Startled by Bayu's shout, the Taoist priest in white trembled, nearly scared out of his wits. What a powerful aura! The Taoist priest in white composed himself. He put on a smile again and said proudly to Bayu, My master is an earth immortal. He travels among the 3,000 islands overseas. The marvelous aged Taoist is who he is. Bayu searched his memory for this person and then said, Never heard of him. I'll take this little snake's life. You can leave. Hearing Bayu's reply, the smile on the face of the Taoist priest in white instantly froze. He thought he had misheard and asked Bayu, Excuse me, I didn't hear clearly just now. Could you repeat that? Not knowing what's good for you. A hint of impatience flashed in Bayu's eyes. He directly slapped the Taoist priest in white in the face, sending him flying. Lying on the ground, barely alive, Xiao Jin saw Bayu slap his rescuer. A glimmer of despair flashed in his eyes. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he had harmed his sect. The 3,000 overseas islands were isolated from the secular world. The earth immortals there were usually secluded in their own caves, seeking ascension to godhood and not caring about the affairs of the 3 realms. This Taoist priest in white and the marvelous aged Taoist probably did not know what kind of ruthless figure Bayu was. The gods and immortals of the 3 realms were divided into 2 types. The first type was immortals who were human cultivators. From lowest to highest, their ranks were ghost, human, earth, divine, and heavenly, for a total of 5 immortals. The marvelous aged Taoist was an earth immortal. Although he had cultivated immortality, he had not grasped the great path and had not ascended to the heavenly palace. He was in the middle tier of the 5 immortal ranks. The highest level of heavenly immortal, on the other hand, had mastered the great path and was immortal and everlasting. They were in the highest tier of the 5 immortal ranks, their status and rank far above earth immortals. The other type of gods and immortals were innate gods. They were embodiments of the great path, something that humans could not cultivate. Xiao Jian had heard rumors that the immortal Luo Yun, who had wreaked havoc in the 3 realms 10 years ago, was very likely to be an innate god who had been left behind after Pango created the heavens and the earth. There were probably only a few innate gods left in the world today, and Bayu was one of them. Although what Xiao Jian had heard were just rumors, whose authenticity could not be confirmed, even if Bayu was not an innate god, given Bayu's former status in the heavenly palace, he was also in the upper echelon of heavenly immortals. Such a person, even if he had been removed from the heavenly palace, was definitely not someone the marvelous aged Taoist could offend. Thinking of this, Xiao Jin became increasingly desperate. He watched helplessly as Bayu walked up to him. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he only saw Bayu lift his foot and stomp down hard. Bang! Xiao Jin's head was crushed, and scarlet blood splattered all over the room. The Taoist priest in white outside the window saw Bayu actually stomp Xiao Jin to death. His eyes were about to burst out of their sockets, his heart bleeding. He had been ordered by the marvelous aged Taoist to look after Xiao Jin. Because he had been bribed by Xiao Jin, He had agreed to let Xiaojin travel in the outside world for 20 years. He had thought that the 20 years would pass by in the blink of an eye, but he never expected that before he could even take Xiaojin back, Xiaojin would be killed. What was he going to do? If the marvelous aged Taoist knew that his beloved pet had died, he would definitely fly into a rage. Thinking of the punishment from the marvelous aged Taoist, the Taoist priest in white was filled with even greater fear. However, he had seen Bai Yu's power and knew that he was not Bai Yu's match. He could only threaten Bai Yu, saying, "Boy, I'll remember you. You killed my master's beloved pet. One day my master will personally come to suppress you." After uttering these harsh words, the Taoist priest in white didn't dare to stay in the apartment complex any longer. He immediately flew away on his sword, intending to go back and pin all the blame on Bai Yu. A clown jumping on the beam. Bai Yu watched the Taoist priest in white flee, scoffing at him with these 4 words. He then put him out of his mind and began to clean up the room. Xiao Jin's true form was nearly 20 meters long, and the blood he had spilled almost flooded the room. If the body was not cleaned up in time, it would probably attract many bloodthirsty demons and troublesome exorcists. The moonlight shone into the room through the window. Xiao Jin's body gradually melted away in the silver light. Here, it was as if nothing had happened. The next morning, the gates of Jiang City First High School. A black Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the school gate, attracting the attention of passing teachers and students. Bai Xiaoya sat in the back seat, looking at the luxurious interior of the car. She was still somewhat dazed, wondering if she was dreaming. She hadn't known anything after she fainted last night. When she woke up, she found herself lying on an incredibly soft bed, with a pretty maid by her side, who had prepared breakfast and a new school uniform for her. Before she could figure out what was going on, Auntie Nyo and Lao Chu had urged her to go to school, and then she had gotten into this Rolls-Royce in a daze. The events of yesterday were vivid in her mind, and today's experience was incredibly dreamlike. Bai Xiaoya's mind was a complete mess. Was this a dream? "Miss, we've arrived at the school." Bai Feng's voice brought Bai Xiaoya back to her senses. She looked at Bai Feng in the driver's seat, saying quickly, "Oh, okay." Bai Feng looked at Bai Xiaoya in the rearview mirror. "Miss, I apologize. Due to certain reasons, it's not convenient for me to show myself, so I can only take you this far. And no worries. It's not inconvenient at all. I'll get out now." Bai Xiaoya was startled by Bai Feng's apology. She quickly put on her mask, grabbed her school bag, and got out of the car. The moment Bai Xiaoya got out of the car, she felt countless gazes fall upon her. However, these gazes were different from the mocking and scornful ones from before. Bai Xiaoya even sensed envy and respect. But no matter what emotions these gazes contained, Bai Xiaoya did not like being watched. She immediately lowered her head and quickly ran into the school gate. Inside the car, Bai Feng watched Bai Xiaoya enter the school gate. A hint of struggle flashed in his eyes. He sighed heavily and took out an old-fashioned phone from his pocket. He opened his contacts, hesitated for a moment, then closed his contacts, put the phone away, and drove off. On the other side of the school gate, Bai Yu watched Bai Feng drive away, his expression also somewhat complex, sighing, "Fenger, you mustn't go down the wrong path. You must be the new teacher, Mr. Bai?" At that moment, a brisk voice entered Bai Yu's ears. Bai Yu composed himself and turned to see a heroic-looking short-haired beauty walking towards him. She extended her hand to Bai Yu and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Li Xinyue, the homeroom teacher of Class 3 in the first year." Bai Yu shook Li Xinyue's hand and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Bai Yu." Li Xinyue said half-jokingly, "I didn't expect Mr. Bai to be such a handsome man. I almost fell for you at first glance. If the little devils in my class see you, who knows what kind of ruckus they'll cause." "Bai Yu, you flatter me." Li Xinyue smiled. "I'm just kidding. Before I came, I heard from the principal and the dean that you'll be teaching our class Chinese, right? It just so happens that your class is the first one. I'll take you to the class to introduce you to the students." Bai Yu said, "Then, I'll have to thank Teacher Li." Li Xinyue laughed, "Haha, why are you being so polite, Mr. Bai? We'll be colleagues from now on. Please look after me." "Okay, by the way, is there a girl named Chu Yunyun in our class? How has she been doing in class?" Li Xinyue sighed slightly and said, "Ah, Yun is kind of pitiful. Let's talk while we walk." "Okay." Bai nodded slightly, walking into the school gate with Li Xinyue. In class 3 of the first year, Bai Xiaoya sat alone in the corner of the classroom, the bustle of the class having nothing to do with her. However, at this time, Bai Xiaoya couldn't be bothered to think about how to fit in with her classmates. Her mind was full of the house in Tenghua 1, the luxurious Rolls-Royce, and the extraordinary driver. To Bai Xiaoya, everything she had experienced that morning seemed like a dream. She only felt a hint of reality after entering the school. What exactly happened yesterday? Didn't Dad have an accident? When did we become so rich? Sigh. Never mind it. I'll ask when I get home after school. Bai Xiaoya couldn't figure it out, so she had no choice but to temporarily put the mess out of her mind, burying her head in her school bag to look for her textbook, preparing to concentrate on class. Suddenly, the classroom erupted in a clamor. Wow, he's so handsome. Is he a celebrity? Who is he? Isn't our Chinese teacher an old man? I'm a guy, and I even want to marry him. For a moment, the students in the classroom discussed excitedly. Bai Xiaoya couldn't help but look up. She saw Bai Yu, being led by Li Xinyue, walking onto the platform. Bai Yu? Bai Xiaoya was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Bai Yu on the platform. She had never expected to see him here. Li Xinyue introduced, "Students, please be quiet for a moment. Let me introduce to you our new Chinese teacher, Teacher Bai Yu." Bai Yu said with a smile, "The former teacher Su took a leave of absence due to illness, so I will be taking over your Chinese class. Please guide me." Wow. Yay. Seeing that Bai Yu was going to teach their Chinese class, the students in the class burst into cheers. Compared to a boring old man teaching, who wouldn't want a handsome man, whose looks rivaled top celebrities and had an elegant bearing, to teach the class? After introducing Bai Yu, Li Xinyue said, "Teacher Bai, I have a class in the next room, so I won't disturb you any longer. If you have any questions, just ask me after class." Bai Yu smiled. "Thank you, Teacher Li. It's nothing. Let's grab dinner together tonight if you're free." Li Xinyue winked at Bai Yu, then left the classroom, leaving the platform to Bai Yu. Bai Yu glanced at Bai Xiaoya in the corner, but didn't give her too much attention. He opened his textbook and said, "Students, today, we will be talking about Ode to the Red Cliff." The day passed quickly. Bai Xiaoya's spirit had been wandering all day. Everything that had happened today was beyond her imagination. As the sun set, Bai Yu finished his last class. The students in the classroom had left one after another. Only Bai Xiaoya was left in the corner of the classroom. Bai Yu looked at Bai Xiaoya's absent-minded appearance, smiled slightly, walked up to Bai Xiaoya, and asked with a chuckle, "Girl, what are you thinking about?" Bai Xiaoya stood up quickly, flustered. Teacher Bai. I. Bai Yu chuckled and continued, "As a friend, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Would you like to come?" "I invite me to dinner?" Bai Xiaoya was stunned. Chapter 18. An Unpleasant Encounter. Jiang City First High School's west side was home to a bustling snack street. It was arguably the liveliest street surrounding the school, and many students would eat, hang out, and go on dates here after class. In short, this snack street was a student paradise. Bai Xiaoya led Bai Yu into the snack street, saying, "Let's eat here today. It's cheap, affordable, and the food's really good." Bai Yu surveyed the vibrant, down-to-earth street, smiling as she teased Bai Xiaoya, "Kid, you know I'm treating you. Why not pick a more expensive place and let me get fleeced?" Bai Xiaoya waved her hands. No. This place is perfect. You can get full for 10 or so yuan. Anything pricier and I'd feel bad. You and your..." Bai Yu didn't know what to say. She just shook her head and laughed. She spotted a relatively clean-looking small eatery on the side of the street and said, "Let's eat here then." "Okay. This restaurant is cheap too. It's less than 30 yuan per person." Bai Xiaoya happily agreed, entering the restaurant with Bai Yu, and they found a table to order. As they waited for their food, Bai Xiaoya finally couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked Bai Yu, "Teacher, what exactly are you?" Bai Yu looked at Bai Xiaoya and asked, "Why do you ask?" Bai Xiaoya said, "I woke up in a mansion at Tenghua Pin today. There's no way my parents know any rich people like that. And when I fainted, You were with my mom. You saved our family, and you took us to that mansion, right? You didn't deny it, chuckling. Looks like you're pretty sharp, kid. Looking into Yu's eyes, Xiaoya asked earnestly, You're so rich. You're from a completely different world. Why did you help us? Yu replied, Aren't we friends? Xiaoya shook her head earnestly. No friend would gift someone a mansion after knowing them for less than a day. And you becoming our teacher, it wasn't a coincidence either, right? Yu looked directly into Xiaoya's clear eyes, smiling. It seems like I can't hide anything from you, huh? Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I can see that you have a lot of potential, so I'm doing a bit of angel investing. Xiaoya laughed out loud. What kind of weird reason is that? Fine, if you don't want to say it, I won't ask anymore. Yu asked again, smiling. Aren't you curious about my true purpose? Of course I'm curious. Xiaoya nodded repeatedly and then continued, But curiosity is one thing. I believe if you're not telling me, you must have your reasons. All I need to know is that we're friends, and that you won't hurt me, and that's enough. Haha, I like you more and more, kid. Feeling Xiaoya's trust, Yu laughed loudly, overjoyed. Yu could feel the distance between her and her daughter decreasing, little by little. Kid, we're not just friends. One day, we'll recognize each other. Looking at Xiaoya's eyes, Yu was looking forward to that day even more. Just then, a foul-mouthed, dyed yellow-hair hooligan entered the restaurant with two small-time delinquent girls, and they sat at the table next to Yu and Xiaoya. As soon as the hooligan sat down, he started cursing, Damn it, if I ever run into the guy who hurt Sister Wang yesterday, I'll break his limbs. Hearing this, Xiaoya glanced over. When she saw the two girls at the next table, her expression changed slightly and she quickly lowered her head, using her arm to shield her face. Seeing Xiaoya's reaction, Yu couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Xiaoya whispered to Yu, Shuh. The two girls sitting at the next table are part of the same group that bullied me yesterday. Let's leave, before they recognize me and things get messy. Part of the same group? Yu raised an eyebrow slightly and turned to look at the three hoodlums at the next table. The yellow-haired hooligan who was talking loudly noticed Yu's gaze and spat on the floor. He pointed at Yu and cursed, What the hell are you looking at? You want to fight? Yu didn't get angry at the hooligan's insult. He just took a look at the hooligan and lost interest. He took a bill from his pocket and placed it on the table, getting up and saying to Xiaoya, Kid, let's find another place to eat. He didn't want any bloodshed to occur while he was spending time with his daughter. Yeah. Xiaoya also didn't want to stay any longer. She nodded repeatedly, grabbed her bag, and prepared to leave the trouble spot with Yu. However, just as Yu and Xiaoya were about to leave the restaurant, the two delinquent girls recognized Xiaoya. They immediately said to the yellow-haired hooligan, Brother Huang, that student is the ugly one we were talking about. Sister Wang got hurt yesterday because she was trying to rob her. What? Hearing the two delinquent girls' words, the yellow-haired hooligan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He slammed his fist on the table and jumped up, yelling at Yu and Xiaoya, You two, stop right there. Xiaoya's body trembled and went stiff. This is bad. Yu sighed deeply and muttered to himself, I was planning on letting you go, but why do you have to go and look for trouble? Unfortunately, the yellow-haired hooligan had no idea who he had provoked. He immediately told the two delinquent girls to call for reinforcements, while he strode to the door of the restaurant to block Yu and Xiaoya's path. Ignoring Yu, the yellow-haired hooligan questioned Xiaoya, Hey, ugly thing, where's the guy who hurt Sister Wang yesterday? Seeing the yellow-haired hooligan's menacing face, Xiaoya instinctively hid behind Yu, grabbing onto Yu's clothes and asking in a low voice, Yu, what do we do now? Yu said softly, Don't worry, I'm here. The yellow-haired hooligan, seeing that Xiaoya didn't answer him, had a flash of violence in his eyes. He immediately reached out to grab Xiaoya's hair, cursing, Damn it, I'm asking you a question. Bang. Before the yellow-haired hooligan could even touch Xiaoya, Yu kicked him, sending him flying into the street, where he rolled over a dozen times, startling the passers-by into a series of gasps. You dare hit our brother Huang? The two delinquent girls who had just finished making calls inside the restaurant saw Baiyu make a move. Not willing to be outdone, they both lunged at Baiyu and Bai Xiaoya. Baiyu turned around and pulled Bai Xiaoya behind him. He then slapped each of the two delinquent girls, sending them flying into a couple of tables, breaking them. Who dares to cause trouble in my restaurant? The restaurant owner who heard the commotion came running from the kitchen, wielding a cooking ladle. Before he could make a move, he caught a heavy wallet that Baiyu threw at him. I'll cover all the damages to the restaurant today. Go back inside. The restaurant owner caught the wallet, and when he glanced at the thick wad of red bills inside, his face changed instantly. Smiling at Baiyu, he said, "Okay, big brother. I'm going inside right now. You guys just do your thing. It has nothing to do with me." After saying that, the restaurant owner happily went back into the kitchen, even locking the door behind him. After taking care of the restaurant owner, Baiyu apologized to Bai Xiaoya. "I'm sorry. I wanted to treat you to dinner, but it turned into this. It's not your fault. Their people are probably nearby. Let's get out of here," Bai Xiaoya said quickly. Without waiting for Baiyu to speak, she grabbed Baiyu's hand and ran out of the restaurant. The yellow-haired hooligan struggled to get up from the ground. Seeing that Bai Xiaoya and Baiyu were already dozens of meters away, he clutched his stomach and yelled, "You bastards! You can't escape. Tomorrow, I'll definitely bring my brothers and block you at your school gate." Hearing what the yellow-haired hooligan said, Baiyu stopped Bai Xiaoya. Bai Xiaoya said anxiously, "Why did you stop? Let's run." Baiyu turned his head and looked at the yellow-haired hooligan who was limping closer. He said he's bringing people to block the school gate. Bai Xiaoya quickly said, "So what if they block the school gate? We can take a few days off. Studies are not as important as our lives. They can't block the school gate every day, right?" "That won't do," Baiyu rejected Bai Xiaoya's suggestion. "How can you waste your studies because of a few hooligans?" Bai Xiaoya said anxiously, "Teacher, I know you're good at fighting, but there are many of them, and 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. What's more, they might have weapons. I don't want to see you get hurt." Hearing Bai Xiaoya say that, Baiyu was taken aback. Then, he shook his head and smiled, saying, "Okay, let's get out of here first." "Okay, follow me." Seeing that Baiyu had agreed, Bai Xiaoya didn't waste any more time. Again, she grabbed Baiyu's hand and ran toward the other side of the snack street, leaving the hobbling yellow-haired hooligan far behind. Baiyu looked at Bai Xiaoya's back as she pulled him along, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. "My daughter is worried about me." Suddenly, he felt a sense of pride, as if he was watching his own daughter grow up. After they had run for a while, Bai Xiaoya finally stopped at the other end of the snack street. Panting, she turned around to look, and, not seeing the yellow-haired hooligan's figure, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "We finally got rid of them. I'm exhausted." As she spoke, she looked at Baiyu with surprise, asking, "How come you're not even out of breath after running for so long?" Baiyu chuckled, "Maybe it's because I exercise often. So, what now? Where do you want to go eat?" Bai Xiaoya, fanning herself, said, "They might come after us at any moment. This snack street is unsafe. Should we just go home to eat?" Baiyu smiled softly. "All right, let's go home to eat then." Saying that, Baiyu hailed a taxi and helped Bai Xiaoya get inside, saying, "You go home and wait for me." Bai Xiaoya asked in surprise, "Aren't you coming back with me?" Baiyu said, "I just remembered I left my bag at school. I'll go back to get it." Bai Xiaoya quickly advised, "You can't do anything dangerous." Baiyu pointed 3 fingers to the sky, guaranteeing Bai Xiaoya, "Don't worry, I swear. I definitely won't do anything dangerous." All right. Seeing that Baiyu had given her his word, Bai Xiaoya didn't insist any further. She said instead, "I'll tell Mom to make dinner. You must come back to eat." I'll be back soon." Baiyu smiled gently as he closed the door for Bai Xiaoya. After watching the taxi drive away, Baiyu turned back to the bustling snack street, his smile slowly fading and his eyes turning cold. Snap! Baiyu gently snapped his fingers. Buzz! A strange surge of energy spread from his body, enveloping the entire snack street. At that moment, The people on the street's eyes all changed. They lost all expression and instinctively left the street. The sky above the snack street turned a deep crimson, and a blood moon suddenly rose, hanging in the sky above the street. The flow of people in the street grew thinner and thinner. Bayu slowly walked towards the restaurant from earlier, muttering to himself, "Going to take care of some social trash. How could that be considered dangerous?" Chapter 19. The incident begins. Two vans were parked in front of the restaurant on the bustling snack street. Inside, more than a dozen young thugs were drinking, swearing, and boasting about bringing people to school tomorrow to get revenge on by Xianxia. They were completely oblivious to the fact that the number of pedestrians on the street was dwindling. The yellow-haired thug cursed, "Damn it! Those two bastards got away. When I catch them, I'll settle both the new and old scores. I'll kill them, no doubt about it." A younger thug asked, "Bro, things are being watched closely now. I think we should just beat them up, maybe cripple them, but do you really plan on killing someone?" The yellow-haired thug shouted, "What's there to be afraid of? Sister Wang is crippled now, and if we back down, how are we going to show our faces? Even if we cause someone's death, we can just run to Southeast Asia. My uncle works in telecom fraud there, making a killing. Cops in the country can't reach us overseas." The two disfigured delinquent girls also added fuel to the fire. "Yeah, those two bastards are too arrogant. Our faces are still swollen. They have to pay for it, or people will look down on us." With the yellow-haired thug and the two delinquent girls leading the way, the other thugs also grew bolder and cheered, "Good job, Brother Huang. We brothers will definitely help you get your face back. Let's drink." The yellow-haired thug slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and raised his glass. "Cheers." Inside the restaurant, glasses clinked and it was lively, but the street outside became more and more deserted. Crimson moonlight shone through the windows from outside. One of the drunken thugs noticed the red light coming in, thought he was seeing things, and asked the yellow-haired thug, "Bro Huang, why's the sky outside red?" The yellow-haired thug didn't care and mocked, "You drunk or what? Isn't the sunset red in the evening?" Another thug noticed that there wasn't a single person outside and also felt something was wrong. "That's not right, Bro Huang. Shouldn't the street be lively at this hour? Why isn't there anyone?" The yellow-haired thug said impatiently, "You've only had a few drinks. How could there be no one outside at this hour? You're seeing things, aren't you?" As he said this, the yellow-haired thug also looked outside, only to see the street outside was as red as blood, and not a soul was in sight. He then looked towards the kitchen and discovered that even the boss who had been cooking was gone. What's going on? When the yellow-haired thug saw that everyone had disappeared, he got a sudden jolt, and most of his drunkenness evaporated instantly. "Let's go outside and see." Realizing that something was wrong, the yellow-haired thug grabbed a baseball bat from the nearby table and led the way out of the restaurant. To bolster their courage, the other thugs also grabbed their respective weapons and followed him. The yellow-haired thug rushed out onto the street and found that, apart from themselves, the entire street was empty. The blood-red moon hanging in the sky made the whole scene even more eerie and unsettling. Am I dreaming? Seeing the strange scene on the street, the yellow-haired thug slapped himself hard twice. After feeling the pain, he looked at the thugs behind him with a terrified expression and stammered, "B brothers, this doesn't seem like a dream." One of the thugs reacted and cried out in panic, "We haven't run into a ghost, have we? Everyone, get in the vans, let's leave this place." "Holy shit, don't scare us. There are no such things as ghosts. Something's wrong here, let's run." As they spoke, the group of thugs scrambled to get into the vans. Bang! Before the thugs could even get into the cars, two wolves, even bigger than the vans, descended from the sky, directly flattening the two vans and sending the thugs flying. Monsters! The yellow-haired thug looked at the two giant wolves before him, his face filled with terror. He fell to the ground, so scared that he lost control of his bowels. The other thugs were also stunned with fear. They didn't care about their brotherhood and dropped their weapons, turning and running. However, before they could run 10 meters, one of the giant wolves jumped high, blocking the thugs' escape and blowing them back. The group of thugs crashed and scattered. Seeing that the giant wolf had blocked their escape, they immediately knelt towards the wolf and begged for mercy, kowtowing incessantly, "Great Immortal, please spare us. Our flesh isn't delicious. Please let us go." The yellow-haired thug, who had lost control of his bowels, also got up at this time and kowtowed towards the giant wolf. "Great Immortal, what did we do wrong? Please tell us. We will definitely change." The two giant wolves ignored the thug's pleas for mercy and instead turned to face the opposite direction of the street, both of them going into a crouching posture as if welcoming someone's arrival. Seeing the giant wolves crouching in one direction, the thugs were all stunned, subconsciously turning to look in the direction they were facing. They saw a young man in white slowly walking towards them. Someone's coming. When the thugs saw the young man in white appear, they thought he was their savior, and their faces lit up with joy. They hurriedly cried out to the white-clad youth for help. "Brother, come and save us." Although the thugs were incredibly excited after seeing the white-clad youth, the yellow-haired thug and the two delinquent girls had deathly pale expressions. The one who arrived was none other than Baiyu. How could it be him? When the yellow-haired thug saw Baiyu, he realized that he had provoked the wrong person. He immediately took advantage of the fact that the two giant wolves were crouching towards Baiyu and quietly slipped out of the crowd, running away backwards. However, as soon as the yellow-haired thug left the crowd, he was swept away by the giant wolf's tail. He slammed hard into the ground in front of the other thugs, his head bleeding. The thugs who had been calling for help towards Baiyu had the smiles that had just appeared on their faces freeze as the yellow-haired thug suddenly crashed in front of them. What is happening now? On the other hand, the two delinquent girls knew what was happening. They screamed loudly and then went crazy trying to escape, but their ending was the same as the yellow-haired thug. They were hit by the wolf's tail and slammed to the ground in front of the other thugs. As the two delinquent girls were also attacked by the giant wolves, it was then that the thugs finally realized that Baiyu, who was walking towards them, was not their savior. The yellow-haired thug managed to get up, enduring the pain. He knelt and kowtowed to Baiyu. "Big brother, I know I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please spare my life." The two delinquent girls also followed the yellow-haired thug, kowtowing and begging Baiyu, "Big brother, please spare us just this once. We swear, we will never rob that student again." As they begged Baiyu for mercy, they realized that they had been robbing Bai Xiaoya for so long, but they didn't even know Bai Xiaoya's name. The group of thugs finally understood that Baiyu was the person that the yellow-haired thug had provoked. In their hearts, they started cursing the yellow-haired thug. Outwardly, they kowtowed and begged Baiyu for mercy. "Big brother, we were just here for the fun. It has nothing to do with us. You can deal with those three. Just let the rest of us go." Baiyu calmly looked at all the thugs present, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He now looked at them as if they were already dead. The two giant wolves suddenly spoke, asking Baiyu respectfully, "Master Bai, what do you plan on doing with these mortals?" Baiyu slightly curled his index finger, and the yellow-haired thug and the two delinquent girls all fainted on the ground. Their souls then flew out of their bodies. Baiyu sent the three souls to the two giant wolves, saying, "Let them reincarnate as beasts for the next 10 lives." The two giant wolves accepted the three souls and smiled at Baiyu. "Master Bai, it seems that your temperament has become much better after being locked in the spirit prison for 100,000 years. Baiyu raised his eyebrows. "Oh, why do you say that?" The giant wolf smiled. "We thought you would have these three souls obliterated. We didn't expect you to be so merciful." Baiyu shook his head and chuckled. "They're just some low-level thugs. The punishment of 10 lives as beasts is enough." The giant wolf then glanced at the other thugs kneeling on the ground and asked again, "What about the others?" Baiyu waved his hand and said, "Take them all down. You can deal with them as you see fit." "Oh, there are also a few that got away. Help me find them and get rid of them as well." "Yes." The two giant wolves bowed respectfully, then opened their maws and sucked the souls of the dozen or so thugs into their bellies. The dozen or so bodies fell to the ground, lifeless. The street grew quiet. After dealing with these people, one of the giant wolves asked Baiyu, "Master Bai, The Celestial Emperor heard you were released from prison and would like to ask if you have any thoughts about returning to the Celestial Palace to be a celestial official again? Baiyu asked in surprise. I committed such a huge offense 10 years ago, and the three realms were going to remove my name from the record. The Celestial Emperor still dares to let me go back? The giant wolf smiled. Everything can be negotiated. The Celestial Emperor said that he can allow you to return secretly first, and once the three realms are at peace, your celestial position can be announced publicly. Baiyu chuckled. The Celestial Emperor wants me to return to the Celestial Palace, probably because he knows that the Demon Lord is trying to contact me and is afraid that I will join the Demon Realm, right? The giant wolf paused for a moment, then said with a dry laugh, Master Bai, you and the Celestial Emperor are old friends. The Celestial Emperor had no choice about what happened 10 years ago. You should understand him. He also has many things that he cannot control. Baiyu said, I do understand, but that doesn't prevent me from being annoyed by it. And now that I don't have a celestial position, I can do whatever I want, which is nice. The giant wolf sighed slightly, and no longer held any hope that Baiyu would return to the Celestial Palace. Instead, it asked, Master Bai, if you don't want to go back, then can you tell me what your current relationship with the Demon Lord is? Baiyu replied, you can go back and tell the Celestial Emperor that there isn't any spark between me and the Demon Lord right now, but if the Celestial Palace obstructs my path in the future, the result may be different. Hearing Baiyu's answer, the giant wolf's expression changed slightly. It then bowed respectfully to Baiyu. Your humble servant understands. I will report Master Bai's words faithfully. Goodbye. After saying that, the two giant wolves disappeared into thin air. A gust of wind blew through, and the dozen or so bodies lying on the street turned to ash and were swept away by the wind. The blood moon in the sky gradually disappeared, and the people who had previously left the street slowly returned. Soon, the entire snack street returned to its bustling state. Everyone on the street was oblivious to what had happened, and everything seemed to be as it was before. Only the dozen or so thugs in the restaurant, as well as the two crushed vans, had disappeared. But no one noticed. Standing in the crowd, Baiyu stretched and looked up at the darkening sky. His eyes became profound as he muttered to himself, the Celestial Palace, the Demon Realm. It's been hundreds of thousands of years. Are you guys not tired of this? Oh well, none of this concerns me. It's time to go back and eat with my daughter. Baiyu then thought of Bai Xiaoya, and a smile spread across his face. He even started humming a little tune. After finding Bai Xiaoya, Baiyu's biggest dream now was to resurrect his wife, Lu Wan, and have a peaceful life together with his family. And he would not hesitate to pay any price to achieve that goal. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Aunt Nyo suddenly called. Baiyu answered the call and heard Aunt Nyo asking, Big brother Bai, is Yun Yun eating with you? Baiyu was taken aback. I told her to go back first. She hasn't reached home yet? Aunt Nyo said, No. Her phone isn't going through either. That's why I called you. This. Baiyu's pupils constricted violently, realizing that something might have happened to Bai Xiaoya. He quickly took off into the sky, chasing after the taxi from earlier. And then, Baiyu discovered a burning taxi that had crashed on the road. The taxi driver had been burned to a crisp, and Bai Xiaoya was no longer in the back seat. Chapter 20. The Traitor. Who? Baiyu stared at the charred remains of the taxi, his body trembling violently. The veins in his arms bulged, his fists clenched so tightly that the bones cracked. Who? His eyes were filled with boundless rage. Rumble. The clear sky suddenly turned dark with menacing clouds, and thunder crashed in the heavens. The crowd who had gathered to watch the car accident scattered like frightened birds and beasts as the rain threatened, leaving only the traffic police to manage the scene. Baiyu landed a distance away, watching the accident scene alone. Regret gnawed at his heart. If he hadn't left Bai Xiaoya, if he had gone home with her, would things have been different? But alas, there was no medicine for regret. Land deity, come out. Baiyu took a deep breath and roared. A land deity who looked like a ginseng root emerged from the concrete, trembling as he bowed to Baiyu. Lord Bai, what are your orders? Baiyu asked the land deity, do you know who caused the car accident here? The land deity heard the boundless murderous intent in Bai Yu's voice and shuddered all over. Are reporting to Lord Bai. I don't know. You don't know? Bai Yu grabbed the land deity, his voice sharp, as the guardian of this land. How can you not know how this car accident happened? Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Bai Yu, the land deity was about to cry. Lord Bai, please calm your anger. This car accident was caused by an evil spirit. My power is too weak, and by the time I sensed it, the accident was already over. I truly don't know who did it. An evil spirit? Hearing the land deity's words, Bai Yu suddenly calmed down. He let go of the land deity, relaxed his aura, and asked him in the most composed voice he could muster. Do you have any leads regarding the evil spirit who caused this accident? While Bai Yu served in the celestial palace, he had offended so many people in the three realms. The number of evil spirits who wanted revenge on him could stretch from here to the sea. He simply couldn't think of anyone who would kidnap his daughter at this time. The land deity replied, Lord Bai, I don't know if this counts as a lead, but I found some fox fur within my territory today. Fox fur? A glint of light flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. These are them. The land deity trembled as he took out some fox fur and respectfully handed it to Bai Yu. Jiang City is a modern metropolis and doesn't have white foxes. So, these fox fur. Your humble servant speculates that they must have fallen off a fox demon. As for why a fox demon appeared in my territory, your humble servant cannot afford to offend the Xianxia fox clan, so I dare not make any wild guesses. Bai Yu took the fox fur from the land deity and asked, Besides this, do you have any other leads? The land deity shook his head. No, I don't. Bai Yu didn't make things difficult for the land deity. He put the fox fur away and said, All right, you can go back. If you get any new leads, make sure to notify me. The land deity quickly bowed to Bai Yu. Rest assured, Lord Bai, if your humble servant has any new leads, I will notify Lord Bai as soon as possible. Your humble servant will take his leave for now. After saying this, the land deity didn't dare linger, and immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared back into the earth. After the land deity left, Bai Yu looked back at the burned-out taxi and softly murmured, White Fox. He thought of Su Qing. Diyuan Boxing Gym. Tonight, the boxing gym was as lively as ever. The smell of smoke, sweat, and hormones mixed together, filling the entire gym with a primal, violent energy. Su Qing sat in a VIP box, watching the two boxers slug it out in the ring with a relaxed air. Although she was the head of Xianxia capital and was usually busy with work, whenever she had free time, she liked to come to this boxing gym to watch boxers fight. The feeling of flesh hitting flesh stimulated her nerves and made her feel extremely refreshed. As one boxing match ended and a boxer was carried away by the medical staff, Su Qing yawned and sighed. Lately there haven't been any fighters using demon blood serum. The matches are so boring. The handsome man who was massaging Su Qing's back said, Boss Su, if you think it's boring, why don't we arrange for demon blood serum to be used again? Su Qing rejected this suggestion. Let's not. Things have been unstable in Jiang City recently. We should play it safe. It would be fine if this Diyuan boxing gym was lost, but if Xianxia capital gets dragged into it, then our Fox clan status will be at risk. Although the matches are boring now, they are at least safe. At least demon hunters won't come knocking on our door. The handsome man flattered her. Boss Su, you're wise. Su Qing yawned again and instructed the handsome man. I'm a little cold. Go get a blanket. Yes. The handsome man said respectfully and turned to get the blanket, but suddenly saw Bai Yu appear at the entrance. The handsome man's pupils constricted as he froze, not daring to move. He could sense the killing intent radiating from Bai Yu. Su Qing did not know that Bai Yu had arrived. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and she asked the handsome man, Why haven't you brought the blanket yet? The handsome man didn't respond. A hint of impatience flashed in Su Qing's eyes, and she turned around to scold the handsome man, only to see Bai Yu standing at the entrance. Her expression immediately changed. She quickly stood up and greeted Bai Yu with a smile. Lord Bai, what brings you to my humble abode? Really? You should have notified me beforehand, or I would have been negligent and offended you. As she spoke, Su Qing moved closer to Baiyu, subtly using her charm to show off her allure. Unfortunately, Baiyu was unmoved. He took out the fox fur he had collected from the land deity and asked Su Qing, "Did these fox fur fall from one of your Xianxia white foxes?" When Su Qing saw the fox fur in Baiyu's hand, her expression changed slightly. She then laughed and said, "Lord Bai, how did you become interested in collecting fox fur? If Lord Bai likes it, I can gift you a fine fox fur coat and have a few little sisters come and serve you. There are better fox furs than this in Xianxia." Baiyu said coldly, "You just need to answer. Is this fox fur from one of your Xianxia white foxes?" Su Qing trembled slightly, then took the fox fur from Baiyu's hand, examined it carefully and nodded. "This is indeed from our Xianxia fox clan. But Lord Bai, as you know, our fox clan has a lot of fur and shedding is unavoidable. Where did you find this fox fur?" "Baiyu, at the scene of my daughter's car accident." Su Qing's pupils constricted, realizing that she was in trouble. She quickly explained to Baiyu, "Lord Bai, you have to believe me. The Xianxia fox clan has absolutely nothing to do with this. My clan relies on your demon refining cauldron. We would never attack your daughter." Baiyu looked at Su Qing indifferently and asked, "How many members of your Xianxia fox clan are in Jiang City?" Su Qing said quickly, "Besides myself and my 2 servants, no other fox clan members are in Jiang City. Today, my servants and I have been at the Diyuan boxing gym all day." Baiyu glanced at the handsome man next to Su Qing and asked Su Qing, "Where is your other servant?" Su Qing replied, "He went to entertain one of my friends. They're in the next box over." As she said this, Su Qing urged the handsome man next to her, "Hurry up and call him over." "Why, yes." The handsome man didn't dare to delay and ran out of the VIP box. Su Qing continued to explain to Baiyu, "Lord Bai, you must believe me. If I really wanted to attack your daughter, I wouldn't have waited until today, and I wouldn't have told you anything about your daughter's whereabouts." "Ah?" Just as Su Qing was explaining, a terrified scream came from the next VIP box. Su Qing's expression changed drastically, and she immediately rushed to the next VIP box, only to see the torn remains of a cat demon, and her other servant was gone.
This.
Su Qing stared in shock at her friend's corpse. She instinctively took a step back, her face filled with disbelief and fear. Something really had happened. "It seems that Boss Su, you don't have much control over your servants. They killed your friend right next to your box, and you didn't even know?" Baiyu's cold voice came from behind, causing Su Qing to tremble all over, her face ashen. Su Qing could no longer hold it in and knelt before Baiyu, explaining, "Lord Bai, you must believe me. This matter has nothing to do with me. The Xianxia Fox clan would not make the choice to become your enemy." Baiyu glanced at the cat demon's corpse and said indifferently to Su Qing, "The evil spirit from your fox clan is the one who did this. Right now, you are the only one in charge here, so I need you to give me a reasonable explanation. If that fox demon isn't found, my demon refining cauldron will be used to burn your fox clan from now on." Su Qing trembled all over and quickly said to Baiyu, "Please be assured, Lord Bai. My Xianxia fox clan has secret techniques to search for bloodlines. I will definitely bring that traitor back." As she spoke, Su Qing urged the handsome man, "Quickly, bring me my artifact." The handsome man hesitated, "But Boss Su, your artifact?" Su Qing scolded, "If we don't resolve this matter, our entire clan will be buried with that traitor. Do you understand?" Hearing Su Qing's scolding, the handsome man's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to say anything else and quickly replied, "Why yes, I'll go get it right now." As he spoke, the handsome man transformed back into a white fox and ran quickly out of the VIP box to retrieve Su Qing's artifact. Su Qing took a breath and said to Baiyu, "Lord Bai, please wait a moment. Once I get my artifact, I will help you capture that traitor." Baiyu gave Su Qing a deep look, then walked to a seat in the VIP box. Looking at the 2 boxers sparring below through the window, he said faintly, "I hope you can find the traitor before I lose my mind. Otherwise, you shouldn't want to see what happens after that." Su Qing trembled again. She pursed her lips and replied with a bitter expression, "I will definitely spare no effort." Chapter 21. The Blood Fox Gourd. Bai didn't wait long in the VIP box before the white fox, who had gone to retrieve Su Qing's artifact, returned with a blood-red crystal gourd in its mouth. As soon as the white fox returned, Bai noticed that the area where the fox was biting the crystal gourd was corroded, and even the bone was visible. When Su Qing saw the white fox return, she put on a pair of golden silk gloves and said to the white fox, "Present the blood fox gourd." Yes. The white fox transformed back into the handsome man. The instant he held the blood fox gourd in his hands, the blood in his arms was drained by the gourd, leaving them as dry as firewood. Then, a drop of black liquid, surging with powerful energy, appeared inside the gourd. The handsome man endured the pain and respectfully presented the blood fox gourd. Su Qing took the blood fox gourd, carefully opened the stopper, and a thick, bloody odor mixed with the stench of fox filled the entire VIP box. Bai asked, "What evil object is this gourd?" "It feeds on the flesh and blood of your own kin." Su Qing explained, "Lord Bai, this blood fox gourd is a treasure of our Xianxia fox clan, made from 10,000-year-old rotten blood jade. Only our clan's treasure, the golden fox silk gloves, can block the corrosive power of the rotten blood jade. It can extract fox blood and refine it into my fox ancestors' essence blood. This essence blood can not only transform my fox clan, but also locate all the demons in the world with fox bloodlines. It is invaluable. However, with the amount of blood absorbed by the blood fox gourd, it can only be used to locate the traitor at best, and that for only a short period." Bai glanced at the fox clan handsome man who only had half his life left and said to Su Qing, "Using the lives of your descendants to create the blood of your ancestors. Your Xianxia fox clan is truly cold-blooded and ruthless. No wonder you were able to seduce a country's ruler and bring chaos to the world." Su Qing said, "Those are old stories. Our ancestors have already been executed, and as a result, the Xianxia fox clan was excluded from the investiture of the gods and not welcomed in the three realms. The fox clan has already suffered so much. Please don't mock me any further, Lord Bai." As she spoke, Su Qing carefully poured out the drop of black essence blood from the blood fox gourd, using her spiritual power to hold it in the air. The moment Su Qing's spiritual power touched the drop of essence blood, the essence blood immediately extracted most of Su Qing's spiritual power, making Su Qing's face turn pale. The blood fox gourd slipped from her hand, falling to the ground. Seeing this, the handsome man immediately transformed back into a white fox, dragging his desiccated body to catch the blood fox gourd. However, just as the white fox was about to catch the blood fox gourd, Bai appeared next to Su Qing and steadily grasped the blood fox gourd in his hand. Su Qing looked at Bai in surprise. "Lord Bai?" Bai weighed the blood fox gourd in his hand and said, "If you let your little fox touch this gourd again, his little life will be over. Our goal is to find the person, not to kill. There is no need for him to die because of this." "Lord Bai." Hearing Bai's words, Su Qing's nose suddenly twitched. She then quickly said to the white fox, "Lord Bai saved your life. You should thank him quickly." The white fox immediately kowtowed to Bai. "Thank you, Lord Bai, for saving my life." Bai used his spiritual power to wrap the blood fox gourd and tossed it to the white fox. "You don't need to thank me this early. If you don't find your fox clan's traitor, I still won't go easy on you." Su Qing's mouth twitched. She then smiled weakly at Bai. "Don't worry, Lord Bai. No fox clan can escape the tracking of our fox ancestors' blood. Even if that traitor flees to the ends of the earth, the fox ancestors' blood will still find him." "Bai, if that is so, then let's begin the tracking. The faster you find him, the better." "Yes." Su Qing bowed slightly to Bai and then used her spiritual power to activate the fox ancestors' blood, which had absorbed half of her spiritual power. The fox ancestors' blood transformed into a small black, nine-tailed fox. After circling in the air, it flew out of the VIP box. Su Qing said quickly, "Lord Bai, follow me quickly. It can lead us to the traitor's location." "Okay." Bai nodded slightly and took the lead in chasing after the fox ancestors' blood, with Su Qing following closely behind. The fox ancestors' blood was very fast and was able to ignore obstacles. Soon, it disappeared into the distance, out of Bai and Su Qing's sight. Suqing panted and said to Baiyu, Lord Bai, you don't need to take care of me. I have a way to catch up. You go ahead first. Baiyu glanced at Suqing and then said, Okay, catch up as quickly as possible. After saying that, Baiyu didn't wait for Suqing any longer. He suddenly accelerated and chased after the fox ancestor's blood. Soon, Baiyu and the fox ancestor's blood left Suqing far behind and reached the other end of the city. The fox ancestor's blood stopped hovering above an abandoned factory in Jiang City, circled for a moment, and then vanished into the air due to energy depletion. Baiyu landed at the gate of the abandoned factory, glanced at where the fox ancestor's blood had disappeared, and muttered, Looks like its energy is depleted. I didn't think this fox ancestor's blood would consume so much energy. You see, Suqing was the leader of the Xianxia fox clan, and was a renowned figure in the demon world. Ordinary demons and demon hunters couldn't get near her. And this fox ancestor's blood had absorbed almost half of Suqing's spiritual power, yet it lasted for less than 10 minutes. However, Baiyu only sighed briefly before putting the fox ancestor's blood behind him. He pushed open the rusty iron gate of the abandoned factory and walked inside. The spiritual power within the abandoned factory was a little unstable. There has been a battle here recently? Sensing the turbulent spiritual power in the air, Baiyu frowned slightly. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately hurried into the depths of the abandoned factory. As soon as Baiyu entered the interior of the factory, he saw claw marks, sword marks, and bullet marks everywhere. All these marks were newly made, and it was very obvious that a fierce battle had just taken place here. Judging by this, the fox demon fought with demon hunters. No, I can't let the demon hunters kill that fox demon. Realizing that someone had found the fox demon before him, Baiyu's expression changed slightly, and he sped up again, heading deeper into the factory. As Baiyu delved deeper into the factory, the amount of blood and fox fur on the ground increased. Baiyu even saw several human corpses, all bearing the marks of being mauled by a fox demon, their deaths extremely gruesome. There's more than one demon hunter. Baiyu's expression grew heavier as he witnessed the gruesome battlefield. He continued to press on. His daughter, Bai Xiaoya, was currently just an ordinary human. If the fox demon and the demon hunters fought too fiercely, it could easily affect Bai Xiaoya. Xiaoya, please, don't get into any trouble. Deep within the abandoned factory, a fox demon, over 2 meters tall and covered in wounds, was forced into a corner by 3 demon hunters, its breath extremely weak. An old Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe and carrying a copper bell and a peachwood sword saw the fox demon's chaotic breathing, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. My 2 friends, this beast is already cornered. Let's put in a bit more effort and kill it. A red-haired woman wearing a black jumpsuit and holding 2 handguns laughed. Everyone agreed on this. We'll split the demon core evenly. Another gloomy-looking man said in a low voice, You 2 split the demon core. I'll take the body. The red-haired woman laughed. Okay, I don't have any use for the body anyway. You can have it. The fox demon gasped for breath and glared at the 3 demon hunters who surrounded it, hatefully. You lowly humans, forcing me into this state. Unforgivable. Boom. The fox demon's eyes instantly turned blood red, and its aura began to surge. The old Taoist priest sensed the fox demon's surging aura, and his expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, Not good. This beast is hiding more power. Everyone be careful. As soon as the old Taoist priest finished speaking, the fox demon appeared in front of him, raising its giant claws and slamming down. Sizzle. The old Taoist priest's head was directly sliced off by the fox demon's claws. The red-haired woman and gloomy-looking man had yet to react before they saw the old Taoist priest's headless body slowly fall to the ground, both of their pupils constricted. Damn it! Seeing another of their allies killed, the red-haired woman's expression changed drastically. She immediately dodged to the side, firing at the fox demon at the same time. A large number of bullets infused with spiritual power rained down on the fox demon, but those bullets didn't even break the fox demon's skin. The gloomy-looking man who had dodged to the side also no longer held back. He immediately manipulated the dried corpses that crawled out of the ground and had them attack the fox demon. However, Those dried corpses that were capable of tearing through steel were all smashed into pieces by the fox demon's palm. The gloomy-looking man suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of black blood as his aura rapidly declined. On the other side, the red-haired woman noticed that the fox demon had become unsteady after smashing the gloomy man's dried corpses. Realizing that the fox demon was at the end of its rope, she shouted to the gloomy man, "Don't be afraid, brother. Let's attack together. This fox demon is at its limit and won't last much longer." But the gloomy man was already scared out of his wits and didn't want to fight anymore. He abandoned the red-haired woman and turned to run. The fox demon seized the opportunity, quickly rushing to the gloomy man's back, opening its mouth and biting down, tearing off half of the gloomy man's body. Seeing the gloomy man killed by the fox demon, the red-haired woman cursed in anger. That idiot! Running at this time is just asking for death. Fortunately, after killing the gloomy man, the fox demon's aura dropped considerably. The red-haired woman wasn't without hope of victory. She quickly changed magazines and pulled the trigger at the fox demon, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Within a second, the red-haired woman emptied 2 magazines. 3 out of the 24 bullets hit the fox demon, causing it to cry out in pain. "It's working, I can win." Seeing that the fox demon had been hurt, the red-haired woman knew that she only needed 1 more magazine of bullets to kill the fox demon. She reached for the pouch on her belt, only to find that it was empty. Her magazines were all used up. "I'm out of bullets." Without any magazines, the red-haired woman immediately showed a look of fear. While she was still wondering what to do, the fox demon had already appeared in front of her, raising its giant claws and slamming down. The red-haired woman watched the giant claw come down. A look of despair flashed in her eyes, and all she could do was close her eyes and wait for death. It's over. Before she came here, she had never thought that this fox demon would be able to annihilate them all. Bang! Just as the fox demon was about to smash the red-haired woman into a pulp, Baiyu descended from the sky, stepping on the fox demon's head and pinning it to the ground. The floor shattered, the red-haired woman was thrown backward, and she tumbled on the ground before she managed to stop herself. What happened? The red-haired woman struggled to get up from the ground and looked towards the fox demon, and then she saw the scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Baiyu, dressed in white, was single-handedly stepping on the fox demon's head, smashing the ground into a 10-meter-deep crater. Chapter 22. The Fox Clan's Scourge. So strong. Wang Sha stared blankly at Baiyu's back, completely mesmerized. She had been a demon hunter for several years and had met many demon hunters, but Baiyu was the strongest she had encountered in her entire career. Who exactly is he? Suddenly, Wang Sha was filled with endless curiosity about Baiyu. She got up from the ground and limped towards Baiyu, thanking him. "Thank you, brother, for your help. My name is Wang Sha. What's your name?" Baiyu ignored Wang Sha. He lifted the fox demon and asked coldly, "Where is my daughter?" The fox demon looked weakly at Baiyu and laughed. "I didn't expect you to find this place so quickly. Su Qing helped you, didn't she?" Baiyu's eyes were icy cold. He grabbed the fox demon's neck with one hand and continued to ask, "Where is my daughter?" "Hee hee." The fox demon chuckled. "She's already been taken away by the Lord. She isn't here." "Who is your Lord?" Baiyu pressed. "My Lord, cough cough." The fox demon spat out another mouthful of blood, its aura growing weaker. The 3 bloody holes in its body were continuously bleeding, staining half of its body red. Wang Sha, seeing this, couldn't help but remind Baiyu, "Friend, although I don't know what your business is with this fox demon, if you keep asking like this, it will die soon." Baiyu still ignored Wang Sha, only staring coldly at the fox demon, waiting for its answer. The fox demon felt its body temperature decreasing and said to Baiyu, "Lord Bai, if you want to know who my lord is, go ask Su Qing. She has been hiding a lot from you." After saying that, the fox demon's pupils glazed over, and it completely lost its breath. Seeing that the fox demon had just died like that, Baiyu's expression was extremely calm. His eyes were now profoundly deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Wang Sha saw Baiyu just standing there, holding the fox demon's corpse without moving. She pursed her lips and said to Baiyu again, "Brother, the fox demon is dead. Logically speaking, it was killed by me, but since you saved my life, how about we split the demon core? This fox demon is so strong. I estimate its demon core can sell for a lot of money on the black market. If you trust me, give me your bank card number. After I sell the demon core, I will definitely transfer the money to your account." Not interested. Baiyu dragged the fox demon's corpse and turned to walk out of the factory. Although he hadn't gotten by Xiaoya's location from the fox demon, Baiyu was at least certain that his daughter was currently safe. The other party had gone to a lot of trouble to kidnap Bai Xiaoya, and even intentionally left someone to deliver a message. They must have a goal in mind that included Baiyu. Before they achieved their goal, they wouldn't harm Bai Xiaoya. Knowing that his daughter wasn't in any immediate danger, Baiyu was relieved somewhat and became much calmer. Next, he only needed to find Su Qing and ask her who the mastermind was. Hey, I also contributed half the effort to killing that fox demon. How can you take it all for yourself? Seeing Baiyu dragging the fox demon's corpse away, Wang Sha immediately became anxious and blocked Baiyu's path. Although you're strong, you can't just be unreasonable. I fought tooth and nail to seriously injure that fox demon. You came out and took all the credit. Is that fair? Seeing Wang Sha being so assertive, Baiyu couldn't help but chuckle. You killed my important lead and I didn't even bother you? And you still dare to lecture me? Bother you? Wang Sha was dumbfounded. She looked at Baiyu in disbelief and exclaimed, "Hey, why are you so unreasonable? I risked my life to eliminate a demon. Why would you cause me trouble? Even the S-class demon hunters in the association aren't as arrogant as you." Baiyu didn't want to argue with Wang Sha. He put the fox demon's corpse on his shoulder and pushed Wang Sha aside. "I still have a use for this fox demon's corpse. It is not going to you." Wang Sha, who had been pushed aside, stared at Baiyu in shock, feeling like her lungs were about to explode. She had never met such an unreasonable guy before. "Damn it, you bastard. Give me back my demon core." Wang Sha screamed and chased after Baiyu as he left the abandoned factory. At this time, Su Qing was already waiting at the factory gate. As soon as Wang Sha came out of the factory gate, she felt an unprecedentedly powerful demonic aura coming from Su Qing. Her expression changed drastically and she hurriedly reminded Baiyu, "Hey bastard, there's another terrifying person. Be careful." Baiyu ignored Wang Sha's reminder, walked to Su Qing, and threw the white fox's corpse on the ground. Su Qing looked at the corpse lying on the ground. A trace of complex emotion flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Lord Bai, you have already killed him." Wang Sha, who had been preparing to fight to the death, was stunned when she saw Su Qing suddenly speaking with Baiyu. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. "What's going on?" Baiyu looked directly into Su Qing's eyes and said faintly, "Before he died, he said that you were hiding something from me. You should know who ordered him." Su Qing sighed heavily. "Alas! The thing I least wanted to happen has still happened. Actually, I had already vaguely guessed who could have kidnapped Lord Bai's daughter." Baiyu said, "Who?" Su Qing said, "My brother, the traitor of the Qingqiu Fox clan, Su Yin." "Su Yin?" Baiyu frowned, then said, "I think I've heard this name before. He used to be the leader of your Qingqiu Fox clan, right?" Su Qing nodded. "That's right. Su Yin was the previous leader of the Qingqiu Fox clan. He was the most talented genius in the entire Fox clan. At a young age, his strength surpassed the elders in the clan, and he became the leader of the Qingqiu Fox clan. He was also seen as our clan's hope." Baiyu asked, "Then how did he become a traitor to your Fox clan?" Su Qing said in a low voice, "It was also because Su Yin was too talented and his strength improved too quickly. He soon became dissatisfied with the status quo and wanted to obtain even greater power so that he could be recognized by the three realms. However, because our Fox clan had committed a great mistake in the past, we were ostracized by the three realms. Because of this, those of our Fox clan are not allowed to ascend to immortality." This quickly distorted Su Yan's inflated ambition. Later, Su Yin took the blood fox gourd and prepared to blood sacrifice the Qingqiu Fox clan to reshape the Fox ancestors' bloodline and forcefully ascend to immortality. Baiyu asked, "He failed?" Su Qing nodded slightly. Yes. Su Yin was discovered by the elders when the blood sacrifice was halfway through, which resulted in the failure of the blood sacrifice, and Su Yin fled the Fox clan. Baiyu asked curiously, such a big incident happened in your clan. Why didn't I hear any news about it in the Three Realms? This is the first time I've heard of it. Su Qing sighed. The incident with Su Yin was a huge blow to all the elders and severely damaged our clan's vitality. In addition, this was a huge scandal for our Xianxia Fox clan. Therefore, our clan blocked the news and secretly pursued Su Yin. That was also why I became the leader of the Fox clan. Baiyu also said, so, you wanted my demon refining cauldron to deal with Su Yin? Su Qing nodded slightly. That's right. Although Su Yin's blood sacrifice ritual failed, he also awakened some of the Fox clan's bloodline. Now, his strength has long surpassed everyone in our clan, and he will definitely come back to fully awaken his bloodline. If we don't have the demon refining cauldron, our clan will definitely not be able to stop Su Yin. Wang Sha was dumbfounded, exclaiming in surprise, what are you talking about? What Fox clan? Three Realms, demon refining cauldron. What are these things? Are you telling a story? She was just an ordinary member of the Demon Hunter Association and usually only hunted small demons. The things Baiyu and Su Qing were talking about felt like listening to myths and legends. Do gods really exist in this world? She couldn't believe it. Su Qing looked at Wang Sha suspiciously and asked Baiyu, Lord Bai, I haven't asked yet. Who is this young woman? Baiyu said, an ordinary demon hunter. She was the one who killed the fox demon. Is that so? Hearing Baiyu's introduction, a sharp glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. She looked at Wang Sha with her piercing eyes and said with a smile, little girl, you're quite capable. You were actually able to hunt down our Xianxia Fox clan members. You're promising. Wang Sha trembled as she felt the murderous intent in Su Qing's eyes and quickly hid behind Baiyu. Although she didn't know what Baiyu and Su Qing were talking about, she could sense that both Baiyu and Su Qing were big shots who could make the entire Demon Hunter Association tremble. Probably only an S-class demon hunter could be a match for Baiyu and Su Qing. Baiyu blocked Su Qing's gaze. Since it was your brother, Su Yin, who kidnapped my daughter, you should be able to find his location, right? My daughter has school tomorrow. I don't want her to miss class. I want to bring her back tonight. Hearing Baiyu's words, Wang Sha's mouth couldn't help but twitch, muttering, he's truly a devil. His daughter has been kidnapped, and he's still thinking about her studies. A trace of complex emotion flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Then it seemed as if she had made a decision. She took a deep breath and nodded to Baiyu. Su Yin is also a member of the Xianxia Fox clan. The blood fox gourd can find him. Baiyu said, then let's begin. After we find Su Yin, I'll help your Fox clan solve your clan's scourge. Su Qing opened her mouth, but hesitated for a moment. Only then did she ask Baiyu, Lord Bai, can I ask you to give Su Yin a chance to live? Baiyu was stunned. Why? Isn't he your Fox clan's mortal enemy? Su Qing said, he was only misguided for a time. It's not his fault. Moreover, the revival of my Fox clan still needs his help. Baiyu looked at Su Qing deeply and then said, I cannot guarantee that he will live, but if my daughter is unharmed, I can hand him over to your Fox clan to deal with. Hearing Baiyu's words, joy appeared in Su Qing's eyes. Grateful, she said, Lord Bai, having this promise is enough. I will now pinpoint Su Yin's location. Saying that, Su Qing took out the blood fox gourd. However, this time, Su Qing did not put on the golden silk gloves and held the blood fox gourd directly with both hands. Sizzle. The moment Su Qing touched the blood fox gourd, her blood was directly drained by the blood fox gourd, and her beautiful figure instantly turned into a withered corpse. Wang Sha saw a beautiful woman being instantly drained to a corpse by a crystal gourd and fell to the ground, exclaiming in shock, what the hell is that thing? Su Qing endured the pain, preparing to pour all of her spiritual power into the blood fox gourd to locate Su Yin's location with her life. Suddenly, she felt a massive wave of spiritual power flow into her body, nourishing her body, allowing it to quickly become full and for her skin to quickly regain its luster. This is, Su Qing looked at Baiyu in shock. She didn't expect that this renowned immortal would lower himself to help her. Baiyu looked calm and said to Su Qing, You don't need to sacrifice your life for this. My spiritual power is enough. Use it as you please. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Su Qing's nose twitched, her eyes reddened, and she said with a trembling voice, yes. Chapter 23. The Challenge. As Bai Yu poured his spiritual power into Su Qing's body, Su Qing's bone marrow was significantly strengthened, and a continuous flow of blood came from her body, which was absorbed by the blood fox gourd. Soon, the black blood inside the blood fox gourd condensed into a mass. Even before leaving the gourd, it had already transformed into a black nine-tailed fox. Su Qing looked at the black nine-tailed fox taking shape inside the blood fox gourd. Her eyes were filled with endless shock, amazed at how much spiritual power Bai Yu possessed. She knew that to get the black nine-tailed fox inside the blood fox gourd to fully form, they would need to sacrifice at least 1/3 of their Fox Clan's members. Yet, Bai Yu was doing this as if it was nothing, his face not even flushed. Just from the sheer amount of spiritual power Bai Yu possessed, Su Qing could tell that Bai Yu was one of the top figures in the three realms. No wonder he caused such a catastrophe 10 years ago, and was only suppressed in the spirit prison. And now he can still move freely in the outside world. Lord Bai is truly Lord Bai. After deeply experiencing Bai Yu's power, Su Qing's gaze towards Bai Yu was filled with a new level of admiration. Seeing the nine-tailed fox form in the gourd, Bai Yu withdrew his spiritual power and asked Su Qing, "Can you find Su Yin now?" Su Qing snapped back to her senses and nodded repeatedly. "Thanks to your power, Lord Bai, the fox ancestor's blood has already taken shape. Not only can it find Su Yin, but it is estimated that it also possesses considerable combat power." Bai Yu urged, "As long as it can find him, let's go." Seeing that Bai Yu wanted to set off now, Su Qing couldn't help but hesitate. "Lord Bai, you just expended a great deal of energy. Don't you need to rest for a bit? Su Yin certainly wouldn't dare to harm your daughter. There's no need for us to rush. Bai Yu, there's no need. Let's go now." Okay. Seeing that Bai Yu didn't want to rest, Su Qing didn't dare to say much. She carefully guided the black nine-tailed fox out of the blood fox gourd and urged it to seek out Su Yin. The black nine-tailed fox circled in the air and locked onto Su Yin's location and then shot into the distance. Su Qing said, "Lord Bai, the fox ancestor's blood has already locked onto Su Yin's location. Let's go." Bai Yu asked, "Will you be able to keep up this time?" Su Qing smiled. "Thanks to your blessings, Lord Bai, I didn't have much power consumed. I will be able to travel with you this time." Bai Yu nodded slightly. "Okay, let's go then." After saying that, neither of them paid any attention to Wang Sha, and taking the fox demon's body with them, they soared into the air to pursue the fox ancestor's blood. Seeing that Bai Yu and Su Qing had both flown away, Wang Sha was stunned for a moment, and then she reacted, shouting towards the sky, Hey, you two, give me back my demon core." Damn it! Bai Yu and Su Qing could no longer hear Wang Sha's roar from the gate of the abandoned factory. They followed the fox ancestor's blood and soon found Su Yan's hideout. To Bai Yu and Su Qing's surprise, Su Yan also had not left Jiang City. He was just hiding in a construction site. Bai Yu sensed the powerful demonic aura emanating from the construction site. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said faintly, "It seems that Su Yin didn't plan to escape. He's waiting for me to come to his door." On the other hand, worry appeared in Su Qing's eyes. She retracted the black nine-tailed fox into her palm and reminded Bai Yu, "Lord Bai, Su Yin is cautious by nature and would never put himself in danger. The fact that he's waiting for you here probably means it's a trap." Bai Yu sneered, "So what if it's a trap? I can break it with force." After saying that, Bai Yu landed in the construction site and walked toward a building that had not yet been completed. As soon as Bai Yu walked into the building, he saw a white-haired man wearing a white robe, with a tang sword at his waist, and a fox mask standing in the center of the building. When Su Qing saw the masked man, her expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Brother!" Su Yin did not respond to Su Qing. He just looked at Bai Yu calmly and said, "Immortal Luo Yun, I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Bai Yu asked, "Where is my daughter?" Su Yin said, "She's in a safe place. Don't worry, I haven't touched a hair on her head. The reason why I have invited Immortal Luo Yun here today is because I want to test Immortal Luo Yun's strength. If you can defeat me, Immortal, I will return your daughter to you unharmed. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. You want to have a contest with me? Su Yin slowly drew his Tang sword and smiled. Of course. The three realms all know that you are unmatched, immortal, and I know that I am not your opponent. So I need you to bind your own divine powers and magic, and for your spirit to leave your body. You will fight me in your soul form. Hearing Su Yan's request, Su Qing's expression changed slightly. She quickly reminded Bai Yu, Lord Bai, Su Yan's sword can directly cause harm to the soul. You absolutely cannot agree to this request from Su Yan. Binding his own divine powers and magic, and also having his spirit leave his body. This would mean that Bai Yu had to give up all of his power and defense. Even if Bai Yu's battle prowess was unparalleled, his soul could still be obliterated if Su Yan's sword struck it. Su Yan said to Su Qing, Sister, this is a matter between me and Immortal Luo Yun. It is not your concern. No, I will stop you. I will not let you continue to be wrong. Su Qing did not intend to back down. She stood in front of Bai Yu, and a white jade sword appeared in her hand, pointing directly at Su Yan. Su Yan's gaze towards Su Qing gradually turned cold. Sister, are you going to turn your blade against your own brother because of an outsider? Su Qing gritted her teeth and said to Su Yan, as long as you release Bai Xiaoya and return to Xianxia with me, we don't have to fight each other. Return to Xianxia? Su Yan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Su Qing, you still have such a foolish idea. Ever since I rebelled against Xianxia, I have no way of going back. Since you want to stop me today, then don't blame me for turning against you. Before Su Yin could finish speaking, he disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Su Qing. He was holding his Tang sword with both hands and was rapidly thrusting it towards Su Qing's throat. So fast. Seeing that Su Yin had gotten close to her in a split second, Su Qing's pupil shrank, but her body was unable to keep up with the speed of her mind. She could only watch helplessly as the Tang sword was about to pierce her neck. Clang! The sound of metal clashing filled the air. Su Yan's Tang sword flew out of his hand, and he was pushed back more than 10 meters. Before Su Qing could recover, she saw that Bai Yu had blocked her path, and her white jade sword had appeared in Bai Yu's hand. Lord Bai. Su Qing looked at the translucent body of Bai Yu in front of her and shuddered all over. She suddenly realized something and turned to look back, only to see Bai Yu behind her was sitting cross-legged. Bai Yu's spirit had left his body. After his spirit left his body, Bai Yu looked calmly at Su Yin and said faintly, I've agreed to your request. Do you have any other requests? Su Yan's right arm trembled slightly. He felt the numbness in his tiger's mouth, and the corners of his mouth turned up involuntarily. He said to Bai Yu with a smile, as expected of Immortal Luo Yun, you have such a powerful aura even after your spirit leaves your body. I'm getting more and more excited. Su Yin pulled with one hand, and the Tang sword that had fallen in the distance returned to his hand. Its blade was still slightly vibrating, seemingly eager to fight. Su Yin got into an attacking stance and said to Bai Yu, that's all the requests. If you can defeat me, Immortal, your daughter will naturally return. Bai Yu looked calmly at Su Yin. He switched the sword from his right hand to his left hand, and put his right hand behind his back, and said to Su Yin, since that is the case, I'll even let you have one arm. If you can hurt me even slightly, you win. When Su Yin saw Bai Yu actually holding the sword with his left hand, his pupils instantly turned into fox pupils, his eyes burning with anger. Utterly arrogant. Su Yin roared and charged towards Bai Yu at an explosive speed. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the sound of rapid sword clashes echoed within the abandoned building. Su Qing could see countless afterimages of Su Yin appear around Bai Yu. A large number of sword marks also appeared on the surrounding walls and cement pillars. To this, Su Qing watched the two's battle in a daze, her brain almost ceasing to think. However, what shocked her was not Su Yan's speed, which was impossible for the naked eye to capture, but that Bai Yu, from start to finish, had not moved even a single step. What shocked Su Qing even more was that, from her point of view, It looked like Bayu's left hand, which was holding the sword, hadn't moved at all. What kind of speed is this? Su Qing was already having trouble breathing. She hadn't imagined that even if Bayu had bound his own divine powers and magic, let his spirit leave his body, and was even using his left hand to wield the sword, his strength was still far above Su Yan's. And who was Su Yan? He was someone from the Qingqiu Fox clan who had awakened a part of the Fox ancestors' bloodline, making their entire Qingqiu Fox clan afraid of him. The huge gap between Su Yan and Bayu made Su Qing deeply feel her own insignificance. Su Yan, who was currently engaged in battle with Bayu, had already felt a deep sense of despair. His emotions had gone from the excitement of wanting to fight a powerful opponent at the beginning to endless anxiety. Damn it, why can't I break through his defense? Su Yan couldn't accept the gap between himself and Bayu that felt as if it was an unbridgeable chasm. His entire body began to demonize, and his speed instantly doubled. Su Qing couldn't even see Su Yan's figure. She could only hear the sounds of swords clashing. Clang, 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 clang. The rapid collision of the blades even made the entire building vibrate. The large building began to shake violently, and many stones and steel bars fell from the sky, smashing one pit after another in the cement floor. Su Qing, who was staring blankly at Bayu, who was still standing in the same spot without moving, had already stopped thinking. Suddenly, Su Qing noticed that the white jade sword that Bayu was holding was now covered in cracks. A bad premonition emerged in her heart, and she cried out, "Not good! My white jade sword is not as good as the yin fox blade. It's about to break." Realizing this, Su Qing felt anxious and hurriedly reminded Bayu, "Lord Bai, my sword is about to break." Too late. Su Yan laughed loudly, and holding the sword with both hands, he slammed it down on the white jade sword, pouring all the spiritual power in his body into the white jade sword. Crack! The white jade sword in Bayu's hand shattered. Su Yan broke through Bayu's defense and slashed towards Bayu with his sword. "I win." Bayu looked at the yin fox blade slashing towards him. On the contrary, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He threw the broken sword hilt aside and easily pinched the yin fox blade between two fingers. Su Yan's attack came to an abrupt stop. The smile in his eyes also froze at this time. "Is that all your strength is? Nothing special among countless poisons. I can't guess who it is." Wang Sha's lips twitched. "What kind of terrible things have you done in the past? You have so many enemies." Bayu didn't explain too much to Wang Sha. Instead, he said, "The centipede in this fruit basket was likely just a small probe. There will be more action to follow." Wang Sha said, "Since they'll be making another move, we can post a request to the Exorcist Association and have them send some exorcists to help." Bayu rejected that idea. "There's no need. If the exorcists who come are on the same level as you, then if they encounter my enemies, no matter how many come, they will die. They will only be in my way." Hearing Bayu's assessment of her, Wang Sha lost her composure. "Hey, you, with the surname Bai. I admit you're strong, but I'm still a certified genius exorcist from the association. I reached B-level at such a young age. Just 2 more B-level demons, and I'll reach A-level. Can you please talk properly?" "Oh." Bayu looked at Wang Sha with a smile. "What level was FAU in your exorcist association?" Wang Sha replied, "FAU is a legendary exorcist from several hundred years ago. The current association doesn't even have the right to grade a legendary figure like him." Bayu said, "I see. Then there's no need for people from your exorcist association to come. That boy FAU is the only exorcist I found passable. Since nobody in your association can surpass him, they wouldn't be of any use." Hearing what Bayu said, Wang Sha was speechless. She complained to Bayu, "Who do you think you are? FAU is a person from several hundred years ago, old enough to be your ancestor, and yet you still call him boy?" Bayu smiled but didn't explain anything. He just said to Wang Sha, "Think whatever you want, but a big demon will be coming soon. I advise you to leave now. Don't lose your life over a demon core that doesn't even exist." "Hey, what do you mean the demon core doesn't exist? That fox demon received a fatal wound because of me. Its demon core should be partly mine. You swallowed my demon core." Wang Sha was angry, continuing, Besides, as a genius exorcist, I've sworn to slay all demons in the world. How can I retreat in the face of demons? Baiyu looked at Wang Sha with a smile and asked, Are you sure you're not leaving? Wang Sha, I'm not leaving. All right then, let's head back. Baiyu didn't insist. He tossed the fruit basket with the dead centipede to Wang Sha and turned to leave the rooftop. Wang Sha looked at the rotting fruit and the huge centipede in the fruit basket. Her face instantly turned pale. She immediately threw the fruit basket on the ground and chased after Baiyu. Hey, wait for me. In Yu Chong's ward, Baiyu entered with a new fruit basket. Yu Chong, who had been watching TV in bed, asked, Ayue, where did you go? You were out for so long? There weren't any fruit stores nearby. It took me a while to find one. Baiyu placed the fruit basket on the bedside table. Also, you shouldn't accept gifts from strangers. What if you get sick from it? It's not that serious, Yu Chong said with a carefree smile, picking up an apple from the fruit basket and taking a bite. As he chewed, he smiled at Baiyu and said, This is pretty sweet. Why waste it? Baiyu stared straight at Yu Chong, not responding. Yu Chong was getting creeped out by Baiyu's stare. He quickly said, Okay, I promise you. From now on, I won't accept gifts from people I'm not familiar with. Seeing that Yu Chong had agreed, Baiyu smiled and patted Yu Chong's shoulder. You're tired today, you should get some rest. Yu Chong was stunned. I'm not tired, and it's only a little past 7. How could I possibly be asleep? Yu Chong stopped mid-sentence. He suddenly felt a strong wave of sleepiness come over him, and soon, he fell asleep. He was even snoring. After Yu Chong fell asleep, Baiyu asked Wang Sha, How much power does the Exorcist Association have? Wang Sha thought for a moment and then answered, I think they're quite powerful. The association is considered a semi-official organization. They cooperate with the police and the government. You could say that their power is neither great nor small. I see. Baiyu nodded slightly. Then, he took out his phone and called Bai Feng. Bai Feng answered the call. Master, do you have any instructions? Baiyu said, Contact the Exorcist Association and have them organize a team to evacuate all the staff and patients at Xianxia City Hospital within an hour. Bai Feng was puzzled. Evacuate the entire hospital? Did something happen? Baiyu said, A little demon will be coming soon. Let everyone else at the hospital take shelter. Bai Feng said, I understand. I'll arrange it immediately. Hearing what Baiyu was saying, Wang Sha looked at Baiyu with disbelief. Do you even know the people in charge of the Exorcist Association? Baiyu replied, I don't, but my disciple does. Who is your disciple? Wang Sha carefully sized up Baiyu. She really couldn't imagine how this young man, barely in his 20s, could have a disciple who had so much influence. Baiyu hung up the phone. He didn't hide anything, answering, My disciple's name is Bai Feng. Bai Feng, that name sounds familiar. Wang Sha nodded subconsciously, muttering the name, Bai Feng, feeling like she had heard it somewhere before. But she just couldn't quite recall it. As Wang Sha was thinking, sirens sounded outside the hospital and several ambulances that had been dispatched from other hospitals pulled up at the entrance. The entire hospital became chaotic. Medical staff and patients started a hurried evacuation. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Nobody knew what was happening, but the emergency order that had been suddenly issued by the hospital made people start imagining the worst. Wang Sha's eyes showed shock when she saw the people outside the ward truly beginning to evacuate. She looked at Baiyu with disbelief and asked in a shocked voice, Who exactly is your disciple? How can he command the Exorcist Association? These kind of urgent evacuations weren't something that could be done lightly. To get the Exorcist Association to contact the authorities to execute an evacuation plan, many procedures had to be followed. It required an S-level exorcist to sign off on it, and they needed to determine the level of power the demon possessed. The entire procedure could not be completed in less than a few hours. But Baiyu had simply made a phone call, and in less than a few minutes, the entire hospital was being evacuated. How had the Exorcist Association suddenly become so efficient? Baiyu didn't think that this was particularly difficult. He calmly walked over to the window and gazed at the darkening sky, his eyes becoming deep. Ever since he came out of seclusion, He knew that there would be a constant stream of enemies coming to seek him out. If it were just small fry, that would be fine. He could easily deal with them. But if a big demon, of the same level as the ones in the past, came along, and it was targeting Xianxia, a cold light appeared in Bai Yu's eyes, and he clenched his fist. Xianxia looked at Bai Yu's back, pursed her lips and asked, "The hospital staff has been evacuated. What do we do now?" Bai Yu took a deep breath, his gaze returning to calmness. He looked out of the window, saying calmly, "Wait." Chapter 27. Remnants of the Five-Colored Cult. As darkness deepened, only Yu Chang's hospital room remained lit in the vast hospital. The temperature in the room gradually dropped. Xianxia sat behind the door, constantly rubbing her hands, feeling a bit nervous. Although she had volunteered to stay and help, she didn't have any of her weapons with her. Moreover, having witnessed Bai Yu's strength, she could imagine how powerful Bai Yu's enemies might be. If the person who came was stronger than yesterday's fox demon, she could easily die. Bai Yu glanced at Xianxia, who was sitting at the door rubbing her hands, and smiled. "It's not too late to leave now. They're coming for me anyway. You don't need to stay here and die." Xianxia said stubbornly, "No, you still owe me a demon core. If you die here, who am I going to get it from?" Seeing Xiaxia's stubborn attitude, Bai Yu couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "Even if you want to stay and help, don't block the door. If they come, you'll be the first one to suffer. You wouldn't want to be covered in centipedes, would you?" Hearing Bai Yu's words, a look of terror immediately crossed Xiaxia's face. Just the thought of centipedes crawling all over her made her break out in goosebumps. Xianxia dared not continue blocking the door. She immediately moved closer to Bai Yu, saying, "I'm telling you now, it's not because I'm scared. It's just that I didn't bring my weapons today and can't fully use my powers. I can only assist you." Bai Yu said, "Then help me take care of Yu Chong. He's just a normal person. Don't let him get bitten by poisonous insects." Xianxia was happy to take on the easier task. She patted her chest and responded, "Protecting ordinary people is also our duty as exorcists. You can leave Yu Chong to me." After Bai Yu assigned Xianxia's task, the temperature in the entire hospital dropped several degrees. Even though it wasn't even autumn yet, Xianxia could see her breath clouding in the air. "Bai Yu, do you feel like it's getting colder here?" Xianxia shivered, hugging her arms, and couldn't help but ask Bai Yu. At this time, Bai Yu was standing calmly by the window, looking at the door of the ward, and said calmly, "He's here." Bang! As soon as Bai Yu spoke, all the lights in the hospital went out. The door to the ward was kicked open. A giant centipede, over 5 meters long, rushed in, spewing out a green, corrosive venom that melted holes in the floor. What a huge centipede! Xiaxia's goosebumps stood on end when she saw the giant centipede. She quickly grabbed the unconscious Yu Chong and retreated to Bai Yu's side, stammering, "Is that an S-level demon?" Bai Yu said, "That's a 1,000-year-old centipede king, refined using secret techniques by the Five-Colored Cult of southern Xinjiang." The Five-Colored Cult? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Xiaxia's pupils shrank slightly. "I've heard of that poisonous cult. They were based around Yunnan and Guizhou 100 years ago. They used humans to raise poisonous insects and poisonous insects to make poisons. The cult's disciples were extremely cruel. Back then, everyone in the martial world was in constant fear of being caught by the Five-Colored Cult and used to make poison. But didn't they mysteriously disappear over 100 years ago? How do their followers still exist today?" Bai Yu said, "The Five-Colored Cult was indeed destroyed. I did it." Xianxia was stunned. Bai Yu protected Xianxia and Yu Chong behind him. He calmly looked at the giant centipede that had broken into the room and said, "100 years ago, the Five-Colored Cult wreaked havoc in southern Xinjiang. Their leader had 5 poison lords under his command, each representing black, red, blue, green, and purple. Back then, I went to the Valley of 10,000 Poisons to gather herbs and saw that the Five-Colored Cult was causing chaos. So, I conveniently killed the white-robed cult leader and the black and red poison lords, destroying their 5-colored main altar. The other 3 poison lords were not in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons at the time. I didn't have the time to chase after such small fry, so I just destroyed their main altar and left." The other 3 poison lords were able to survive as a result. I wonder which one of the 3 came here today. Wang Sha listened to Bai Yu in a daze. She said in disbelief, "Why, you said you destroyed the 5-colored cult? Doesn't that mean you're over 100 years old?" Wang Sha felt like her brain had shut down, unable to process the information. Bai Yu looked like he was in his early 20s, about the same age as her. She couldn't imagine that Bai Yu was over 100 years old. She knew that some cultivators with high cultivation could live for several hundred years. Even if they were over 100 years old, they would still be youthful, but no matter how much they cultivated, they would still give off an elderly aura. However, she couldn't feel any hint of old age from Bai Yu. It felt like Bai Yu was just as full of vigor as she was. Wang Sha's first reaction was disbelief, but before she could question him, a sinister and cold laugh echoed from outside the room. Hee. I didn't expect that Bai Yi would still remember us little figures. I was originally planning to lure you out with your friend, but I didn't think you would come to us yourself. When you slaughtered my 5-colored cult, I was out gathering herbs. When I came back, I saw Bai Yi leaving. Behind you was a mountain of corpses and sea of fire. I vowed then that I would avenge our cult leader. Over the past 100 years, I have cultivated the blood poison sutra, using my body to raise poisonous insects, constantly refining my poison skills, and I've even made the blood flowing through my body into poison. For the last 100 years, I've endured the pain of the poison attacking my heart day and night. But by the time my blood sutra was perfected and I was ready to seek revenge, you were already imprisoned in the Kunlun abyss. I thought that my chance for revenge was gone forever, but heaven has opened its eyes. It let me know that you had left the abyss. Ha, ha. The person outside the door went from a wild laugh to a maniacal cackle. A large number of poisonous insects swarmed in from outside the room, filling the entire ward. Looking at the dense mass of insects in the room, Wang Sha's face paled. She said in terror, "What kind of monster is that talking?" The insects made her feel like her trypophobia was being triggered. Wang Sha also came from an exorcist family. She knew more secrets than ordinary people, but she had never seen a scene like this before. As the poisonous insects poured in, an old man with a hunched back, wearing a purple robe and leaning on a cane, walked in, surrounded by insects. The old man's face was already decayed and hideous. There were even poisonous insects crawling out from under his skin, crawling all over his body. Wang Sha felt disgusted and almost threw up at the sight of the old man. What a terrifying appearance! But Bai Yu remained unfazed. He calmly surveyed the old man's attire and chuckled. "So you're the Purple Poison Lord. Where are the other 2? The Purple Poison Lord said sinisterly, "Those 2 wastes didn't dare to cultivate the Blood Poison Sutra, so they naturally ended up in my insects' bellies." Hearing this, Wang Sha looked at the Purple Poison Lord in disbelief. "Weren't they your brothers? You turned against them too?" The Purple Poison Lord snorted coldly. "Humph. Wastes who wouldn't avenge the cult leader don't deserve to be my brothers." Bai Yu smiled. "It seems like revenge has driven you mad. Isn't it better to be alive? Why make yourself into such a monstrosity? You should have learned from your 2 brothers." "Shut up." The Purple Poison Lord roared. He stared at Bai Yu and said, "You are a celestial being. You can easily control the lives of us mortals, easily wiping out an entire cult. You wouldn't understand my feelings. Bai Yu, you will never understand why I would endure the pain of being devoured by thousands of insects day and night, just to surpass you. I want to prove that even if I become a ghost celestial being, I will still be able to kill all of you high and mighty celestial beings." Just hearing the Purple Poison Lord say these words, Wang Sha could imagine how much pain the Purple Poison Lord had endured. This guy, he actually paid such a great price to defeat Bai Yu? Wang Sha bit her lip, her heart filled with endless shock, her whole body trembling. She was both terrified and admiring of the Purple Poison Lord's tenacity and determination, but she was even more shocked by Bai Yu's strength. Who exactly was Bai Yu, that he could make someone willing to pay such a high price to try and catch up with him? But Bai Yu remained calm after hearing the Purple Poison Lord's accusations. He even looked at the Purple Poison Lord with some pity. Bai Yu shook his head and said, Perhaps it's ignorance that gave you such courage. Back then, your five-colored cult committed unforgivable crimes. I was acting on behalf of heaven, with a clear conscience. I spared your lives so you could repent and atone for your sins, not so you could make things difficult for yourself. Stop preaching. The purple poison lord roared again. He glared at Baiyu, his voice low. Baiyu, legend has it that the abyss is a place where celestials are imprisoned. For each year that you stay there, your cultivation is reduced by 1/10. You were imprisoned there for 10 years, so your cultivation must have been reduced to almost nothing. Do you really think you're still a high and mighty celestial being? I'm going to make you understand that I've already put you beneath my feet. 1,000-year centipede king, devour him. The purple poison lord shouted. The centipede king next to him launched itself at Baiyu, spewing out a venomous liquid. Seeing the giant centipede charging at him, Wang Sha's expression changed drastically. She shouted instinctively, Baiyu, be careful. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Baiyu whispered. He held the wind in his hand and formed a blade before slicing down. Swish! A blade of wind passed through the 1,000-year centipede king, slicing it in half, sending its corpse flying towards both sides, crushing a lot of poisonous insects. The venom corroded the floor, dripping down to the floors below. Wang Sha blinked hard, staring at the two halves of the centipede king's corpse, and muttered in a daze, he just killed it in one move? That centipede king was powerful enough to be rated as an S-level demon by the Exorcist Association. That meant that even an S-level exorcist would be in danger if they encountered it. But this level of demon had been killed with one move by Baiyu? How strong was Baiyu? Wang Sha couldn't even imagine. But the purple poison lord wasn't surprised by Baiyu's attack. He cackled, It seems Baiyi still has some strength left. If that's the case, I'll have to show you my true power. As he spoke, the purple poison lord struck his cane on the ground and shouted, My good child, it's time for your performance. Rumble. As soon as the purple poison lord spoke, the entire hospital started to shake violently. Wang Sha lost her balance and fell to the ground with Yuchong. What's happening now? Wang Sha clutched the unconscious Yuchong tightly. Looking at the agitated swarm of poisonous insects, fear rose in her eyes. Suddenly, she also wanted to be like Yuchong, to not know anything and just fall unconscious. She had planned to stay and help, but the person who came was a monster. She was completely useless. At that moment, Wang Sha finally understood that by Yu's words, exorcists coming here will just be throwing their lives away, were not an exaggeration in the slightest. Boom. The floor in front of Baiyu was smashed open. A giant centipede, over 20 meters long, broke through the floor from below. What is that? Wang Sha said, her face pale with terror, her soul trembling. What kind of beast was this? After the giant centipede emerged, the purple poison lord grinned at Baiyu. Baiyu! This divine beast is the millennial centipede emperor, which I obtained from the ruins of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. You managed to kill my 1,000-year centipede king in one move. Can you do the same to this millennial centipede emperor? Baiyu looked at the giant centipede in front of him, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He said to the purple poison lord, Why would that be difficult? Chapter 28. The Immense Gap. Hearing Baiyu's confident words, the purple poison lord grinned. Since you're so confident, then come and test my millennial centipede emperor. Go! The purple poison lord let out a cruel laugh, and the millennial centipede emperor roared at Baiyu. The stench from its maw was so foul that it corroded the walls on either side of Baiyu. Seeing the corroded walls around her, Wang Sha shouted in alarm, Baiyu, be careful. The air that centipede breathes out is corrosive. Baiyu chuckled. Why are you so nervous? We're fine, aren't we? Hearing Baiyu say that, Wang Sha was stunned. She then noticed that neither she nor Baiyu were corroded by the poisonous air. Not only that, the dense swarm of poisonous insects in the room were only surrounding them. Not a single one dared to approach. Baiyu smiled at Wang Sha. So, don't always get so worked up. Just focus on helping me take care of Yuchong. His injuries haven't healed yet. If you keep jumping like this, my friend will be stuck in the hospital for another month. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Sha's fair face blushed. She hurriedly helped Yu Chong, who was lying awkwardly on the floor, and said apologetically, Sorry, I was a bit too frightened. I didn't notice." Seeing Wang Sha's flustered expression, Bai Yu shook his head and smiled. "Just be more careful next time. There's nothing to fear here." Seeing Bai Yu ignoring him, the Purple Poison Lord's gaze became even more sinister. He commanded the Millennial Centipede Emperor, crush him. Upon receiving the Purple Poison Lord's command, the Millennial Centipede Emperor roared again. It opened its bloody maw and rapidly snapped its jaws at Bai Yu, trying to swallow him in one gulp. Seeing the Millennial Centipede Emperor charging at them, Wang Sha yelled at Bai Yu, "Be careful behind you." "No problem," Bai Yu whispered, turned around, and raised a hand, easily pressing it against the Millennial Centipede Emperor's head. The Millennial Centipede Emperor's head collided heavily with Bai Yu's palm, as if it had crashed into an iron wall. Bai Yu remained unmoved. The Millennial Centipede Emperor's body, buried in the floor below, rose into the air, even sending the Poison Lord flying backward. "Suppress," Bai Yu whispered again, his palm surrounded by a celestial aura. Then, a white magic circle quickly formed beneath the Millennial Centipede Emperor. The magic circle created a cage, trapping the Millennial Centipede Emperor inside. Roar! The Millennial Centipede Emperor sensed that something was amiss and began to frantically slam against the cage, but to little avail. As the cage continued to shrink, the Millennial Centipede Emperor's body also shrank, finally becoming the size of a toy, able to do nothing but hop around on the ground. If you looked closely, there were dense, white runes on the surface of the Millennial Centipede Emperor's body. It was clear that its power had been sealed. Bai Yu picked up the shrunken Millennial Centipede Emperor and put it into his universe pouch. Wang Sha stared blankly at Bai Yu having so easily subdued the Millennial Centipede Emperor. She blinked and asked, "Why, you just subdued the big centipede like that?" Bai Yu smiled. Although this Millennial Centipede Emperor is full of venom, it's also a superior ingredient for medicine. It can be refined into a poison immunity pill. If it's refined with a nourishing breath flower, the pill will not only grant the user poison immunity, but will also beautify the skin and make youth and beauty eternal. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Sha instantly realized the value of the Millennial Centipede Emperor. She subconsciously swallowed and then shook her head fiercely, saying to Bai Yu, "That's not the point. The point is, you subdued that big centipede so easily? The 1,000-year centipede king from before was already a S-level demon. Now, the Millennial Centipede Emperor that had arrived was probably beyond the entire Exorcist Association combined. This Calamity-level demon was just subdued by Bai Yu like this? How strong was Bai Yu exactly?" Bai Yu looked at Wang Sha, confused. "Why not? Do you expect me to have a 300-round battle with such a small insect?" Small insect? Wang Sha's lips twitched as she heard those words from Bai Yu. She suddenly found that she didn't know what to say. If the Millennial Centipede Emperor was a small insect, then what kind of creature would be considered a large insect in Bai Yu's eyes? "Bai Yu, I haven't lost yet." At that moment, the Purple Poison Lord's screeching voice came from outside the room. A purple light then shot in, and the Purple Poison Lord, his face filled with cold rage, reappeared before Bai Yu. Bai Yu smiled at the Purple Poison Lord. "I thought you had run away. You dare to come back?" "I was careless. I didn't expect you to have a way to seal the Millennial Centipede Emperor." The Purple Poison Lord gritted his teeth. He put his hands together, and the dense swarm of poisonous insects around him crawled towards him and burrowed into his body. The room suddenly became much cleaner, but when Wang Sha saw the Purple Poison Lord being covered by poisonous insects, she finally couldn't hold it in any longer and ran to the side to vomit. At that moment, Wang Sha couldn't even think about how strong Bai Yu was. Her mind was filled with the image of the Purple Poison Lord being enveloped by poisonous insects. How can there be such a terrifying person? The Purple Poison Lord seemed to enjoy the feeling of being devoured by insects. He grinned at Bai Yu and said, "Bai Yu, this isn't a suitable place to fight. How about we go outside?" Bai Yu glanced at Wang Sha behind him and said to the Purple Poison Lord, Let's go to the roof. It's more spacious there. Good. The purple poison lord cackled. Don't you dare run away, Bai Yi. After saying that, the purple poison lord transformed into a dense cloud of poisonous insects and rushed towards the hospital rooftop. Seeing the purple poison lord leave, Bai Yu sighed softly. Obsessively cultivating heretical doctrines, he unknowingly walked down the wrong path. Even if he achieved celestialhood, he would only be the lowest-ranked ghost celestial being. A ghost celestial is a lower being. Even if they're called celestial beings, they're still just ghosts. It's better for him to reincarnate and start over as a human. After sighing, Bai Yu said to Wang Sha, "The hospital is safe now. Take Yu Cheng out of here and go to the nearest hospital." Wang Sha asked Bai Yu, "What about you?" Bai Yu said, "I'm going to settle things with the five-colored cult. Since this is a karmic debt I left behind 100 years ago, it should be me who breaks this connection." By now, Wang Sha had witnessed how powerful Bai Yu and the purple poison lord were, and she understood her own powerlessness. She didn't insist on staying with Bai Yu. She nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take Yu Cheng away first. Don't you die. You still owe me half a demon core." Bai Yu chuckled. "Don't worry. Even the leader of the five-colored cult couldn't do anything to me." After saying that, Bai Yu transformed into a gust of wind and flew towards the hospital rooftop. By now, the purple poison lord had already transformed back into his human form on the rooftop. This time, he had discarded his cane, and his body was no longer hunched over. He looked more like a middle-aged man in his 40s. However, the purple poison lord's face was still terrifying, his skin covered in poisonous insects, making him utterly disgusting. Seeing Bai Yu arrive on the rooftop, the purple poison lord's lips curved upwards into a smile. He said to Bai Yu, "Rumor has it that your strength was greatly reduced in the abyss, but you have managed to kill my two poisonous beasts, one after the other. It seems like you haven't lost too much strength. Rumors aren't always reliable." Bai Yu smiled. "If that's the case, why don't you run?" "Run? Why would I run?" The purple poison lord laughed loudly. "Actually, after learning that your strength might have been greatly reduced, I was a little disappointed. After all, I wouldn't be able to kill you at your peak, and I wouldn't be able to avenge the cult leader perfectly. But after seeing you so easily subdue the millennial centipede emperor, I was relieved. So, you are still that high and mighty celestial being, still that arrogant person from the heavenly palace. Only by killing you at your full strength will I be able to prove that even I, who practices the ghost celestial path, can still achieve the great Tao." Seeing the madness in the purple poison lord's eyes, Bai Yu seemed to see his own past self from 10 years ago when he had wreaked havoc in the three realms. He sighed, "Although you've taken a heretical path, you are still a pitiable person. I will guide you towards liberation. In your next life, be an ordinary person and don't touch the poison sutra." "I don't have a next life," the purple poison lord roared, his whole body transforming into a giant poisonous insect that instantly occupied half of the rooftop. "Blood poison sutra," the purple poison lord roared. A large amount of blood mist spewed out from the transformed insect's body, turning into poisonous snakes that lunged towards him. Bai Yu calmly watched the poisonous snakes attack him, remaining motionless. The small pebbles around him began to tremble violently, then floated into the air, shattering into dust that formed a thin barrier in the air. The poisonous snakes crashed into the barrier made of stone dust and were all instantly reduced to blood, splattering onto the floor and corroding large holes in the rooftop. "Arrogant fool! Die!" Seeing that Bai Yu was still standing still, the purple poison lord felt endless rage. He controlled his enormous insect body and suddenly lunged towards Bai Yu. Bang! The purple poison lord slammed hard into the stone dust, but instead of breaking through the barrier, his own body was scattered, his insect parts scattered all over the ground. But soon, the insects that had been scattered all gathered again, reforming the purple poison lord. Bai Yu looked calmly at the battered and disheveled purple poison lord. He waved his hand slightly, and the stone dust floating in the air flew towards the purple poison lord, imprisoning him. "Enough!" The gap between you and me is like an uncrossable ravine. Since you provided me with the millennial centipede emperor, I won't hold your insolence against you. I'll send you to reincarnate. Ha ha ha, you arrogant celestial being. You're still the same as you were 100 years ago when you wiped out my five-colored cult. Hearing Bai Yu's words, the purple poison lord laughed miserably. Tears seemed to flow from his face, made up of poisonous insects. Even if I painstakingly cultivate the poison sutra, enduring 100 years of inhuman pain, I am still no match for a celestial being's finger. Ha ha ha. Is this the way of heaven? Is this all that us mortals can obtain after 100 years of bitter cultivation? This is unfair. I don't accept it. The purple poison lord roared towards the sky, his heart-rending cry echoing across the hospital rooftop. Bai Yu looked at the purple poison lord with pity and sighed. His mind was corrupted by the poison sutra. He's become a demon. After sighing, Bai Yu no longer held back and prepared to end the purple poison lord's life. But at that moment, another powerful force surged from within the purple poison lord's body. A massive amount of celestial aura burst out of the purple poison lord's body, shooting straight up into the sky. This is... Seeing signs that the purple poison lord was about to ascend into a human celestial being, Bai Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. He held back and observed. Boom! A white light shot out of the purple poison lord's body, soaring into the heavens. Then the silhouette of a white-haired man appeared behind the purple poison lord. Seeing the white-haired man, Bai Yu's gaze narrowed. He murmured, "You're still alive." Leader of the five-colored cult. Ming-Chi. Chapter 29. The Five-Colored Cult Leader. The phantom of Ming-Chi appeared behind the purple poison lord. His eyes glowed with a white light, and he was surrounded by a celestial aura, looking like a celestial being who had transcended the mortal world. If it weren't for the extremely ugly purple poison lord standing before him, no one would have doubted Ming-Chi's celestial identity. As Ming-Chi appeared, the purple poison lord's face visibly showed pain. However, Bai Yu noticed an excited and thrilled expression in his eyes. The purple poison lord was overjoyed by Ming-Chi's appearance. The stone dust that Bai Yu had used to suppress the purple poison lord gradually dissipated. The purple poison lord regained his freedom and struggled to get up from the ground. He knelt before the phantom of Ming-Chi behind him, prostrating himself completely, his voice full of excitement. "Cult leader, you have finally returned." Ming-Chi looked down at the purple poison lord kneeling before him and smiled. "Little Purple, you have done very well. You have worked hard these past few years." The purple poison lord said gratefully, "No, it wasn't hard. As long as it's for the cult leader, I'm willing to give everything, including my soul." Ming-Chi nodded slightly. He opened his palm toward the purple poison lord and said, "I need a physical body. Offer yours to me." The purple poison lord didn't hesitate. "I painstakingly cultivated the blood poison sutra that you left for this day. My body. Cult leader, you can take it." "Very good." Ming-Chi chuckled. A powerful suction force emanated from his palm, directly pulling the purple poison lord's soul from his body. The purple poison lord cried out in pain, but he didn't resist at all. He allowed his soul to be torn apart by Ming-Chi, even if it meant his soul would be scattered to the winds. Bai Yu stood aside, watching everything unfold impassively. Soon, the purple poison lord's soul was completely pulled out by Ming-Chi. Then Ming-Chi seized the opportunity to occupy the purple poison lord's body. Under the influence of Ming-Chi's power, the purple poison lord's soul was completely shattered. Boom! Another white light burst out from the purple poison lord's body. Then, the purple poison lord's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His hunched figure became upright, and his ugly features became handsome. The tattered purple robe he wore also transformed into a flowing white garment. Ming-Chi walked out of the white light, a faint smile on his lips. He spread his arms wide and looked up at the sky, as if embracing the world he hadn't seen for so long. 100 years. I've been hibernating in a dark and empty space for 100 years, and I have finally seen the light of day again. This familiar fresh air, this beautiful moonlight, and this novel city, ha ha ha. This world, I, Ming-Chi, have returned as a celestial being. Ming-Chi laughed loudly, his body surrounded by a celestial aura. His powerful aura spread out in all directions, even causing the entire city of Xianxia to tremble, as if an earthquake of magnitude 5 had struck. The entire city awakened because of Ming-Chi's return. Baiyu calmly looked at Ming-Chi, who was laughing heartily, and said calmly, 100 years ago, in order to ascend to immortality, you defied the will of heaven and created the 5-colored cult. You used humans to raise poisonous insects to make poisons, and poisons to cultivate your immortality. You have done everything that is unconscionable, also that you alone could achieve immortality. Back then, I acted on behalf of heaven. I didn't expect that after all these years, you would still be so obstinate. Ming-Chi looked at Baiyu and smiled. What's wrong with that? Mortals are just weeds. It is their glory to pave my path to immortality with their lives. The path to immortality is destined to be littered with bones. Killing to attain enlightenment is the very essence of the great Tao. Baiyu, can you guarantee that there is no blood of innocent people on your hands? Baiyu calmly said, you are not qualified to compare yourself to me. Tisich, you're still as arrogant as you were 100 years ago. It's annoying. A shadow flickered in Ming-Chi's eyes. Then, he smiled at Baiyu and said, Baiyu, I haven't been doing nothing in the Purple Poison Lord's body these past 100 years. The Blood Poison Sutra is an ancient secret scripture that I obtained by chance. Its mysteries are endless, and if one manages to master it, their power will greatly increase. When you killed me back then, I had already reached the realm of the ghost celestial being. Now, having gained the body that has mastered the Poison Sutra, my strength is approaching that of an earth celestial being. And Baiyu, I heard in the Purple Poison Lord's body that you were imprisoned in the Abyss Prison for 10 years, and that you were stripped of your celestial status by the Heavenly Palace. How much of your strength is left, you former celestial being? Seeing Ming-Chi's arrogance, a glint of mockery flashed in Baiyu's eyes. He extended his index finger toward Ming-Chi, curled it, and chuckled. How much strength is left? Why don't you try and see? That's exactly what I intend. Behold my magical artifact. Ming-Chi sneered. He swung his long sleeve, and 3 purple bells flew out, floating in the air, quickly growing in size. Baiyu, these are the purple golden bells that I have collected over the past 100 years. Let's see how many bells you can withstand. Ming-Chi laughed loudly, using his celestial power to activate the bells. Clang, clang, clang. The first purple bell floating in the air began to shake, spewing out a purple, venomous fire dragon that charged towards Baiyu. The heat emanating from the fire dragon caused the entire hospital to begin to burn, and soon Baiyu was trapped in a sea of fire. Child's play. Seeing the purple fire dragon attack, Baiyu merely chuckled, grabbing the horn on the fire dragon's head with one hand and slamming it hard into the ground. Bang! The hospital rooftop was shattered. The purple fire dragon let out a painful cry and immediately scattered into sparks and disappeared. Ming-Chi suffered a backlash from his magical artifact. His throat became sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood, which sprayed onto the purple golden bell. However, Ming-Chi wasn't discouraged. He quickly wiped away the blood from his mouth and activated the purple golden bell again. Again! Clang, clang, clang. The second bell began to shake, spewing out a large amount of purple smoke. The flames around them turned purple, and the air was filled with poison. Ming-Chi weaved the purple smoke into a large net, trying to cover Baiyu. Baiyu stood in the sea of fire, watching the net descend upon him, and chuckled. Is that all your second bell can do? Ming-Chi shouted angrily, let's see if you can survive in my poisonous net. A trace of mockery flickered in Baiyu's eyes. He scoffed, are you too confident in your magical artifact? As soon as he finished speaking, Baiyu lightly blew out a breath. Instantly, a hurricane arose in Xianxia. A gale swept through, scattering the purple smoke throughout the sky and earth. The surface of the second purple golden bell cracked and then shattered. Ming-Chi suffered a backlash from his magic artifact once again. He was sent flying backward and rolled several times on the rooftop, almost falling off.
Jeez.
Ming-Chi struggled to get up from the ground, looking at Baiyu in disbelief, unable to believe that Baiyu had so easily broken his second bell. He had spent decades while residing in the purple poison lord's body, traveling across famous mountains and rivers, before finally finding this object in a poisonous pool. Back then, there was also a millennium poisonous python coiled in the pool. He had nearly gone through 9 deaths before he finally managed to kill the python and obtain this top-level magic artifact, the purple golden bell. But now, the magical artifact he had painstakingly obtained had not even had a chance to show its true power before it had been broken in two by Baiyu. Ming-Chi couldn't accept it. He instantly poured half of his celestial power into the third bell and roared at Baiyu, "Baiyu, come again. Take my third bell." Clang, clang, clang. The third purple golden bell began to shake violently. The piercing bell sound spread all around. The massive hospital was instantly shaken into dust by the purple golden bell, turning into a dust storm that filled the sky. Wang Sha, who had taken Yu Chong to a nearby hospital, felt the sand and dust hitting the windows and looked outside. She saw a huge, tornado-like dust storm swirling around the hospital where Baiyu was. It was a magnificent and terrifying sight. What is that? Seeing the dust storm sweeping through the city, Wang Sha's face was filled with terror. She couldn't even imagine what kind of battle Baiyu was experiencing. Ming-Chi, standing on top of the dust storm, flew into the sky above the city, looked down at Baiyu from a high vantage point, and said coldly, "Baiyu, this purple crystalline dust is the most potent poison in the world. A single grain of it can kill a person. You can be buried with this city today." Baiyu slowly landed in the ruins of the hospital, looked up at Ming-Chi, who was standing on top of the dust storm in the void, and sighed softly. "After hibernating for 100 years, have you become so slow-witted? Creating such a large commotion in the city, drawing millions of mortal lives into the battle. Even if I don't make a move, heaven won't spare you." Boom. Just as Baiyu finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt struck down from the sky, hitting Ming-Chi hard. The purple golden bell was instantly blasted into dust. The purple sand in the sky dissipated. Ming-Chi, whose entire body was scorched black, fell from the sky, slamming hard in front of Baiyu. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Ming-Chi could no longer maintain his form. He changed back into the purple poison lord, the numerous charred poisonous insects falling out of him. Ming-Chi struggled to move his body. His eyes were full of confusion. He couldn't understand why he was struck by lightning. Baiyu calmly looked at Ming-Chi, who was struggling on the ground, and chuckled. The modern-day Hua nation is not the same as it was 100 years ago. The country's fortune is prosperous and blessed by heaven. On top of that, Xianxia is home to millions of people. You deliberately chose to bring about a world-ending calamity, accumulating endless karmic retribution. Aren't you just asking for trouble? I don't accept this. Ming-Chi struggled to crawl to Baiyu's front, looked up at the aloof Baiyu, and gritted his teeth. I have already become an earth celestial being. I have not even unleashed half of my power. The lives of millions of people are not worth half of my celestial body. Why wouldn't heaven accept me? Baiyu, I am a celestial being. I have not lost. Seeing the intense resentment in Ming-Chi's eyes, a look of pity appeared in Baiyu's eyes. He said, "You have gone mad. It's a pity you have to die." Mad? Ha ha ha. Ming-Chi's eyes became crazed, laughing loudly. How could it be me who is mad? This is heaven's jealousy of my talent. 100 years ago, I was the leader of the five-colored cult. 100 years later, I will not surrender to the will of heaven. Boom. Ming-Chi once again erupted with a powerful energy, but this time, it was no longer a celestial aura that was surging from him. Instead, it was a dark and cold demonic aura. He had fallen from a celestial to a demon. A violent power surged out from the ruins of the hospital. The earth trembled. Seeing that Ming-Chi was once again showing a last burst of vitality, Baiyu sighed, "I have to admit, your life is indeed as tough as a cockroach." You managed to survive a lightning strike and even used it to fall into the demonic path. Your talent is truly terrifying. But I'm tired. Baiyu gazed at Ming Qi, who was surrounded by a demonic aura and was trying to get up from the ground. His expression gradually became indifferent. He lightly raised his foot and placed it on Ming Qi's head, then stomped down hard. Bang! The demonic aura dissipated, and the turbulent spiritual energy in the air returned to calm. The world became silent. Chapter 30. The Supreme Beauty Pill. After the news of the Purple Poison Master's failed revenge against Baiyu spread, Baiyu's other would-be enemies, who had been itching for a fight, temporarily shelved their plans and went into hiding. Although no one knew exactly what kind of battle Baiyu had with the Purple Poison Master, everyone could see that the hospital that had served as their battlefield had been leveled to the ground. Even the heavenly Tao had descended with tribulation lightning. The fact that Baiyu could still summon heavenly tribulation lightning even after leaving the nether prison was enough for his enemies to roughly gauge how much strength he still possessed. It was precisely this battle and its intimidating effect that allowed Baiyu a temporary reprieve, and he didn't encounter any trouble for the next week. Baiyu took advantage of this time to focus on teaching at school and getting closer to Xianxia, trying his best to understand her. One day, while Baiyu was preparing for class in the office, Wang Sha, who had dyed her red hair black, suddenly walked in. She sat down across from Baiyu's desk and smiled, saying, "Teacher Bai, long time no see." Baiyu was startled to see Wang Sha suddenly appear in his office. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" After the battle at the hospital, Baiyu hadn't seen Wang Sha for a week. He had even thought that she had given up on bothering him and had secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now, Wang Sha's sudden appearance in the teacher's office gave Baiyu an ominous premonition. Wang Sha chuckled and said, "Hee hee, I'm now the English teacher for class 3 of the first year. We're colleagues." "You're an English teacher?" Baiyu was stunned, looking at Wang Sha with disbelief. Wang Sha said, "What? You're allowed to be a language teacher, but I can't be an English teacher? My main job is as a demon hunter, but that doesn't mean I can't find a part-time job." Baiyu frowned and said, "I'm just worried that your level might not be good enough and that you'll hold back my daughter." Wang Sha retorted angrily, "Hey, I'm a returned overseas student, proficient in English. Teaching a bunch of students is more than enough, okay? And this week, I even took the teacher certification exam, so I am a legitimate teacher." Baiyu asked again, "There are so many middle schools in Jiang City. Why did you specifically come here?" Wang Sha said, "You know the answer. If you return the demon core to me, I'll stop bothering you." Hearing Wang Sha's words, Baiyu sighed helplessly. "I've told you before, I don't have the demon core anymore." Wang Sha said, "I don't care. If you don't give me back the demon core, I'll keep bothering you." Baiyu rubbed his temples in frustration. "Suit yourself, but the seat across from me is Teacher Li's. You should move somewhere else. She doesn't like people touching her things." Wang Sha smiled and said, "Hee hee, a few days ago, Xian you became my best friend. I can sit in her seat, and it's none of your business." "You." Seeing Wang Sha's smug look, Baiyu really didn't know what to say. Was it really worth going to such lengths for a demon core? At that moment, Xianxia, who had just finished class, entered the office. When she saw Wang Sha sitting in her seat, a smile immediately appeared on her face. She immediately went over and took Wang Sha's hand, saying with a smile, Sha, you're here. The next class is yours. I'll take you to introduce yourself to the students." After pulling Wang Sha up, Xianxia thought of something and said to Baiyu, "Oh, right, Teacher Bai, this is Teacher Wang Sha. She will be teaching our class English from now on." Wang Sha said to Xianxia, "I already know Teacher Bai. You don't need to introduce me. Let's go meet the students. I can't wait. After all, we'll be seeing each other every single day." Seeing how enthusiastic Wang Sha was, Xianxia was also beaming, saying, "It's rare that Sha is so enthusiastic, so I'll take you there right away." As she spoke, Xianxia led Wang Sha out of the office, while Wang Sha turned back to make a face at Baiyu. Baiyu watched Wang Sha and Xianxia act like they had been best friends for years, then rubbed his temples in annoyance, sighing, "Now, it seems I'll have to see Wang Sha every day." Ding ding ding. At this time, Bai Feng called. As soon as Bai Yu answered the phone, Bai Feng said quickly, "Master, the spirit-nourishing flower you wanted. I've already acquired it." "Really?" Hearing Bai Feng's news, Bai Yu swept away his previous gloom, even excitedly standing up from his seat. With the spirit-nourishing flower, combined with the 10,000-year centipede emperor, he would be able to refine the supreme beauty pill that could restore Bai Xiaoya's appearance. Although this kind of pill wasn't enough to restore Bai Xiaoya's immortal body and allow her to re-enter the path of cultivation, it would at least allow Bai Xiaoya to stop wearing a mask and avoid being stared at by outsiders with strange looks. Only in this way could he gradually correct Bai Xiaoya's rapidly distorting heart and let her accept this world again. Upon learning that Bai Feng had acquired the spirit-nourishing flower, Bai Yu couldn't stay in the office any longer. He immediately arranged a meeting place with Bai Feng and then left a shadow clone in the office while his true body went to meet him. In the suburbs of Jiang City, in front of the Bai Group's warehouse, the employees here had all been dismissed, and Bai Feng was personally waiting in front of the warehouse, holding a suitcase. "Fenger, where is the spirit-nourishing flower?" An excited Bai Yu arrived, riding the wind, and landed in front of Bai Feng, eagerly asking, "Master, don't be anxious. It's all in the suitcase. They're all the highest quality that's available in the market." Bai Feng smiled and opened the suitcase. Inside lay two unremarkable flowers with a yellowish-white color. An outsider looking at these two flowers would never imagine that each one was worth over 1,000,000. Bai Yu took out the two spirit-nourishing flowers, plucked a petal from each, tasted it, and nodded, saying, "Not bad. They're both extremely high quality, over 1,000 years old. They are perfect to combine with the 10,000-year centipede emperor." "Fenger, have you prepared the furnace?" Bai Feng respectfully bowed to Bai Yu and said, "Reporting to Master, all the materials and equipment are already prepared in the warehouse." "Good. I'll go refine the pill." Bai Yu was overjoyed, and he took out the 10,000-year centipede emperor from his chinkuan pouch. The enormous centipede, over 20 meters long, suddenly appeared in front of Bai Feng, making Bai Feng's face turn pale. He took 2 steps back and couldn't help but ask Bai Yu, "Master, what kind of pill are you going to refine?" Bai Yu smiled and replied, "An advanced version of the beauty pill. Not only can it restore beauty, it can also keep one young forever and make them immune to all poisons and greatly increase their cultivation. There are enough materials here, so I'll refine one for you later." "Increase cultivation?" Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Feng's eyes lit up slightly. He quickly asked Bai Yu, "Master, does that mean I can also cultivate?" Seeing that Bai Feng still had a fixation on cultivation, the smile in Bai Yu's eyes faded, and he sighed softly, "Fenger, I've said it many times. Your foundation is ruined, and you can't build a foundation and step onto the path of cultivation. This pill can only make your inner power a little deeper." Hearing Bai Yu's answer, the light in Bai Feng's eyes dimmed again. He was still unwilling to give up and asked Bai Yu again, "Master, can I truly not cultivate? I'm not asking to become an immortal. Can I even practice qi refining and foundation building?" Bai Yu looked at Bai Feng's unwilling gaze and sighed heavily. "There is a way, but the price is too great." Thump. When Bai Feng heard Bai Yu's words, he knelt directly down to Bai Yu, kowtowing, "Master, you should know that my lifelong wish is to step onto the immortal path and accompany you by your side for a long time, to better serve you. Master, please tell me the method. Even if I have to pay a great price, I won't hesitate." Bai Yu raised a gust of gentle wind, helping Bai Feng up, saying, "Your obsession is too strong. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but if you walk down that path now, you'll only find death. Listen to your master's advice and just give up." Hearing this, Bai Feng was as if struck by lightning, standing there blankly, as if he had aged decades. Bai Yu looked at Bai Feng's state and knew that he couldn't persuade him to turn back, so he could only sigh softly, turning around and dragging the 10,000-year centipede emperor toward the warehouse, saying, "Let's not talk about cultivation anymore. You wait outside, and I will come out when I've finished refining the pills." "Yes." Bai Feng regained his senses. He clenched his teeth and bowed deeply to Bai Yu. His fists were tightly clenched. What's the use of being a grandmaster of martial arts? At best, One could unleash internal power, leaving behind sword marks, good for a martial artist in the mundane world. But if they encountered even a small Taoist child at the Qi refining stage, they would be no match. To be the disciple of the great Luoyun Immortal, the closed-door disciple of a heavenly immortal, to follow his master and cultivate for decades, and in the end not even be able to defeat a small Taoist child in the Qi refining stage. This deep humiliation made Bai Feng feel extremely inferior and desperate. This was the injustice of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, a certain shackle in Bai Feng's heart was broken, and he remembered the pill that someone had given him. Master, I've said that no matter what the cost, I want to step onto the path of cultivation. Please forgive my choice. If I succeed, I will definitely serve you for all eternity. Bai Feng looked at the closed warehouse door and bowed deeply again. As dusk gradually fell, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance wafted from the warehouse, making Bai Feng, who was waiting outside, perk up. Bai Feng immediately looked back and saw the warehouse door open, and a radiant-faced Bai Yu walked out. Bai Feng immediately stepped forward, bowed to Bai Yu, and respectfully asked, Master, have you succeeded? This time it was very smooth. Both pills are of perfect quality. Bai Yu took out a dark red pill and threw it to Bai Feng. This is yours. Bai Feng quickly took the pill, saying, Thank you, Master. Bai Yu smiled. Take it now and see the effect. Yes. Without any hesitation, Bai Feng swallowed the pill. The pill melted instantly in his mouth. Bai Feng quickly felt an extremely strong medicinal force flow through his body, changing every cell in him. Bai Feng could clearly feel that the inner power in his dantian had increased by at least double, and the wrinkles on his face quickly disappeared. His whole person quickly transformed into a middle-aged man, looking almost 40 years younger. Bai Feng felt his whole body filled with power and couldn't help but show a delighted expression, thanking Bai Yu. Thank you, Master. You don't need to be so polite. Bai Yu waved his hand and chuckled. It seems that the effect is very good. Now, Xiaoya is saved.